I was 12 years old when this happened. My childhood was kind of crazy, and I was held back a year from all the moving around, so I was in 5th grade. We had just moved to a small town in Texas from Dallas, where my mum's most recent marriage had failed. I was not used to small towns, and pretty gullible for my age. We moved into a small little house, almost like a little shack. But it was in the older part of the town. I'm not sure if all states have neighborhoods like this, but in Texas, the historical districts of smaller towns are odd, in that they originally built very large, very nice houses, right next to small, crappy ones. The old, nice ones seem to mostly remain nicely restored, where the smaller ones have fallen into disrepair. So you have these kind of strange neighborhoods, where one block is full of very well-to-do people in nice old homes driving luxury cars, right next to a block that feels like a third-world ghetto. I lived on the ghetto block. My school was about 4 blocks away. The bus wouldn't even pick you up so close, and my mum didn't own a car. So I'd walk to school, and I walked by this house every day. Even here it stood out. Huge 2-story home, red brick, large white columned porch. The yard was immaculate. It looked like someone wealthy must have lived there, and being so poor, that was impressive to me. I'd heard stories about the owner. He would yell at kids and throw rocks, spray the water hose at anyone who tried to cut across his yard, and he always seemed to be outside on my way to and from school. But he never said anything to me at first, so I never gave it much thought. I had been walking by his house for about a month before he ever said anything to me. I should say here that even though I was 12, I was tall for my age and developing early. I also dressed really inappropriately. This wasn't really on purpose, but I was growing and we were poor, and my clothes fit poorly, and Texas was very, very hot without air conditioning at home. So I wore as little as possible. I wasn't completely stupid though, and didn't mind the attention from teenage guys. I really didn't have any friends since we moved so often. About a month after walking by, he talked to me for the first time. He just said, "Hi, it sure is hot out here," or something along those lines. I just agreed with him and said I was dying, I was so hot, and he offered me a soda. I don't know why I agreed. I guess I was just really hot, and I did want a soda, and he brought me over an unopened one. After this, he would talk to me every day. Not long conversations, just about the weather, school, where I was from, etc. He looked a little creepy, to be honest. Always wore a cap. Had that look that people get from working outside all their lives, coupled with probably chain smoking and poor diet. But his house was so nice, for some reason I decided he must be a nice person too. After a month of passing by and short small talk, he mentioned to me that he had a pool, and if I wanted to see it. It was late May at this point, and that sounded good to me, as he seemed trustworthy, and again, I was really stupid. He brought me through the house, and I checked out the pool. I have never seen someone who had a pool at their house before. It seemed unbelievable. He said I could swim any time I wanted. Then, for the first time, he looked at me, and it's like his whole demeanor changed. And he said, "I'd love to see those tits and that arse. Damn, we don't wear clothes here." Honestly, it wasn't even the words. It was the way he said it. The immediate change in his demeanor. The tone of his voice. I felt I was in serious danger, but had no idea what to do. He then grabbed at my shorts as if he was going to pull them down. I started crying. It's like he zoned back into reality, and started laughing. Then he stepped away and said, "Well, anytime you want, you better get going." And I left through the gate. I never told anyone and started walking another way to school until summer started. The next school year, I thankfully never saw him outside of his house. Then, the second month after school started, I heard from my mum a crazy story. He had driven his truck into a Lubby's in a close-by town. He shot 48 people that day. 24 of them died. He then killed himself. Also, apparently, he was stalking 2 of my neighbors. His name was George Hennard. I still don't know how to process all this information. It creeps the hell out of me to this day.
I'm a 36-year-old male, and I live in a ground floor apartment in a seaside town in England with my girlfriend. This incident occurred on a Saturday night. I was home alone because my girlfriend was having an evening out with 2 friends that she hadn't seen in a couple of months. I'm a night owl at heart, so I like to stay up late on the weekends, and I wanted to wait up anyway just in case her or her friends needed me to drive them home instead of getting a taxi. I'd planned to catch up on some YouTube videos and maybe play a game on my laptop. It was about 10:30 p.m. when I heard the sound of my front door handle moving. I paused the TV and listened, and I heard it again. It sounded like someone was rattling my door handle very quickly. I was confused because I wasn't expecting my girlfriend to be home or call me to pick her up until closer to midnight. So I headed to the door and looked out the peephole. The noise had stopped by the time I reached the door, and when I looked out the peephole, my blood then froze. I saw a man standing further away from my door, facing away from me, so all I could see was the back of his head. It looked like he had his head in his hands. I got a bad feeling in my stomach, and I decided to pretend that I wasn't home, figuring it was just some drunk idiot who got the wrong house. I went back to watch TV, but I had kept the noise lower than before. About half an hour passed, and I heard the same noise yet again. I was very on edge, and I immediately shot up and headed for the door. I decided this time that I'd open it, and I didn't ask him what the hell his problem was. I did just that, except when I opened the door, the guy just gave me a bewildered look before backing away. When I opened the door, I said to him, "Look man, I don't know who you are, but I saw you trying to open my door earlier. If you don't leave right now, I'm contacting the police." I didn't recognize this man as a neighbor, and his eyes looked tired, with black circles underneath them, and he looked solemn. I stood there watching him as he backed off, before he went to the entryway to our apartment block and just sat there, head in his hands. I went back into my house, but before I did, I then said, "Just go home, man," and then shut the door. I wasn't sure if I should call the police because I didn't want to waste their time if the guy simply had the wrong house, which I felt he maybe had since he looked at me so confused. I shot a text to my girlfriend explaining the situation, and I told her to make sure she calls me when she wants to come home because I didn't want her to get a taxi and risk running into the guy outside. I told her to not cut her night short, and I was fine picking her up at any time, and that I'd drive her friends home too if they wanted. I knew she wouldn't be out until 4 a.m. because we're both too old to party like that nowadays, but I didn't want her to cut her night short either. I ended up turning the TV off and just sitting on my phone until my girlfriend called just after midnight to say that she was ready to come home. When I went to go get her, the apartment entryway was now empty, as were the stairs leading to the upper floors from what I could see. I didn't see the man again, although I was very vigilant walking along the street to my car. When my girlfriend and I got home, she told me that she thought that he was probably just a drunk and trying to get into a friend's house, and I agreed, although to me he looked more tired than drunk, but I guess you never really know. I have no idea if he knew someone in our apartment block or if he really was trying to do something more sinister. I just hope that he never comes back, and I'm really glad that we always kept our front door locked and bolted, because if I had it unlocked that night, he could have waltzed it right in and done God knows what.
When I was 21, I transferred to a college in San Francisco. I checked out a room for rent on Craigslist. It was a really nice 2-bedroom apartment. The rent was cheap and close to campus, so it was kind of the ideal spot. The girl who lived there was 29, and her name was Beth. She was tall and wide, and she had jet black hair and wore pale makeup. She seemed nice, although a little quiet. But she seemed to like me and agreed to let me move in, so far so good. My first night there, we went out for pizza, and that's when I could tell there's something a little bit off with her. Throughout dinner, she kept telling me how much I looked like Shia LaBeouf. I didn't know what to say, so I just shrugged it off with, thanks? I mean, I looked nothing like Shia LaBeouf, so it just didn't make any sense to me. When we got back home, she asked if I'd seen her room yet. I said no, and she took me to see it. Shocking. Her walls were completely covered in posters of Shia LaBeouf. She even had printed out photos of him all over her mirror. She owned all of his movies. I really didn't know what to make of all this. It was definitely creepy. And the whole night, she'd been saying how I looked like him, and now it's obvious to me that she's completely obsessed with the guy. A few weeks passed. I never really saw her that much. We didn't spend much time together really at all. She would come home from work and practically run into her room, and she would spend most of the night in there. She had this creepy high-pitched giggle, and I would hear her giggling through the walls at night. I wondered what the hell she could possibly be doing. Occasionally she would come out of her room and talk for like maybe 2 minutes, and she would always be slurring her words, so I suspected she was drinking a lot. And sometimes she wouldn't say anything. She would just stand in the hallway and watch me through the living room. I would turn and see her and be surprised and say, hello, Beth. And then there would be this long, awkward pause, and she would give out her creepy, high-pitched giggle. It was very uncomfortable being around her. She gave me the chills. One night, I woke up at around 2 a.m. because I heard what sounded like the front door being unlocked. I came out of my bedroom, and all the lights were off. But I could still see Beth standing at the front door. She had her face against it, and she was turning the lock back and forth, over and over again. And every time she turned the bolt, she mumbled my name. Max Barker. Max Barker. Max Barker. Seeing her standing in the dark, mumbling my name, really freaked me out. It doesn't help that she looks like a bigger version of the girl from The Ring. I just quietly went back to my room and tried to go back to sleep. One night, I was watching Gladiator, and she fumbled out of her room and turned on the living room light, forcing me to pause the movie, which was really annoying. Then she asked if I wanted to hear about her ex-boyfriend. It was an uneasy segue into the topic, but I just said sure, then awkwardly sat back to listen. 10 minutes into her story, and she was so riled up. She was screaming at the top of her lungs about their breakup, and I was worried that the neighbors were going to call the cops. And she wasn't listening to me when I asked her to please lower the volume. Amidst all of her screaming, one thing she said really freaked me out. She was in such a fit and yelled, "I'll slit his fucking throat." That was a big game changer. Suddenly, I had no idea what this girl was capable of. She really, and was practically just a stranger, and everything I'd seen thus far was becoming alarmingly disturbing. After a few more minutes, she told me thank you for listening, then started doing her giggle once more. I got out of there pretty fast and went to my room to go to sleep. I had a really uneasy feeling about being in the house with her now. And what's worse, there's no lock on my bedroom door. I pushed the edge of my dresser in front of it to act as a little barricade. I woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of my dresser scraping against the floor. Beth was pushing the door open. I turned on my light, shouting at her to stop. I could see her through the opening of the door. She was so drunk and had this insane look in her eyes. Pushed the door closed and yelled at her to go back to bed. I could hear her walk back to her room, but I couldn't tell if she fell back asleep. The next morning when I went out into the hallway, my heart dropped. I saw one of her steak knives was on the floor by my door. I got goosebumps all over my arm, and all I could think about was when she said she would slit her ex-boyfriend's throat. I confronted her about it, and she said she didn't even remember trying to push my door open. She said she didn't even remember telling me about her ex-boyfriend. I've had enough. My lease was month to month, so I found a new spot and moved out. About a month after I moved out, she contacted me. I was at the movies and my phone was off. When I got out, I turned my phone on. And to my shock, I received about 40 plus text messages that she'd sent me over the past 2 hours. They were all just insane texts that ranged from everything in between, "Hi, how are you?" to "I fucking hate you." It was insane. I didn't respond, and I never heard from her again. I always wonder, if I hadn't set my dresser in front of my door, would she have quietly come into my room and slit my throat? It still freaks me out, man.
Disney World's Toontown was my first job out of high school, and at the beginning, everything was great. For those of you who do not remember, Toontown is where Mickey and Minnie lived, in the park, and had everything you would imagine would be in a real neighborhood, a neighborhood where a cartoon would live in. There are houses, kitchens, bedrooms. Kids could even go in and microwave stuff on the little cartoon microwave. Donald Duck had a houseboat that you could go inside. Goofy had his roller coaster. There was a lot of cool stuff, and although it was for kids, I actually really liked it. I mean, where else in the world can you go and step into a real cartoon village? That was until I started working the overnight shift there. What in the daytime looked cute and silly quickly became more creepy after the sun went down and guests left the park. I worked in custodial, so I was one of the last people to go through the parks at night, and unfortunately, I usually had to go alone. So one night I was doing my rounds and emptying trash cans. I walked straight through Toontown to try to get to Tomorrowland and back to the front of the park. I was finishing a 10-hour day and was definitely ready to get out, so I was walking pretty fast. Normally all of the little houses were dark and the sound effects were turned off. Not tonight though. I went back there and all the lights and effects were still going strong throughout the area. I was dumbfounded. This was a serious departure from protocol, so I had to tell someone about it, and people were going to get into serious trouble. I continued walking and pulled up my radio, but as soon as I did, everything shut off. I then heard shuffling in the distance and thought I saw a tail go into some bushes over near the train station. I figured it was probably just a raccoon or something. The area back there was completely surrounded by national forest, and animals turned up all the time. So I completely forgot about it and went on with the rest of the night. During my shift the next morning though, I heard some very disturbing news about the area. A rat was found gutted and smeared all over Minnie's house's floor. The official story was that it was killed by a possum or two, but the amount of carnage involved seemed suspicious to me. Anyways, it was business as usual, of course. The amount of situations at the park that could happen before there's any change in operation is truly astounding. That was until later in the evening when I saw a batch of policemen and security officers crowded around Main Street strategizing something. For that amount of them to be gathered around one place meant something definitely must have happened. I found one of my leaders standing over on the sidewalk, staring over at the group. I asked her what happened. She said she wasn't sure, but she heard something about a baby going missing. I had never heard about anything like that happening in those parks, so that really freaked me out. By the time I did my sweep later that night, it was about 2 a.m. I did all my normal tasks, but I was certainly dreading getting into Toontown. I was still kind of shook up from the events from the night before, even though I knew they were honestly pretty much normal. So by the time I got to the area, I was relieved to see that the lights and sound effects were not on. I approached an empty trash can in front of Minnie's house and noticed through the window that the cartoon refrigerator was still open. I figured that one of the crazy interns must have forgotten to shut the door when they closed down the park for the night. So I walked inside the house and went to the kitchen to close it. But when I tried, it didn't close all the way. Fear suddenly surged through my veins. I automatically knew something was wrong. I slowly opened the refrigerator door and witnessed, to my horror, a baby inside, lifeless and cold. In my panic, I radioed my supervisor and told him what just happened. He told me to get outside the house immediately and that the police were on their way. Then a number of boxes and items knocked down in one of the rooms behind me, and someone ran out of the door. Too terrified to move, I just stood there and watched as a man-like thing skittered past the window. I immediately went outside, desperate to see what it was. It was gone. The police arrived shortly after, and I told them what happened. When no one was paying attention, I saw something on the kid coaster. It looked like a silhouette of Mickey Mouse. I am now writing this 3 weeks after the incident. I was an obvious suspect for killing that baby. My family stopped talking to me. Not even my therapist believes me. But you believe me, right?
I've been on Reddit for 2 years now, and I just found this subreddit. After reading a few of the top posts, I realized what had happened this summer to me is a perfect fit here. I haven't written anything in a long time, so sorry if this isn't the most articulate post. It's messed up for a while, and I'm still not completely okay, but it's easier to cope. It was the middle of summer, and my parents had left for the weekend to go to our house in the Cape Cod. It's about a 2-hour drive away, so it's no big deal for them to leave me alone for a few days. My mom had made some pulled pork and pasta for me to heat up whenever I wanted. I also had some money if I wanted to order a pizza or something. Things were all good. The first night alone, I stayed up until 3 in the morning playing Xbox. So I woke up really late the next day. When I checked my phone, I saw that it was a little past 1, and I'd made plans to play some street hockey with my friends at 3. So I threw myself out of bed and stumbled into the shower. I take really long showers, so when my parents are gone, I go mental. I was in there for about 45 minutes on my phone, scrolling through Reddit and Twitter, when I heard my front door open. The bathroom is directly up the stairs from the back door, and the thing is pretty loud when it opens and closes. I immediately froze, since obviously I was supposed to be home alone. I waited for about 2 minutes, ears trained in trying to hear anything else. Nothing. I figured it was just the wind, or maybe my parents were home early. So I turned off the shower, wrapped my towel around myself, and slowly walked down the stairs to check it out. The stairs to the kitchen, where the back door is, are pretty tight and walled in. So it's essentially like walking down a tighter version of this, but replacing the rail with a wall. So I can't exactly see into the kitchen when I walk down. My house is really old, and each step on the stairs makes a super loud creak. I still took my time and tried to be as quiet as possible. I probably took 45 seconds walking down all 12 of the stairs. So when I get to the second to the last stair, right before I could see around the corner into my kitchen, I take a little breath to compose myself. In my mind, I knew it was going to be something stupid. There obviously wasn't going to be anything in the kitchen. There's no way I wouldn't have heard any other noise, and there's no reason for them to still be in the kitchen, even if there were burglars in the house or something. After sort of mentally chastising myself for being such a wuss, I sort of chuckled to myself for being so stupid, then casually walked down the last 2 steps and turned the corner into my kitchen. Standing about 2 feet away from me in the middle of my kitchen is a man staring straight at me, perfectly still, with a massive smile across his face, just staring at me. The thing I remember most vividly wasn't his face or the smile, but his arms. They weren't just at his side. He held them in the strangest, most abnormal position I've ever seen. They were where one would normally hold their arms, but he had rotated them to the point where they were almost completely reversed, as well as lifting them up and a little behind himself. I'm not sure why I remember this so much, but it's the most demonic, abnormal position I've ever seen. Honest to God, I think I almost had a heart attack right there. Looking back now, I can realize how creepy this situation was, but in the moment, I just took a step towards him and punched him as hard as I could in the jaw, sort of half slapping and pushing him towards the ground. The second I connected, I beelined up the stairs, dropping my towel in the kitchen with my heart beating out of control. I sprinted into my room and locked the door behind me. I quickly put a chair up against the doorknob like you see in TV. Almost without thinking, I immediately called 911, nearly in tears, and told the operator what had just happened. As I sat on the floor of my room and practically in the fetal position, staring at the door, praying a cop would be here soon, I noticed the light coming from the gap between my door had just stopped. He was standing outside of my door. There's no words to describe the feeling I had. I was paralyzed with fear, watching the shadow across the bottom of my door shift in tiny ways. I stayed balled up, staring at the gap, praying the man would go away for what seemed like an hour. All the while the 911 operator was asking,
"Hello, sir? Sir, are you still there? Hello?"
I didn't want to make a noise. Even if I wanted to move my arms to bring my phone to the mouth, I don't think I could have. Eventually the light returned to the gap, and I heard the faintest footsteps, slowly creaking on the wooden floorboards as he walked down the hall. It was silent for a few minutes, as I just sat there curled up still, unable to even speak. I heard banging on the front door and the sound of 2 officers entering my house. I finally felt safe. I opened up the door and the 2 of them were standing there. I almost cried. Nowadays, my parents don't even leave me home alone, and thank God. I check every lock on the house before going to bed, and I still occasionally get nightmares. My heart starts racing whenever I see someone standing still. Even working with sketch artists and a few lineups, the police never found out whoever was in my house. And that sends shivers down my spine every time I look outside, half expecting to see him standing across the street, smiling under a lamppost. I have no idea what he wanted or who he was, but regardless, let's not ever meet again.
My name is Nate, and I was around 15 years old when this happened. My family and I had lived in a small town right outside of Nashville, Tennessee. I attended school at a private institution and was definitely no popular kid. I had a group of friends, but there were only 2 in the group who I really considered as real friends. They've always had my back, and we would even go to each other's houses on Fridays. One night, my parents were out of state for a work event, and being the rebellious kid I was, I had both my friends over for a movie night. It was me, my good friend Ryan, and my other friend Mike, along with my dog Bruce, who we all knew and adored. Bruce was a big German shepherd who had the personality of a teddy bear and was very friendly. When they arrived, our first move was to help ourselves to my dad's stock of booze he kept in his closet. Yeah, we were crazy kids, and if we were to get caught, it would have been worth it. We spent the next few hours playing video games and watching the hit new season of Stranger Things. As we're about halfway into one of the episodes, the 3 of us hear an unexpected knock at the door. The 3 of us looked confused, as we weren't expecting any more visitors. I got up from the couch to go to the door, expecting it to be my parents, possibly returning home early. Standing there on the porch was a Domino's delivery pizza man carrying a single large pie. He gives us a smile and says, "Hey, large pepperoni, paid for online." We all look at each other as we hadn't ordered any pizza. However, the 3 of us are suckers for pizza and we gladly take it off his hands. Being a bunch of teens, we weren't going to give up on a free pizza. However, Ryan, being the good Samaritan he was, had gotten us to agree that we shouldn't just eat someone else's food. In the end, we decided it was the right thing to do, and so we left the pizza on the kitchen table and called the nearest Domino's. We told them that there had been a mistake and that we received an unordered pizza. They ask for my address, and when I tell them, They say that they hadn't gotten any orders from that part of town all day. On top of that, they had also pointed out that my location barely met their delivery radius. We confirmed to them several times that it was indeed a Domino's pizza. They told us they would check around and call us back if they had found anything. And if they found nothing, we could just go ahead and eat it. We give them about 10 minutes to call us back and fix ourselves a few snacks in the meantime. We head back into the kitchen and was shocked by what we found. Bruce had stuffed his face into the pizza box and had eaten nearly half of the pizza. As funny as it was, we knew that we had been in hot water if this really was a mistake. Ryan goes to throw the pizza in the trash, and we finish our show while eating our snacks. About 30 minutes later, I started to notice that Bruce had started to become noticeably distressed. He had been whimpering and crying and would frequently begin losing his balance. After a few minutes of checking to see what was wrong with him, it didn't take long to realize that he was extremely ill. Not wanting to wait any longer, we all carry him and find a nearby emergency vet. We thankfully find one and rush him in there as soon as we could. Because this was later in the night, the vet had taken him home almost immediately to get tested on. According to the vet, he was displaying unusual symptoms and behavior. Upon running a few more tests, they had found something that nearly turned our stomachs. There had been several traces of strychnine found in Bruce's system. It's a very dangerous poison, mainly used for killing rodents. If consumed, this can ultimately kill you in about 30 minutes. It turns out that the cheese on the pizza had been laced with it. My parents had to come home right away when they found out, and we had told the police everything. We even tried describing the guy who had given us the pizza, but nothing came of it. Because he had looked like any ordinary pizza delivery person, there was no way to accurately describe what he looked like. There had been no reports in the area of other people receiving a poisoned pizza. The good news was that Bruce did thankfully survive with proper treatment. However, if we would have waited just 10 minutes later, chances are he wouldn't have made it. If you ever get food deliveries to your house that you never ordered, call the company it was from to confirm. It might just save your life.
The night was still young as I cruised the outskirts of Golden Gate Park. I waited patiently for a ping from the Uber app. I needed the extra cash as I was in danger of being short on my rent. The phone chimed, and as I looked to see someone in the outer sunset needing a ride, the picture was a blonde woman with a big smile, and I accepted. It said she had 2 passengers, and the pay was decent. I found a spot to make a U-turn and made my way to a small parking lot. I thought nothing of it at first. It seemed like a young couple who were about to have a night in the bay. It was curious, though. I could see the woman dragging a man with black hair towards the car. She dragged him by a thick leather leash attached to an even thicker collar. I had witnessed lots of things in this city, but even this was new to me. The car door opened and I asked, "Lisa?" "Yeah, that is me," she replied, as she sat in the back seat. I looked at the man who stood outside. He looked hesitant to get in the car. She tugged on the leash with impatience. "Get in here, Henry." "Is he okay?" "He's fine. My husband just seems a little out of it tonight," she replied. The man sat in the car slowly and seemed to just be staring into space. I know that it can be wise to wear layers when in the city, but the man was wearing a rather large hoodie that was much too thick for an August night, even for here. "So, we're going to the Tenderloin, right?" "Yes. If we could get there as quickly as possible, that would be great. I was having trouble with my car, and we can't be late." "All right. Well, let's get moving," I said, while I looked in the rearview mirror to make sure the two were buckled in. I noticed the man's collar was very tight around his neck. I could see the red marks on his skin. The dark brown leather was strange, as it had its own symbols embossed on it. I had never seen anything like it before. I didn't think much of it, though. I was more concerned by how tight it was, and how it looked like there may have been a struggle to put him in. The woman noticed that I was looking at it too. She frowned and asked, "So, are you gonna drive or not?" We hit the road and headed towards the destination. We drove in silence as I tried my best not to look back at the two. I did notice that the man called Henry started to look puzzled as he stared out the window. "Is everything okay back there?" I inquired. "Everything's fine," Lisa remarked. "Where are you taking me?" Henry asked with a strange tone in his voice. It was monotone and sounded like he was half asleep. The woman scowled at him and tapped at his chest, signaling for him to be quiet. It was clear who was the dominant personality in the relationship, but I still found it quite odd. "You know where we're going, Henry. I told you several times." "You told me you were taking me to the temple." "No, I told you we were going to a party, Henry." Lisa replied as she looked frustrated. I looked back in the mirror to see the man had a look of worry in his eyes. I felt that something wasn't right with this woman. It seemed like the man was out of it. I started to think that he was on drugs. "What kind of party?" I asked as I looked at the woman who frowned. She didn't like me asking any questions, and I could see it in her eyes. She was trying to think of what to say. "Like, is it a costume party?" "Does it matter?" "I'm just trying to make conversation, sorry." "I want to know what kind of party it is," Henry mumbled as he looked at me. The woman grabbed his leash and then tugged on it hard. I could hear as he struggled for air and coughed. It was aggressive and showed a flash of anger. The sight of it made me uncomfortable. "It's a sex party," she answered while she loosened her grip on the leash. Henry coughed, then smiled a little bit. I curled my eyebrow as I looked at the two in the back. "That's why he's wearing a collar, because he likes it." Whatever floats your boat. I'm not one to judge. An awkward silence fell in the car. I continued to drive to the location as Henry continued to keep his eyes locked on me in the mirror. He tugged on his collar and said, "She's lying to you because she is planning on killing me." Lisa tugged on the leash and growled, "Shut up, Henry. Stop joking around. It isn't funny, and you're going to freak the poor man out." "Are you in danger, dude?" "I am, because this woman is not my wife." "Don't listen to him. He likes to make people uncomfortable for his entertainment," Lisa said. "Then why don't you show him what's in your pocket?" "Listen, I don't want any trouble. I don't want to see what she has." "She has a weapon in her pocket," Henry said, as he lifted his hooded shirt to show a cut across his stomach that had already recently been stitched and burned shut. It explained why he was so out of it. The man had to be miserable with pain. "She used it on me earlier and put this collar on me." "Shut up!" Lisa yelled. "Oh Christ, dude. Do you need to go to the ER?" "I just want you to get me away from this woman and take this collar off," Henry pleaded. I started to hit the brakes, but then I felt something cold along my neck. I looked down to see the blade against my throat. "Keep driving, or I will have to kill you," Lisa growled, as I could feel it pressing against my skin. I lifted my foot off the brake and began to accelerate again. I could feel my hands tremble on the wheel. All right, just don't hurt me." "Then just keep driving, and you might live to see another day." "I have a thought," Henry grumbled. "Shut the hell up," Lisa yelled back. "Yeah, let's just do what she says." "How about you hit your brakes hard?" Henry replied as he looked out the window. "I don't see much traffic, so just trust me." "Don't listen to him." "If you want to live, I would do it now," Henry responded. I watched as he lunged at the woman and startled me enough that I slammed on the brakes. The knife fell into my lap, and I caught a glimpse of the weird, jagged blade. It had the same symbols as the collar. The car screeched to a halt, and I heard Henry shout, "Take the collar off, now!" "I'm begging you, don't listen to him," Lisa pleaded. As I turned awkwardly to see he had her pinned down, I reached in the back and realized it was my chance. I took the collar off from Henry and heard a growl that sounded like a wild animal. He smiled as he plunged his hands inside our captor's chest. The blood sprayed, hitting the interior and the windows. "That's much better," Henry remarked. I sat back in my seat Taking a glance at the mirror, Henry smiled back at me and exited the car. He walked around the window, tapping it lightly. I rolled it down in shock. "Thank you." I thought for a moment I was nearly done. "Henry, do you need me to call the police?" I asked nervously. "I don't go by that name anymore. You can call me the Legion." Okay," I responded. As I watched him reach into his pocket, I started to become nervous again. I thought I would die that night. He could see the fear in my face, to which he smiled back at me. "Are you going to kill me?" "No. I owe you. You saved my life," Henry answered. As he grabbed my hand and placed cash in it, I looked to see a few $100. "That should pay for the cleanup and a little more." "What the hell are you?" "I'm a demon that will end this world. But don't look so scared. At least I tipped."
When I was in my early 20s, I worked at my local McDonald's as a second source of income to pay for my college tuition. I attended med school in the city, which wasn't cheap at all. Sometimes we'd have to get there at really early hours of the day. I have a class every Monday and Wednesday night, meaning I'd have to get to bed early to wake up for work the next day. My manager, being the jerk that he was, gave me a week of opening shifts knowing my situation about my classes. One morning, I had arrived to work with my coworker to take out the food and help refill sauces to open the restaurant. Anyway, we're getting everything ready while I'm wiping down tables so we can open at 4, which is the time McDonald's usually opens here in Canada. So we're doing our tasks when all of a sudden we see a man looking inside from the glass doors. He's banging on the doors in a sort of rapid motion as if he wanted to get in. I give him a sort of denying motion, telling him that we were closed. However, he insisted to come in as he claimed he was hungry and just wanted a quick bite. I apologized and told him that we were closed and to come back in an hour where I could serve him. This seemed to faze him as he then walked away, disappearing into the night. I continued to help my coworker mop the floors before I see the man come towards the doors with what appeared to be a golf club. As expected, he smashes the glass doors and proceeded to step inside. I told my coworker that we had to leave through the back door and to call the police. She does just that, and we leave the McDonald's and into my car. Thankfully, police were able to arrive in a timely manner to catch this man going through our register. As police were restraining him, my coworker and I heard a commotion going on and a few tasers going off. After that, the police had given us the all clear to return to work. As we walk inside, we then see the police force the man into the back seat of the cruiser. His face will forever be burned into the back of my head as he stared down at us. It was a very menacing, revengeful type of look, as if the first thing he'd do once he got out of jail would be to come back for us. The inside of the McDonald's was left a wreck. Money scattered on the floor, cups misplaced, and even food items spilled on the floor. We, of course, had to clean it all up and finish getting everything ready to open while the police stood by to ensure our safety. We opened, and the day went smoothly as planned with no other disruptions. The following week, an employee at another McDonald's got injured during a robbery not too far away from our location. I quit after I learned that, as I didn't want to risk putting myself into danger. My area was known to be one of the safest areas in Vancouver, so for something like this to happen was rare. I ended up doing freelance work later on and eventually graduated to become a full-time nurse. Anyway, that's my story, and it's also the reason why I will never work at fast food again. When I was about 11, my family and I moved into a new home in Los Angeles. It wasn't anything too big, just a one-storied home appropriate for a family of 3. I attended a private school in the city and was a naturally socially awkward child. This will be important in the story later. I'd also like to mention that I have autism, meaning it was hard for me to make friends and interact with others. Both my parents were fully aware of this and had made me go through therapy and other medication to help me with it. While it did improve a little bit, I still had some challenges I had to deal with. Anyway, we had moved to Cali as my dad had other work there with a higher salary. This meant that he'd most of the time be working and not at the house. I mean, my mom would sometimes watch over me, but she worked too and would sometimes have to get a babysitter. My current babysitter, who I adored, had recently moved over 2,000 miles away for a better job. It was sad, but that was the reality, and we had to find another sitter. Eventually, my mom had found me a new sitter who wasn't like the old one, but was still manageable. Her name was Luna, and she claimed to be just 19 years old. She was nice, but had a few issues that I began to take notice from for the first few visits. While it wasn't anything too concerning, they were very much noticeable. At first, it was relatively minor things like twitching and loss of focus. However, these things began to turn into bigger problems, all the way from talking to herself to sometimes asking me weird questions. I could only assume that she had some sort of disorder and remembered feeling sympathy toward her. The first night I met Luna was when both of my parents had their anniversary and another time where they both had work. I'd say these tics didn't arise until the third visit of babysitting where I started to take notice. But the more she babysat me, the worse the tics would get. It wasn't until one night though, where she did something that really pushed the limit. It was Valentine's Day of 2014 and my parents had gone out in the city for a nice dinner. This meant that I would be home with Luna until they got back. For the first hour, she helped me with my homework, and then we played a game. Things went well for the most part, and even though I barely interacted with her, I wasn't rude. I remember giving her a hard time when it was my bedtime that night. It was stupid of me, but keep in mind, I was an 11-year-old boy that didn't want to sleep. Eventually, however, I ended up complying and went to sleep without any problems. Looking back, however, I'd say I slept for a good few hours or so before I awoke to my bedroom door being opened. Thinking it was just a draft, I thought nothing of it and went back to sleep. However, that was when I hear my door open a little more and there was someone standing in the corner of my room. The figure then slowly walks over toward me, coming to a complete stop. At first, I couldn't see who it was, but as my eyes adjusted to the darkness, my light from my nightlight revealed Luna standing at the edge of my bed. I turn on my light and Luna immediately apologizes, telling me she's sorry and that she tends to sleepwalk. In her hand was one of my dad's power drills with the battery taken out. She went on with more excuses while trying to tell 2 separate stories about why she had it. Of course, being only 11, I had my suspicions, but it wasn't enough to see her as a threat. Later that night, my parents had come home and paid her. It wasn't until the next morning where I woke up and told my parents about Luna and what she did. They, of course, flip out and attempted to call Luna multiple times. My mom had also found empty bottles of her prescription medication gone. However, Luna denies any wrongdoing and police couldn't actually do anything since she technically didn't commit a crime. It all makes no sense, and it doesn't till this day. Luna never babysat for me again after that, and I hope I never see or hear from her again. I still will never know for sure what she was planning on doing with that power drill, and it still haunts me from time to time.
I used to go to Starbucks all the time. I would say at least 2 or 3 times a week I would stop at Starbucks for coffee on my way to work. I would order online every time as I left my house and then pick it up on my way. I got it so often that some of the employees started to recognize me, and I would be friendly with a few of them. Sadly though, the lines at the location I usually went to were always super long, and one day I realized another Starbucks that was also on my way to work. I made the choice to switch locations to see if it would be faster, and it was in fact quite a bit faster every single day, and it saved me some time. After I would say about a couple of weeks of going to the new location, one day I forgot to place my order online. It wasn't a big deal, but I would just have to order at the drive-thru at the Starbucks. When I got there, the voice on the other end of the speaker of the drive-thru said hi to me and called me by my name. This surprised me because I had only been to that location 3 or 4 times at that point, and it wasn't a daily basis or anything. I also didn't recognize the voice as it was a man's voice, and all the people I knew from the previous location were females. I pulled up to the next window after I ordered, and a man with a headset came to the window. I paid and he handed me my coffee and smiled. He once again said my name and told me to have a nice day, then he winked at me. The man was rather tall and had sort of long dark hair with a slight beard. I have to say I had never seen him before, but beyond that I really didn't think anything of it. It wasn't until every single time that I would go to Starbucks after that, he would be working and would always be the one to hand me my order. Each time he would wink at me or have an almost creepy grin on his face. None of this really bothered me though, but it did feel a little bit strange. Then I stopped seeing the man. There were different people every time when I got my coffee in the morning, and I didn't really notice the fact that I wasn't seeing this strange guy anymore. One of the times I went inside to pick up my coffee and was walking back to my car when suddenly I saw the man again. He was in the parking lot and he approached me as I was getting into my car. I didn't really recognize him at first. It took me a few seconds. He said hi to me and smiled and asked me how I was doing. I said fine in a confused tone and asked what he wanted. He then asked me how the movie I watched last night was. Then he winked at me like the past times and walked away. I stood there next to my car in shock. I had in fact been watching a movie the previous night, but I had no idea how he knew about it. I was really creeped out, and for me, this was the last straw with the man from being slightly weird to completely creepy. I had no idea who this guy was other than the fact that he worked at the Starbucks and was creepy. I decided to go back inside the Starbucks and ask another employee who he was. I first looked around the parking lot, but the man was gone. I then walked inside the Starbucks, which was relatively busy, but nothing too crazy. I went to the counter and asked who the man was with longer brown hair, a slight beard, and pretty tall. I was told in response that it sounded a lot like a guy named Jonathan, who had worked there but had been fired for inappropriate behavior around the workplace. They said he had worked at another location close by, but had moved to that location shortly before getting fired. I briefly told my story. I was told by several people that they thought he seemed creepy and had apparently followed one of his coworkers home one night. It gave me the chills as I realized this Jonathan guy most likely was outside of my house the previous night and saw me watching a movie. So many thoughts started to race through my head, such as how did he know where I lived, and had he followed me home or been to my house before? I had to go to work at that point, so I left, but throughout the day I texted with several of my friends about what had happened. Later that day I got home from work and asked my friend Lisa to come over and keep me company. I got home and shortly after heard the sound of Lisa pulling up. I was so relieved because I really didn't want to be alone in my house that night after what had happened. But then I received a text from Lisa saying that she would be there in about 15 minutes. I went over to look out the window and noticed a different car driving slowly down the street outside my window. I lived in a quiet neighborhood and there wasn't a whole lot of cars that went down the street, so I sort of noticed when they did. It was a black car and the windows were tinted. It parked across the street, but slightly past my house. Of course, I was paranoid and worried that it was the Jonathan guy. I watched the car from my window, hoping to see anybody get out of the car that wasn't Jonathan from Starbucks. But nobody was getting out. Then my phone started to vibrate and ring in my left hand as I held the living room curtain open with my right. It just about gave me a heart attack, and I closed the curtain and looked at who was calling me. It was a number that I didn't recognize. I decided to answer it. The voice on the other end was the familiar voice of Jonathan. I heard him ask me why I was watching him and told me to come outside. I freaked out at this and screamed as loud as I could that I was calling the police. He then hung up on me, and I opened the curtain slightly to see his car pulling away. I then called the police, and they said they would be on their way. They arrived a short time later along with Lisa. I gave them as much information as I could on Jonathan, and I stayed at Lisa's house the next few nights. Finally, I was told that Jonathan had been found, and I would no longer have to worry about him anymore. He had worked at the first Starbucks I had been to almost every day, and apparently asked to transfer when he realized I had gone to another one. I just wonder how long he knew where I lived, or how many times he had been to my house without me noticing.
To start off, I'm a 26-year-old female. The story happened to me almost 15 years ago, but it will forever haunt me. Back then, social media was just beginning. Even though my parents were against it, I had secretly made a MySpace account and became obsessed, as most teenagers are with social media nowadays. However, there was still no such thing as catfish, so children weren't aware of the dangers of social media. With that being said, I had over 1,000 friends, some of which I didn't know. Keep this part in mind as the story continues. Being the baby in the family, I never got dibs on using the computer at home, so I would walk to the local library just about every day to log onto MySpace. The library was about a 4-minute walk from my house, and I always felt safe, even without having a cell phone with me. On this particular day, I'd followed the same routine and walked to the library after school. That day, for some reason, my mom had given me her flip phone to call for a ride home if I didn't feel like walking once it got dark. I arrived at the library, and I sat behind the computer and began scrolling away. I noticed a familiar face, another girl who lived in the neighborhood, and she came down and sat next to me. Because we were supposed to be quiet while in the library, we chatted through the messenger on MySpace instead. We sat together for about an hour when she had sent me a chat and said, "Do you see that man over there?" As I looked up, I noticed a man who was in his 40s to 50s, and he was peeking through the bookshelves at us. He had on a baseball cap, so I was unable to get a great look at his face, but I could clearly see his dark eyes staring straight at me. I chatted her back, and I told her I had noticed, and I was creeped out. As time passed though, the man would take breaks by walking to a different book aisle, but he would always end up back behind the bookshelf staring at me. I felt myself becoming more and more creeped out, but like a silly teenager, MySpace seemed more important at the time than getting out of this crazy situation. My friend who was sitting next to me chatted me one last time, telling me she had to go home now. A pit in my stomach formed as I watched her log off her account and grab her bag to leave. As she then walked away, I noticed the man coming closer to me. With almost no hesitation, he sat right next to me and began using the computer. I now felt an overwhelming feeling of danger, but I tried to stare directly at my screen so he wouldn't notice how scared I was. After a few moments, I glanced at his computer screen, and what I saw made all the hairs on my neck stand up. My own private MySpace pictures. Yes, private. I knew that in order to view those pictures, you had to be my friend on MySpace. However, I didn't even know this man. My mind began to race, as I couldn't figure out how this was possibly happening. I had enough. I took out my mom's cell phone and began dialing. As I then said, "Mom, I really need a ride right now." The man became aware that I had saw his screen, and he then shut off his computer, put his head in his hands as if he was embarrassed and he was hiding his face. I got up and hid in another corner of the library until my mother arrived. When she came up the stairs, I was hysterical, and I tried my best to explain the situation to her. She walked over and took a good look at the man, almost to let him know that he had not gotten away with this one. When I later got home, we informed my dad, and he went back to the library to watch the man, as we were really concerned that he was stalking me. My dad discreetly followed him home so we had his address if anything else happened. To this day, I'm convinced that he was indeed a catfish who I had naively accepted, and that he must have been following me and knew my routine. I'm beyond thankful that I had my mom's cell phone, and that I was smart enough not to walk home alone. If I had, I really don't think I'd be here today. Do not accept people you don't know as followers. The extra follower really isn't worth it.
Back when I was in elementary school, I had a lot of different friends. During those times, I went to several sleepovers, usually with my best friend James or some of my other good friends. At one point during 5th grade though, I remember that I had a friend named Orion. I was pretty good friends with Orion, but not like best friends or anything. I thought he was cool though. He was one of my newer friends because the previous year was his first at my school. I'd been to his house once before for his birthday, and I think his parents were rich or something because their house was super nice. He also had all the latest video games and a giant TV. So one day, he invited me over to have a sleepover at his house, and I was really excited. His mom called mine later in the day, and then the next day, I went to his house after school. When I got to Orion's house, I was surprised to see 2 other kids there. There were 2 guys who seemed to be our age, but I didn't recognize them. They weren't Orion's brothers because I knew he was an only child. He introduced me to them and said they were his friends from his last school. Their names were Joey and Thomas. I had no idea that Orion was having other friends over as well. It made me a little less comfortable because I didn't know these guys, but I figured that it would still be fun. Orion kind of started talking to Joey and Thomas and didn't seem to pay as much attention to me. He talked about things that I didn't really know about, and I felt like the odd man out. We played video games, but had to take turns because there were 4 of us and only 3 controllers. After hours of that, we finally decided to go to bed. We were all going to sleep in Orion's basement. They had a big room with several couches and also had a couple of air mattresses. 2 of us would take the 2 couches, and the other 2 would take the 2 air mattresses. I took the couch which was on the end of the room, closest to the stairs. I really didn't know what time it was when we all went to sleep, but it had to be pretty late. At one time during the night, I woke up. When I did, I saw that Thomas was crouched down at the end of the couch that I was sleeping on. He appeared to be going through my backpack. I mostly had school stuff inside of it, but had a bunch of other stuff as well. I was confused as to why he was doing this. Before I had a chance to sit up or ask him what he was doing, he stood up with my backpack in hand and walked out of the room. I sat up looking around wondering what Thomas, a kid I barely knew, was doing with my backpack. Everybody else was sleeping. About a minute later, I heard his footsteps coming back and I pretended to be asleep. When he was back in the room, I opened my eyes to see. I saw Thomas, but he no longer had my backpack, and my backpack was not back at the end of the couch either. Then, Thomas got back to his air mattress and went back to sleep. I fell asleep again shortly after, and the next morning when I woke up and my backpack still wasn't there, I confronted Thomas. In front of everybody after we were all up, I asked Thomas why he took my backpack during the night. I said that I had seen him. He started laughing, but I could tell in his face that he was nervous. He said that he never touched my backpack, and he didn't know what I was talking about. I described to him in detail what I saw, but he still denied it, and he started to get mad at me as well. I asked him where my backpack was, and then showed everyone how mine wasn't there. They suggested that I didn't even bring a backpack. Now this really made me bad, because it seemed like Joey and Orion were both taking Thomas's side. I told them that I was going home, and I needed my backpack. Then I called my mom. She came to pick me up, and even went inside Orion's house, and we both looked for it. But eventually, Orion's parents basically kicked us out and said that if it turned up, they would call us. I went home furious. Obviously, I had taken my backpack to Orion's house because I had gone there straight from school, and I always brought my backpack to school. Inside of my backpack, it was mainly school stuff like notebooks, folders, and pencils, but I also had some things of value, such as my Nintendo DS and several games for it, and other little knickknacks and some food. I told my mom all about what had happened, and she told me she would call Orion's parents again the next day if they didn't find it. This was a Saturday, and the next day, on Sunday, when I woke up, I went outside, and on the front step of my house was my backpack. However, it was open and emptied out, except for the school supplies. Literally everything was gone from it other than my notebooks, folders, and pencils. I was livid. The next day at school, I told Orion all about it, and surprisingly, he still took the side of his friend Thomas. He said that he had no clue how my backpack would end up at my front step, and then he got mad at me for accusing Thomas of stealing from me and said that Thomas was his best friend. That basically ended our friendship, and I never hung out with him again and barely even spoke to him for the next 2 years until he changed schools again. I really don't know who left my backpack at my front step. There's no way that Thomas would know where I lived. Overall, this was one of the creepiest things to happen to me. Back when I was a sophomore in high school, my family moved to a new city. We lived in the same state, but about 2 hours away from where we used to live, due to my mother changing jobs. I liked the move because we were in an area with more things to do now. Before, we had lived more out in the country. However, what I didn't like was that I didn't know anybody in the area, and I didn't really have any friends yet. I would have to change schools and go to a different high school than I did my freshman year. My old school only had about 50 kids in each grade, and my new school had about 200. When I started out, most people there seemed nice, but I didn't really make any good friends. But about the second week of school, there was a kid who I'm just going to call Joe for this story. Joe was also new to this school. We had a gym class together, and we became friends because we were partners in some gym game that we played. We also had our 5th hour class together, and he quickly became my best friend. Most days, we would talk at any opportunity and would work on homework together during class if the teacher gave us time, things like that. We also would eat at the same lunch table. A few weeks went by, and I started making some new friends, but I still considered Joe to be my best friend. Joe had sort of long brown hair, glasses, and was average height. He was pretty nice for the most part, but he occasionally would say or do some weird things. He and I did not have much in common at all, other than being new students in this school and having 2 classes together. Most of our interests were different. I would say that we mostly just talked about school and just basic stuff. One time Joe said that we should hang out after school, and I told him sure. I gave him my address, and he was going to come over after school on the next Friday. This was probably about a month into the school year now. When Friday arrived, I asked Joe if he was still coming over after school that day. He told me no. He said that he couldn't anymore because he had forgotten about something that he had going on. He said maybe next week though. I wasn't that disappointed, and I would probably just do what I usually did on Friday nights anyways, which was play video games. After school that day, I went home and did just that. I took some breaks to eat and things like that, but luckily for me, I remembered that I didn't have much homework to do at all that weekend. I stayed up sort of late, which I usually did on weekends. I went to bed at probably 1 o'clock in the morning after I got really sleepy. Our house was a 1-story home, and my bedroom was on the front side of the house. My brother's bedroom was next to mine, and my parents' was across the hallway next to the bathroom. After I fell asleep, I woke up to the sound of some noise in my room. I was really disoriented at first, because I must have been sleeping pretty deeply. After hearing another noise, I sat up in my bed to see what was going on. The room remained mostly dark, like when I had fallen asleep, except for my TV screen in the corner of the room. But there was another light coming from my window. I looked to it and realized that my window was open. I normally had drapes covering the window when I slept, but they were partly moved to the side, and I could see my window was slid up. I then looked to the floor beneath the window, and a figure was there. When I saw it, I jumped back in my bed. That's when I saw the figure stand up, and it was Joe. I said nothing, probably because I was so shocked. He looked at me and started snickering a little bit, like a quiet laugh. Finally, I asked him what he was doing here. He didn't answer me at first, and just sort of stood there. Then he said, "Nothing." I really didn't know what to say. I guess I was thinking of what I should ask him out of the thousands of questions going around in my head, but my mind was still a little bit groggy. Before I got the chance, though, he moved back over to the window. Then he jumped back outside and shut the window on his way out. I was then wide awake and went to the window and looked outside of it. I just barely saw Joe now walking away down the street. He must have gotten in easily through the window because I typically slept with my window open just a crack, but why would he even come to my house? I looked at the clock, and it was almost 4 o'clock in the morning. It took me a little while, but eventually I was able to fall back asleep. When Monday came the following week, I planned to ask Joe what that was all about, but Joe wasn't at school that day. In fact, I didn't see Joe for the rest of the semester. I did see him during the next semester in the hallway a couple of times, but I didn't get the opportunity to talk to him. After that school year, he must have changed schools again because I never saw him again after that. In recent years, I've tried to look Joe up on social media, but have never been able to find him. He has a fairly common name, and I don't know exactly what he would look like now or where he is. I think he was probably going to try and steal from me that night, but I caught him in the act. I just recently went to KFC again the other day. I hadn't been there for a few years, and after going back, it reminded me of one of the scariest moments I had as a kid. I'm an adult now, and this took place probably about 20 years ago. I was maybe like 7 or 8, and my family would occasionally get KFC for dinner. It was one of my favorite things that we would get, and I always looked forward to it. Usually, my dad would go and pick it up from the restaurant and bring it home, and then we'd have it in our dining room. One night, I decided to go with my dad for some reason. I'm not really sure why, but it was a Saturday night, and it must have been either the fall or the spring, because I remember that it was sort of cold out, and it was already almost dark at about 6:30 p.m. We went inside, and my dad got in line to order. There was like one person ahead of us who was currently ordering, and as I waited, I began to kind of wander off around the restaurant. I remember that nobody else was sitting down and eating throughout the entire place. I got bored easy and was kind of in my own world, just walking around, looking at what I saw. I noticed that the person who had been ordering in front of my dad left, and my dad was now up to order. I was just looking around the place, and was near the back corner where there was another door. I was looking out the window when I heard the main door in front of the KFC open. I saw a man walk inside, and he went up to my dad as if he was starting to talk to him. Then, the back door that was near me opened. I saw a grown woman walk in. She sort of looked around, and then at me and smiled. She then extended her hand to me to shake it and said hi. I was sort of confused by this, but I shook her hand and then said hi back to her. But in shaking my hand, she didn't let go. She grabbed my wrist and started walking backwards to the door, only about 5 feet away. I was surprised by this, and before I knew it, we were outside. I didn't say anything and was just really confused at first. I remember the woman said something like she just wanted to show me something really quick. She led me right around the corner of the building to a van. It looked older and beat up, and the door was already open. She then put her other arm around me and kind of lifted me into the van without telling me to go inside or anything. At the same time, I saw a man come jogging from the other side of the building. When he got closer, I recognized him to be the same man that had started talking to my dad. He helped the woman get me inside the van, and they slammed the door shut. The man then sprinted around to the driver's door. Around the same time, though, I started to see another guy running around the corner of the building where we were. It was my dad. He was sprinting towards us, and I heard the woman who was in the back seat next to me, still holding onto my wrist, start to scream. She was yelling "go" to the man, but the man driving then turned and said, "No, let him out." My dad reached the van and stood in front of it. I could hear him yelling. The woman ended up opening my door and then shoving me outside. My dad came around and grabbed me as they sped away. I remember my dad pointing out that the van didn't have any license plates on it when they drove off. We then went back inside after that, and my dad called the police and then began yelling at the people working at KFC. Obviously, it wasn't their fault, but he was just angry. The whole time, I didn't really know what to do. I just never expected anything like that to happen. After the police arrived at the KFC, I talked to a few officers and told them everything that happened, including describing the man and woman and their vehicle. Eventually, I was able to go home. We didn't go to that particular KFC for a long time after that. This happened during a cold night in 2017. It was probably about 10 p.m. or so. I was on my way home and stopped at a Burger King that was maybe 5 minutes away. When I got there, I parked and went inside to order. It wasn't very busy at all. I was inside the restaurant for maybe 5 minutes, give or take. Then I left to go back to my car. When I was leaving, that's when I remember seeing a guy standing outside for the first time. There was a man standing just outside next to the building, but maybe 15 feet down from me. He was kind of just standing there, and as I walked to my car, I could tell he was starting to walk after me. I got to my vehicle and entered it, but then saw in my mirror the man was now only a few feet away from my car and walking closer. He then came over to my driver's window. I rolled it down just a little bit and asked if I could help him. The man said yes and told me that he was freezing. It was winter time and it was really cold out. The man was wearing a jacket, but I guess he was still cold. If you were outside for long enough, no matter if you had a jacket on or not, you would probably get cold. The man asked me if he could sit in my car to warm up, just for a couple of minutes. My answer was no, pretty quickly. I didn't even really have to think about it at all. I mean, who would let a random stranger sit in their car just to warm up? I was trying to get home to eat, and I didn't want to wait around. Plus, I didn't know who this guy was, where he was from, or where he was going. I also realized looking back that if the man did just want to warm up so bad, why didn't he just go inside the Burger King instead of standing outside? After I told the man no, he tried to persuade me. I rolled up my driver's window all the way as he was still talking. Then, I started backing out of my parking space. The parking lot only had 3 other cars in it scattered around. They were a ways away, and I was parked across from the restaurant near a grassy area with a long line of bushes. As I was backing up, the man hit my driver's window with his fist. Then, I started to drive forward to leave, and the guy kicked my car. I saw 2 other men emerge from the bushes a short distance from where I had parked. Those 2 men ran at my car, and one of them reached it. All he was able to really do, though, is just hit my car. By then, I was driving faster. I remember pulling out of the parking lot and seeing 3 men running after me. They wouldn't be able to catch me on foot, though. I kept driving, and soon realized that I should call the police, which I did. I told them about the guys, but I never heard anything back, meaning they probably got out of there after I left. I made it home okay, and I also never saw the guys again after that. My car didn't really have any damage to it, which I was also happy to see. I didn't go to that particular Burger King again for a while, though. To this day, I'm very certain that the man was just trying to get me to let him inside my car. Then the other 2 men would have come out of the bushes and done who knows what. I really hope they didn't do that to anybody else. Always be aware of your surroundings, especially at night.
It was 5 o'clock in the morning, and I was tired as hell. I had just finished having a 6-hour fight with my mom that ended in me throwing her against a wall after she tried hitting me in the face with a broom. "I'm calling your daddy, bitch," she said 5 seconds after her head hit the wall. That phrase meant that I would have to live with my dad, who she thought was more hellish than her. Although this was the first time any of our fights had gotten physical, and the first time I hit her back, that wasn't the first time she threatened to call my father. This seemed to be the pattern. She would go too far in one of her infamous tantrums. It would become too much for one person, me, to deal with. I would call my father. He would get me. After a few months of being happily away from her, she would call Child Protective Services and remind them that she still had full custody. Then, off again, I went to deal with her pill-induced rages. This happened more times than I care to admit. The few times the police were called and our living conditions were investigated, she would always get her way. In everyone's eyes, I was a disrespectful teenager who needed to learn his place in the world. In contrast, she was a single mother who was trying to do the best for her child. It didn't help that I was black either, and every police officer that my mom called treated me as such.
"Get your ass back in the house. You should be happy she's trying,"
the police officers would say. But she wasn't trying. She was unemployed and happily consumed the pills she couldn't sell. The police wouldn't even come inside the house. Every time they came, my mom made sure to meet them outside so they wouldn't see the filth that had taken over our home. Anyway, back to the story. After the fight, I tried to calm my nerves. I knew the next day would consist of more fights, more drama, and a ton of lectures from adults who had no idea what they were talking about. Not a minute after I laid down, I heard the voice that caused me time and time again to go out of character. My mother's voice. Echoes of exaggerated mm-hms and yeahs were being yelled from the next room. She was cackling and laughing with her equally annoying best friend, Reginald. From what I gathered, she said how she was going to walk into my room, throw a duffel bag at my head, and tell me to get the fuck out of her house. She had taken everything from me, but I refused to let her take my dignity and unpreparedly put me out on the street. I packed a bag as quietly as I could, tiptoed down the hallway, and silently unlocked the door to leave. I was off into the night. I didn't know the neighborhood all that well. This was our 5th apartment within the last 3 years, so after the 3rd one, I just stopped bothering to learn the routes altogether. I walked around aimlessly for about 4 blocks. I didn't care where I was going, as long as I got away from that apartment. I was using the time to think of what would happen the next day when, what seemed out of nowhere, a man popped up from down the sidewalk. I gave out an involuntary, "What the fuck?" and took a step back. I didn't know if he was trying to purposely scare me or if he was just a homeless person about to ask for money. He had a long beard, a bald spot I could see from a mile away, and a brown paper bag. I recovered myself. I couldn't afford to look scared in a neighborhood like this. I lowered my head and turned around to find another route, but tripped in the process, spilling all remnants out of my bag. I tried to gather all my stuff that fell, but the guy was getting antsy, coming closer and closer. I was only able to gather my iPad and a pair of underwear before I decided to fuck it and ran off as fast as I could. The street was dark and I felt my contacts falling out. You never know how truly cold the world is until you're caught without a jacket. I ran a full block before I had to catch my breath. I was tired, crying, furious, alone, and scared. I couldn't do this anymore. I decided to turn back and go home when the same man, who I thought I outran, started limping towards me. He looked tired too, but determined to catch me. "What the fuck do you want, old man?" I thought. I could see the sun starting to rise. I thought maybe if I just kept running, I would eventually find a police officer to help me get back home. But that was a useless idea. They would see a sweaty black teenager running down the street holding an iPad. What if they thought I stole it? What if they actually believed my story but put me in jail anyway for running away? In the middle of running for my life, I heard the most southern voice any man could have.
"You Renee's boy, right?"
I stopped dead in my tracks and turned my head around, making sure to keep my distance. Why does my mom have to know everyone in this town? I thought. "Yeah?" I said, trying to muster some kind of authority in my already shaking voice.
"Why are you out here?"
he said, slowly approaching me more and more. With every step he took forward, I made sure to take 2 steps back.
"She know you out here?"
I don't know why I responded. I don't know why I didn't just keep running. "Nah," I said, trying to match his accent and obvious illiteracy. He zipped down his fly and said,
"She ain't gotta know either."
Remember earlier when I said my mom sold pills? Well, a horrid epiphany crossed my mind. He wasn't one of my mom's friends. He was one of her customers. A grin started to spread across his face that still haunts me to this day. His eyes were a jaundiced yellow, almost cat-like. I've never seen eyes that looked so hungry.
"You help me out, I help you out,"
he said, still slowly approaching me. "Get the fuck away from me!" I yelled as loudly as I could. With what little energy I had, I turned away, preparing to run again. I hadn't even made it 3 feet before I heard sirens blaring from around the corner. The bearded man took off. After seeing him run, I had another terrible realization. He could have caught me at any time. Hell, he was a lot faster than I was. Who knows how long he was watching me before he popped up from around that corner. The police brought me back to my mom's house, completely ignoring my warning about the homeless pedophile. Most of my prediction came true. My mom was the one who called the police. The officer said they'd been looking for me for almost 4 hours. 30 more minutes and they would have had to issue an Amber Alert. I was sent away to live with my dad for 3 months. It was pretty chill and a lot more calming than I was used to. My mom got arrested shortly after. I still don't know what for, but my guess is she tried to cheat the wrong person out of their pills. I'm 20 years old now, and I still think about that homeless man's surreal grin and how far I would have got had it not been for those sirens.
To start off, I'd like to say that I'm a female, and I'm 30 years old. This happened to me when I was 14, and I'll never forget it. It was summertime, and I was visiting my cousin in Orlando, Florida. I was to stay with her the entire summer break, and occasionally go see my dad, who wasn't too far away. During the stay at her place, I'd met a lot of her friends who were about 4 to 5 years older than me. One of her friends, who we'll call Denise, was really cool, and she had a few younger sisters and younger brothers who really liked to hang out with me. So one day my cousin says that we were invited by Denise for a sleepover, and I couldn't have been more excited because my aunt's house was always so hot, and to be honest, kind of a little boring. We packed a little bag and headed over to Denise's house. Before I go on, my parents had no clue where I was. I didn't even know where I was. I wasn't really familiar with the area, and I didn't pay any attention to the surroundings on the drive over. To continue, we arrive at Denise's house, and again, She had sisters and a brother, who I actually found out were her half-siblings, and they lived with their mom and dad, which was Denise's stepdad. The first night there, they took us to the movies, the mall, and then when we got home, they ordered us some food for us to eat. Denise's parents were extremely friendly, so I began to trust them almost immediately. I know, stupid kid. Anyway, that night was a real blast, and we had stayed up really late, laughing all night long. The next morning, we all woke up and we then had some cereal and went about our day. Again, having lots of fun, playing in the pool in the backyard, and staying up late. I had started to worry about not packing enough clothes, as I thought we would just be there for the weekend. But my cousin then told me we'd be going home the next day. When the next day came, I was all packed up and ready to go. But I was told we would be getting picked up later in the day, which was fine, as I was having a lot of fun being there. Denise's stepdad went to the store and came back with a lot of oysters and a lot of beer. Then only a few moments later, a few of his friends came by, all older men like himself, probably around the age of 40 and up. I immediately began to feel uncomfortable, but I just stayed away from them. I would occasionally walk past them, and they would all be staring at me. I was a bit on the chubby side, so I kinda had a little bit of meat on my body, and I guess they liked that. They were all standing around eating and drinking, sweating bullets. My cousin warned me to stay away from them, as they were all drunk and could potentially harm me in some way, if you know what I mean. So I did just that, again, making as little interaction as possible. I found myself outside looking for my cousin at some point, and I didn't know where she ran off to. So I went inside the house, and as I'm walking down a really long hallway towards the kid's bedroom, Denise's stepdad came out of his bedroom. I knew he was a little drunk, so I was kind of nervous. I gave a really nervous smile, and I attempted to walk past him. He kind of just stood there, blocking my way to the bedroom. I laughed nervously and tried to squirm past him, but he then grabbed both of my wrists with his hands, squeezing extremely tightly to the point where I was frozen with fear, and I started to cry. He held my wrist there for what seemed like an eternity, and the pain got worse, and I could only think one thing. This guy was going to do something to me. Finally, I heard a voice calling out for me, and I then realized it was my cousin. I was still in such shock that I couldn't respond, but when he realized she was looking for me, he immediately let me go. I then ran out to my cousin in tears, and I asked when we were leaving, and she said her mom was on the way. When she asked me why I was crying, I just told her I wanted to go home. She didn't realize how red my wrists were at the time, but I could clearly see that it was super visible. When my aunt arrived to pick us up, I walked out of the house looking for Denise's stepdad, so I wouldn't get too close to him. I caught him staring at me, not even looking away when my eyes met his. It was almost like he was still thinking of what he was going to do with me. I was sick to my stomach all over again. Thankfully, I had made it out of this situation without becoming a victim of some sort. I don't remember where Denise's mom was. I believe she was working that day. I don't know what her stepdad's intentions were, but I have a pretty good idea of what he may have been thinking. It took me years to share this story. The shock from what happened will always remain part of me. I wanted to share this because maybe all the young listeners out there will learn something from this. Or maybe parents who have young kids will start being more careful of whose house they spend the night at. It may not be the worst story, but it was an absolutely horrifying experience. I really consider myself lucky.
This is something that happened back when I was 19. During that time period, I lived at home with my parents, and I worked at the local Dollar Tree. I was a part-time employee, and would usually work anywhere from 2 to 4 nights per week. And usually it was always night shifts, many of them closing. Our store was generally pretty quiet, and when we closed, we usually only had 1 or 2 employees working. I remember that one night, after a pretty average shift, I came home and was eating before bed. That night in particular, I had gotten off a little before close, which was 10 p.m., and my coworker had locked the doors and stuff. So it was about 10:30 at this point, and both of my parents said goodnight to me and headed off to bed. I was having some pizza and sitting in the living room watching something on TV. After this, I was going to go to bed myself. I was pretty tired from the long day. Now, our living room is at the front end of the house. There's a large window that looks out to the front yard, and you can see the driveway as well. As I was sitting there on the couch, I saw headlights through the window as if somebody was turning into our driveway. I didn't know who it could be. My younger brother was 16 and had his license at the time of the story, but he was home and in his bedroom playing video games. I turned around and looked out the window. I saw a car pulling into the driveway that looked to be a smaller sedan and was a dark color. The car stopped at the back of the driveway, and surprisingly, the headlights then turned off. This was a little creepy to say the least, and I kept watching to see if anybody would get out. But for probably 2 or 3 minutes, nobody did. I could tell that the car was still running. Then, the car backed out of the driveway and drove off. I figured that someone was either lost or had the wrong address or something. Maybe they just wanted to turn around and turned off the lights not to shine them at our house. I continued watching TV and forgot all about it. I kind of got hooked onto the TV show that I was watching, and I wasn't really as tired as I had been just minutes earlier. Probably an hour or so went by. By now, it was almost midnight. I was still sitting there on the couch, and I heard a car coming from outside, and I looked and saw a car pulling into the driveway again. It was the same car as before. Now this was really strange. By this time, the car's engine turned off. My heart started to beat a little faster when it did. Then I heard a door open, and I saw somebody start to get out. I moved from where I was. I wanted to make sure that whoever it was didn't see me, and that our front door was locked. I moved over and away from the window and saw that the door was in fact locked. Then, whoever was there made it to the front step. When they did, they tried opening the door. It was really shocking to me, and I went to the window to see who it was. I was careful not to let them see me, and I saw a man standing there. He was a bigger guy with really long, dark, and curly hair. His hair went past his shoulders, and I had never seen him before. This really creeped me out, and I ran to my parents' bedroom and knocked on their door. Meanwhile, I didn't hear any knocking at our front door from the guy who was there. It seemed like he had only tried to enter. After a minute or so, my dad got up and asked me what was going on. I told him about the guy at the front step, and my dad went over to investigate. When we got back to the living room, though, the man wasn't there anymore. I looked out the front window, and his car was gone too. Still, I was afraid that he would return. My dad checked around the house, but there was no sign of anybody. So after that, I went to bed. Nothing else happened that night. The next day, though, I worked again at the Dollar Tree. It was one of my typical shifts, which was 4 to 10 p.m., and at first, things were kind of busy, and I was working with 2 other employees. That soon turned to 1 other employee, and as the night went on, things only got quieter. Then, at about 9 p.m. or so, with the store being extremely quiet, my coworker left. I would be closing the store tonight because my coworker had done it the previous night. So during the final hour, I only recall one lady shopping for a few minutes, and then she left. That is, until probably 9:30. At that point, I saw a man walking into the store. When I saw him, my jaw dropped. I thought that I recognized him from something, and then I realized what it was. He was a big guy with long, dark, and curly hair. Was it the man who was at my house last night? I looked out into the parking lot and saw a smaller car, just like the one that had been in our driveway. This made me extremely nervous. I was all alone inside the store with him. I thought about calling my coworker and asking her to come back, but I decided not to. I tried to play it cool. Maybe it was just a coincidence. Maybe this guy didn't know that it was my house last night, or maybe he didn't know that I worked here. He seemed to be walking around the store, but I couldn't tell exactly where he was. The guy was out of my sight for maybe 5 minutes. Then I saw him appear again towards the front. He wasn't going to buy anything though, and he just left. I was glad to see this. The man walked back out to his car and got inside, but he didn't drive away. I kept an eye on him, and I hoped that he would leave. When a little more time went by and we didn't get any more customers, I decided to lock up and just leave. I wanted to get home and away from this guy. I quickly walked through the store and made sure that everything was fine and nobody else was there. I didn't bother to organize any of the shelves, and I went to lock up. When I got to the doors, the guy's car was still there in the parking lot. After I had finished and was about to walk to my car, I realized that I would have to walk past him. I was parked towards the back of the lot, and the guy was across from me, but closer to the store. There were other stores very close by in the shopping center, but in the parking lot space for Dollar Tree, it was just our two vehicles. I decided that I would just go for it and began walking to my car, but I took no more than 5 steps before I saw and heard the door start to open to the man's car. Instantly, I turned around and started walking down the sidewalk area in front of the store. There were a few other stores connected to the Dollar Tree, and I suddenly had the idea to go inside one of them. I would feel much safer if I could do that. But the first few stores were closed. Meanwhile, as I walked, I could hear the man walking now behind me. He was a decent ways back, but definitely following me. I didn't bother to look behind me at all. There was a Target store that appeared to probably still be open. The parking lot had a decent amount of cars in it. When I got closer, I saw somebody walking in, and I felt much better. Soon, I had made it to the Target. The man was still walking behind me at about the same following distance. After walking inside Target, the man followed me in. I decided to start walking up and down the aisles. As I did this, I got out my phone and texted my mom. Meanwhile, the man was trailing me a ways back, wherever I would go. My mom texted me back, saying that she could come and pick me up. I thought about trying to get back to my car. In that isolated part of the parking lot, I didn't want to risk it. I asked my mom if she could, and she said that she would be there in about 10 minutes. In the meantime, I had to keep walking all around, up and down the aisles of Target. Every time I got into a new area, I would see the man a ways back. I kept looking at my phone over and over, hoping that my mom would be there already. At last, she told me that she was out front in the parking lot. I started walking to the front end of the store, and the man was still behind me. He was maybe about 40 feet back or so, if I had to guess. When I got to the doors and they opened, I could see my mom's car. That's when I started running. I sprinted for her vehicle and I got inside as fast as I could. We both saw the man walking out of Target, and my mom quickly drove away. We were a good distance from where the man's car was, and we were able to make it back home all right without being followed. When we got home, I gave my keys to my dad, and my mom drove him to my car so that he could bring it back to our house. When they got back to my car, luckily the man was gone. I stayed up late that night, hoping that the man wouldn't go to our house again, and luckily he didn't. Since that experience, I never saw him after that. I realized that he probably saw me working that first night that he showed up at my house. I just hadn't seen him at all. I must have not noticed or remembered him. I certainly did when he entered the store that next night, though.
So this happened a few months ago. I'm a sophomore in college and was traveling down to my hometown over break. I was having some relationship issues with my stepmom, so I didn't want to stay at my dad's house that night. I arrived soon after in my hometown. I phoned a friend of mine from high school to ask if I could stay at his place. I knew them from social media, and I knew he was still in town. I've stayed there before. I knew it would be a good place for me to stay if they would allow it. So my friend, let's call him Z, seemed like a pretty normal dude. We weren't like best friends or anything, but we got pretty close by the time we graduated. We would occasionally text or hang out if I was actually in town, catch up and reminisce on times that we'd spent in orchestra or in English class together. When I called, he seemed extremely enthusiastic. Z's a normally upbeat guy, but this time, it seemed like he was getting a brand new car or something. I didn't really think about it in the time, and he said I could sleep in the guest room, so I headed over there. When I got to his house, he was just as excited as he was on the phone. He was bringing up stuff to do like getting high and watching weird movies or just playing some video games. Z's parents weren't home, so we really wanted the opportunity to smoke. I was actually pretty tired from the drive, but since we rarely saw one another, I thought a little bit of bonding couldn't hurt. We played Smash Bros, smoked some weed, and just chatted for a few hours. It lasted a little longer than I wanted to, but we were having fun, so whatever, right? By the time it was getting really late, I'd say around 2 a.m., he started asking me some pretty weird questions, like if I ever wondered what it was like to kill someone, or if I thought anyone would miss me if I was gone. He asked me this along some other normal questions, like if I had a boyfriend, or how my parents are doing, or if I'm making any friends at school. It all gave me a really weird feeling, and I was definitely confused in the moment. but it didn't really hit me until after that Z could be assessing me for something bad. The weirdness of it all just made me want to go to bed. I ended up stopping the game and both went to the basement where his room is and the guest room was. We say goodnight, and I go to my room and get ready for bed. I'm having some trouble sleeping, just insomnia that I've had for a while, so I stay awake for around an hour or so, until I hear movement outside of my room. The walls in the basement were pretty thin, so I could hear footsteps walking past my door, and then up the stairs to the main floor, and back down quietly after that. What struck me as odd was that I didn't hear the basement door open, which creaked when it did. The light didn't turn on either, so I was confused on what Z was actually doing. I then heard him go back to his room. I had this odd feeling, just ever since I met him this night, he seemed a lot different than he's ever been. I decided to look him up on social media and just Google to see if there was anything out of the ordinary. Everything seemed normal until I found his Tumblr, which was linked from his inactive Twitter account that I found on my Twitter contact list. His Tumblr was, well, disturbing. There were graphic drawings of mutilated bodies of humans and animals. There was links to suspicious-looking websites that I didn't dare to click on. There was text posts and stories about murdering, cannibalism, necrophilia, and torture. There were photos of guns and knives and axes, which after looking closely, were definitely taken inside of his bedroom. The last post, around a week prior, was a text post from the account saying he wished he could find somebody easy to kill, like a homeless person or something. I was immediately filled with dread. I knew he was going to do something. He must have gone upstairs to lock the door. I packed up my things, and luckily I packed lightly. Opened up this small window at the top of my bedroom's wall. I started desperately climbing through. As I was pulling my legs through, he opened the door. It was dark, but the streetlight illuminated enough for me to see that he was carrying something long and skinny. Probably a knife. He didn't say anything. I didn't say anything. I just turned around and hopped back in my car and drove as fast as I could to my dad's house. I immediately blocked him on everything and reported that Tumblr account, not before telling the police as well. They told me they couldn't do anything, as the guns were registered under his dad, and he hasn't actually done anything yet. Nevertheless, I told my other high school friends not to hang out with Z. Ever since then, I've been creeped out whenever I meet new people. Just the realization that someone I knew so well could underneath be this person who could hurt me, who could have killed me. I don't know what you're doing now, Z. I'm not sure I want to know, but I really hope you're getting help.
This happened when I was in college. I lived in Isla Vista, the student community at UCSB, notorious for being a party school. It fully lived up to its reputation, I tell you that. I mean, I like to party, but holy shit, these people were off the wall. As such, there were a lot of people who put themselves in dangerous situations, drinking to excess, not being careful, not locking doors, etc. It had a very isolated and insular vibe, and anyone who was hanging around there who wasn't college-aged immediately looked out of place and strange. One night, after having a few drinks, I came home to my small house, where I lived with two other girls, probably around 2:30 in the AM. We were all serious students. I was probably the least serious, actually. And when we partied, it was not your typical UCSB mega rager. More like a small get-together with friends. We would often have a few people spend the night, sleeping on our furniture, or in our beds as the case may be. That night, my roommates had a few people stay over who I didn't know, and I saw when I returned home that one of them was sleeping on the couch. I could tell this from the shadow that I saw there. I didn't turn the light on so I wouldn't wake them up. As I was passing by the couch to enter my bedroom, I noticed that the figure was lying very stiff. He just had this weird energy to him. He was lying down, but it was like he was putting all his energy into lying as still and rigid as possible. I paused, and the guy quickly jerked his head to face me, without moving any of his limbs. He did this so quickly that it startled me. I could see his wide open eyes glinting in the dark. I figured that I'd startled him, or that he was drunk or maybe on some kind of stimulant. I just hurried past into my bedroom, and I locked the door. I fell asleep, but at around 4:30 a.m, I woke up. There was a strange sound at my door, almost like somebody was strumming their fingers against the wood very quietly. I lay still and listened. There were more quiet sounds, like someone was scratching the door with their fingers, which got louder and louder, until it was clear that he was using both his hands and scratching as fast as he could. It created an extremely loud and intimidating sound that filled me with fear. I got my cell phone and texted my roommate because I was afraid to make a sound. "Your friend is freaking me out," I typed. "Is he on coke? Can you talk to him? He's banging and scratching on my door." She didn't text me back, probably because she was sleeping. So I texted my other roommate to the same effect, covering all my bases. Keep in mind that the scratching has been going on at this point for a couple of minutes. I have no idea how he could have sustained it. Scratching a wooden door with your fingernails can't feel good. He also grabbed at my door handle and jiggled it super forcefully. Because neither of them answered, I decided to call and really wake them up, though I was scared to make a sound. I know it sounds stupid, but there was something seriously horrifying about being teased like this through the door. I knew that he was trying to terrify me. I felt like a little kid, but I could tell this guy was fucked up or something, and maybe the police needed to be called, and I wanted to loop my roommates in, since it was one of their friends. The scratching stopped abruptly, and I called my roommate, who answered sleepily. I said, "Your friend is messed up. Can you please deal with this? Do you need me to call the cops? He's seriously scaring me, and he was scratching at my door, really fucking weirdly." She didn't say anything for several seconds, and when she did speak, her voice had no sleepiness in it at all. "What friend?" I replied, "That fucking guy that was sleeping on the couch." She was quiet again. "We didn't have any guys over." She then said, "Call the police." My adrenaline surged, and I told her to please lock her bedroom door as quickly as she possibly could. I realized that I hadn't heard the scratching in a while, and I had no clue where the dude had gone. Suddenly, I heard a loud banging in the other end of the house, where my roommates Lauren and Monica shared a room. The bangs were followed by the sound of them screaming in fear. I quickly dialed the police, as this maniac proceeded to bang against the luckily locked bedroom door of my two roommates as they screamed. The heaviness of the blows left no doubt that he was trying to break the door down. I told the 911 operator the situation, and she dispatched 2 squad cars. The police in Isla Vista are generally used to peeling drunks off the sidewalk and breaking up brawling frat bros. But this was really serious and strange, and I think the dispatcher got the sense from the tone of my voice how terrified I was, and she stayed on the phone with me. At one point, the banging stopped, and everything went quiet. I kept talking to the dispatcher, and suddenly looked down to see that this guy had slipped his fingers through the 1-inch gap between my door and the floor, and was just kind of waggling them around, making this weird growling sound. I screamed and backed away, which is probably my biggest regret about this situation, since when I look back at it, it would have been awesome to just stomp the shit out of those fingers and hear the guy howl in pain. When the cops rolled up, I heard running and the sound of our sliding glass door opening and closing, and then he was gone. The cops never caught him. He had broken in through our side door by jimmying the lock somehow. My door was covered in what turned out to be huge scratches he'd made using a pair of scissors, which he had discarded on the ground before he left. What terrifies me most about this was that I walked right past him, I looked him right in the face. I realize now that he was not trying to sleep, and he was not on drugs, but he was lying there so stiff because he was hiding. He probably heard me open the door and freaked out because he hadn't realized there was someone else living in the house, and just tried to blend into the couch in the darkness.
So this happened about 13 years ago. I was 10 years old at the time and my brother was 8. During that year, we had just moved to a new town and the Walmart had this sweet arcade up near the service desk. So every time my parents would bring us grocery shopping, they'd give us a few dollars and let us go play in the arcade. Now, the town had an incredibly low crime rate and the arcade was right at the front of the store where dozens of people were checking out. So I mean, what could possibly go wrong? So my brother's playing the claw machine while I'm standing on the side of it and trying to help him angle it perfectly above a stuffed animal that he's trying to get. Suddenly this random hillbilly walks up to the claw machine next to us, inserts a quarter and begins moving the claw around. But for most of this time he's making eye contact with my brother and smiling, not even watching his own game. He's not even talking to us. He's just staring and smiling. He has long, thin brown and silver hair pulled back in a loose ponytail at the base of his skull. He also has a camo trucker hat and a long, scraggly beard. I think I can remember vividly the way he smelled. It was kind of like a stale beer ashtray and something that smelled like a sweet yet sour dirt. Or maybe fungus. I'm not really sure. He tries to make small talk with me and my brother. The way we were raised was to always be aware of strangers, but still be polite. Eventually we get bored of the game we're playing and I usher my brother to follow me to a new game, which was on the opposite side of the arcade. A few seconds later, the man follows us, then stationing himself once again right at the claw machine next to us. At some point, an overweight lady had walked in and then said to the hillbilly, "Hey, what are you doing to these little kids?" and then snickers at me. He then replies with,
"I'm trying to win them some stuffed animals."
The lady then begins playing the claw right on the other side of us, so pretty much now my brother and I are literally sandwiched right between these two strange hillbillies. His comment comes across kind of weird to me because I previously thought that maybe he was just trying to win something for his kids or something. But this entire time he had just been following my brother and I around from game to game trying to win us toys. This has been going on for maybe about 20 minutes at this point. They followed us to several different machines and spent a lot of money. Every single time my brother and I switched machines, they'd follow us. The hillbilly then says to the lady,
"Hey, I'm out of money. You got any?"
She then says back, "Nah, I'm broke too." My brother then says, "I have $1 still." Now, this is the part that really scared me. I remember listening to these two talk about some really weird things to us. Asking if I have a boyfriend, asking where we go to school, where our parents work, if we've ever done drugs, etc. But when my brother said he had $1, she then responded with the most terrifying thing I'd heard from them yet. The woman suddenly burst out with, "Well shit, then go ahead and give it to him, boy." Her face was red. The tone in which she shouted was so ear-piercing and gut-wrenching that I could feel the blood drain from my face. My brother looked like he was about to cry. He hands her the $1 and her face lights up. She laughs it off, almost like she's trying to make it seem like she was joking when she yelled at us. My father then walks up a couple of minutes later. As I turn to tell him that these people have spent about $15 to win toys for us, they leave hurriedly before he's able to get a good look at them. My dad is totally livid. He takes us up to the front desk and he tells them what I told him. They had made an announcement on the intercom to keep an eye out for these people and to report it to an employee if they see them. Then they called the police. I don't actually remember this part or really much of anything after my father arrived, but this is what he told me. They never did find the couple. Apparently, the police reviewed the security cameras and then told my parents that the couple left the store pretty much immediately right after my father showed up, and without any groceries. Every time I see a man or woman in Walmart that looks as I remember them, I get really bad anxiety and try to avoid them.
So this happened sometime in April of 2019. I live in a decent-sized city in the western US, and my job at the time was in a restaurant where I work late nights, sometimes until 1 a.m. The job wasn't far from my apartment, so I would walk back every night. My place was in kind of a rundown part of town. Imagine a lot of abandoned lots. Basically, at that time of night, there would be no one around except people like me who were making their way home. So, I'm walking down the road leading up to my place one night. I'm looking down at my phone, and when I lift my head up, I see these two kids, probably like 40 or 50 feet away. And they were holding hands and walking in my direction. This was odd, because the road is a pretty straight shot. There wouldn't have been many alleys or side streets for them to come out of, unless they were just hanging out in one of the empty lots. They were too far away to make out any details, but I was sure that they had to be young kids. This on its own was unsettling, but the way they started behaving after this was what sent me into fuck this shit mode. These two stepped off the curb, looked both ways, and crossed the street. But there was no need to do that on a completely deserted road. But I thought, whatever, kids are taught to look both ways before crossing. That would have been fine. Except, after walking maybe 10 more feet, they stepped off again, looked both ways, and crossed back over the side that they were just on. They did this 4 or 5 times, until they were right in front of me. I could tell at this point it was a boy who looked to be about 13 and a girl who looked to be about 9. Their clothing wasn't exactly like other black-eyed kid encounters I've heard, where they're wearing old-timey rags. Instead, they just had these gray pajama-looking things and white shoes with no logo or brand. Now, I'm a pretty big dude. I'm about 6'1", 240 pounds. I've been stopped and fucked with by all kinds of junkies and weirdos, and always thought I could handle myself. Despite all this, I felt terrified of these two little kids. They came up to me, and even though their eyes weren't solid black, their pupils seemed to be very dark, and they almost had a glow to them. They stopped dead in front of me, and the boy said, "We're lost. Our parents must be worried," in a straight monotone voice. You'd think that 2 lost children in the ghetto at 1 a.m. would be frantic and crying. The girl then chimed in, "We need to use the phone at your house. Our parents must be worried," in the same matter-of-fact way. I told them they could use my cell phone, or I could call the police. They didn't say anything, and the boy just said, "Our parents are worried." I don't know of any other situation where I would leave 2 kids there defenseless, but something in my gut told me to get the fuck out of there. So I just walked past them. After about a block, I looked back and saw them continuing in the other direction, repeatedly crossing the street again. It was one of the most unsettling things that I've ever experienced.
I'm an 18-year-old American male, attending my first semester in college. Sitting in my math class, I noticed a girl that was fairly attractive. I've dated a couple of girls with a similar problem, so the first thing that I noticed was that she had countless scars up and down her wrists, which made me want to be her friend. I introduced myself one day when the professor was late. Before anyone says anything, I have a girlfriend, so I wasn't trying to go after an emotionally fragile pretty girl. I sat next to her and put my hand out saying, "Hi, I'm Fockmuth." To which she said, "Oh hey, I'm Chrissy. We talked for a few days and ended up exchanging numbers. Literally, the day I gave her my number, I was a bit worried. I counted almost 200 texts in the first day, and by a week, the number was literally in the thousands. At first I was just annoyed because that's a fucking lot of texts. But the longer I waited to respond, the more alarming the texts became. The first one said, "Hey, this is Chrissy from math." The 10th said, "I have the right number, right?" And the 15th said, "Is there a fucking problem?" This was all within the first hour or two of me giving her my number. As an experiment, the third day she was texting me, I didn't respond at all, just to see what her answer would be. She sent me a death threat. On the fourth day, I told her that my girlfriend was very protective and didn't want me talking to other girls. This was a lie, but I didn't know what else to say to her. In school, I sat somewhere else instead of next to her. She continued to send me texts, even going as far as to send me pictures of her wrists with new cuts on them. The flash was always on. I sat down for lunch with my laptop in the library, enjoying the quiet. Whether it was coincidence or her finding me on purpose, she was there too. I didn't know she was there until I heard a scraping sound. I glanced up from my laptop to see her sitting 4 tables away, about 20 feet or so, carving into the table with her key. I pretended not to see her, acting like I was really into my work, when in reality, my heartbeat had quadrupled. I kept a calm demeanour, occasionally glancing up. Her eyes rarely left me, and her hand never stopped scraping with her house key. I could feel that eerie sensation of eyes on me, leaving me uneasy and nervous. After about 30 minutes, she slammed down her key, grabbed her bag and stormed out with her black hair flowing behind her. It's a shame she's crazy, because she honestly is very pretty. I looked around and saw that nobody else had noticed what had happened, as most people had their headphones in and were actually working. I casually packed up as if I had a class time approaching, putting my laptop and charger in my backpack and checking my watch a few times as if in a hurry. I felt it necessary that I keep up a charade as if I had another class, when my last class had actually ended hours ago. I did this because the feeling of her watching me never really stopped. On my way out, I walked by the desk she was sitting at. In case someone was watching, I picked up the key with the intent to turn it into the lost and found, which I ended up doing in the end. But my main interest was what she had been carving. It was a very, very rough scratching of my name with a face under it. The eyes were crosses, and a crude knife had been scratched into the face's neck. My number was carved into the table, along with the names that I have on my Snapchat, Instagram, and even the fucking URL for my Facebook. I didn't have her on any of these social medias, so I'm dumbfounded as to how she knew them. The only information missing was my address, thankfully. While I was staring at it, my heartbeat was going crazy. My vision flickered a bit, and I assumed it was because of the shitty fluorescent lighting at the school. I went about my day, kindly turning the key into the library's lost and found, but always feeling uneasy. For the first time in 4 days, I didn't receive a text from her, but my thoughts were premature. Driving home, my phone went off with a text message. I ignored it so that I could check it later, assuming it was probably my girlfriend who got out at this time. When I pulled into my driveway, I got my phone and saw that it was a picture from Chrissy. As it ends up, the flickering in my vision wasn't from the light source of the fluorescent lights. It was the flash on her camera taking a picture of me. She was on the floor above me, watching me look at her etching with the key in my hand. Then, another picture came through of me turning the key in. Finally, another of me pulling away in my car. Sweat broke out while I waited for one of me in my own driveway now. Thankfully, that picture never came. I didn't respond to the 3 that she sent, and I never got another text from her. I went back to class to find her talking to another boy, acting just as happy and normal as she was when she and I first met. Just another pretty girl, I guess.
My biggest mistake in high school was agreeing to take this AP physics class with the seniors. I was a sophomore at the time, so when I walked into the class with the kids much older than I was, my teacher sat me next to the only other person that was even close to my age. He was a freshman and his name was Josh. Josh was one of those people who just gave off weird vibes. He had a sloppily shaven head, empty eyes, and ate warm Skittles in class. He was short and mean looking, and the instant I sat down next to him, my teacher ordered us to exchange numbers and tried to start making us talk. For some reason, I really did not want to talk to him. I wasn't really trying to be an asshole, he just scared me. Sitting next to him felt like what I can only describe as sitting next to a hungry dog while you're holding a piece of chicken. It felt like any second, he would jump on me, even though he was a good 6 inches shorter than I. It really freaked me out that he now had my name and phone number. Even though I didn't even know the kid, I had a feeling that him knowing literally anything about me is not a good thing. Luckily, he didn't talk to me for over a week, and after some time, I thought I was just being maybe overly judgmental about him. He was just a socially awkward kid, right? One day, about 3 weeks after I started that class with him, he talked to me. He said something like, "You're that girl that drives the F-150, right?" And I reluctantly said, "Yeah." He then told me that cars were a hobby of his. He'd seen me driving and liked my truck. Even though I was caught a bit off guard, he seemed innocent and nice. So we did kind of become friends after that. He started texting me a lot after school, asking me a bit about myself and sharing a bit about himself too. Like I said, it seemed innocent. I still couldn't shake that feeling that I shouldn't be telling him anything about myself, and I definitely should not be talking to him. The average conversation continued for a month or so, till one day when I came home from work. I worked at a restaurant about 20 minutes away from my house, so when I turned off my phone to drive to work, I honestly wouldn't turn it back on until I drove back home, as phones were prohibited at the restaurant. So one weekend I came home at like 12 a.m. after doing a closing shift, and he did send me several odd text messages. They all consisted of, "I love you, and I want to take you to homecoming. Be my girlfriend." It all rubbed me the wrong way. He didn't seem to be really asking as much as he was demanding me to have a relationship with him, and I definitely wasn't comfortable with that. I ultimately friend-zoned him and told him that I was going to bed. His response was, no. Just no. It freaked me out. It made me really not want to go to class on Monday, but I had no choice. I had to go. He didn't text me for the rest of the weekend. When I sulked into class on Monday, he gave me that same hungry dog stare from day one. I ignored him the whole class. I practically ran when the bell rang, and when I got to my car in the student parking lot, I saw him watch me drive away from the sidewalk. It freaked me out more than I'd like to admit, so I called one of my guy friends and asked him if I could drive him home from school so that I'd feel safer until creepy Josh would be less creepy. He agreed, and we made an arrangement from there. A lot of people thought that I was overreacting, but I just knew in my gut that I needed to have someone in the car with me, and this guy friend seemed like the right one. When I came home from work at 10ish Monday night, I opened up my phone and saw more text messages from Josh. This time, they were much more predatory than the night before, as that night, they were detailing how he'd like me to perform sexual acts on him. I foolishly allowed this to happen for another couple of weeks, still feeling uncomfortable in class when he finally hit a breaking point. Josh started sending me texts about how if I wouldn't love him, he had to die. At that point, I decided it was time to involve the dean. She virtually did nothing. She basically explained that Josh was special needs and cut him some slack. Despite the predatory tone of the messages, she told me that she would talk to him about it, but not to worry because he likely wouldn't do anything. I was infuriated and told my dad, who told his army of Italian brothers, who all decided to keep an eye on him. Those creepy messages didn't get any worse, and eventually they stopped after I blocked his number. That was when the creepy shit really started. The cameras outside our house kept picking up a person at night. Someone very similar looking to Josh. This person kept knocking on the windows, looking into my car. My dad called the cops, who were actually awesome, kept a lookout on the house for a while to deter the nightly visits. The cop outside at night, those visits stopped, and my work started getting phone calls from Josh asking if I was working. My manager ended up alerting security, who threatened him to stop calling. Then, Josh decided to start frequenting the restaurant where I worked every day and leave paper cranes on the table saying, "I love you," with my name, and "My new boyfriend's name isn't good for you. I am." He started following me to class, to my car, to work, even though I pretended that he wasn't there, and I was still driving my 6'3" guy friend home. I refused to leave my house without a group of people, and debated skipping prom, slowly becoming a hermit because he just made me feel so unsafe everywhere I went. Eventually, my dad decided a restraining order would be a good idea, and I did get one granted so he couldn't walk near me or contact me for 5 years. Thankfully, this finally caused the year-long nightmare to stop. I didn't see Josh again until my senior year when I was walking down the hall with my friends, and he saw me coming. He stopped in his tracks and slowly watched me walk past him with that same hungry dog look that initially scared me the day I met him. You're probably wondering why he never got into any trouble when I contacted the dean and the police. Well, where I live, there's a bunch of laws that make it exponentially harder for someone with special needs to be punished for creepy behavior, even though they're just as capable to execute their behavior as the average person. The last time I saw Josh was on graduation, and I could have sworn he was in one of the front rows, waiting for me to get my diploma. Although it is possible that he was there for someone else, a part of me knows he was there for me. If there's one thing I have learned from all of this, it's that it can happen to anyone. I never thought this would happen to me until it did. It robbed me of my safety, of my high school experience, and peace of mind. Always trust your instincts on someone. You are not required to be nice to anyone who makes you uncomfortable. That leads me to now. I'm happy. I'm in a serious relationship with an awesome guy. And in a weird way, I'm glad I was able to learn from this whole experience. So did Josh from that AP physics class. Let's never ever meet again.
I still remember this happening so vividly. It was terrifying, to the point that I had to move rooms as I was too scared to sleep in my original one. So here's my story. It's a long one. The houses in this suburb were back to back. So basically, there was a street, a line of houses, a fence sectioning them off, another line of houses, and then their street. The backyards were what touched each other, so you could basically climb your backyard fence and land in your neighbour's backyard. This is important to understand the layout, so I apologise. Towards the back of my house was the laundry, and then my room with a large glass door leading outside. It had windows on the side, which sat on a concrete side passage that connected the front of my house to my backyard. My bed was pushed against the wall with the window above and next to it. 9-year-old me was a night owl. As a young kid, I used to pretend to go to sleep and then wait for the all clear, then turn on the lamp and read my books. This particular night, it was windy, so you could hear the dry leaves being blown up and down the side passage. It was around midnight when I heard the leaves shifting and moving around outside a lot quicker than before. Assuming the wind had picked up a bit, I kept on reading. The noise was growing louder and louder, and it seemed to stop right by my window. The house is an older house, and it sits on stilts, so my window would have been 2 to 3 feet off the ground. I heard a bang against the wall, then a scraping sound. I froze, sitting up in my bed, as that noise came from right behind me. I panicked as the scraping was more and more frequent, and I turned the lamp off and did what every child would do in that situation. I retreated under my covers and hid whilst listening. My heart was pounding. I can still feel the fear to this day. The noises stopped, and I heard the crunching on the leaves as whatever it was walking away. I was trying to gather the courage to run to my parents' room, which was at the front of my house, but that meant I had to pass the glass door. Then I heard a thump, and another thump, up the stairs to the back door, then the clamouring of the wind chimes. They were metal and hung low. Whoever it was couldn't see it in the dark and must have knocked it as they were peering in my door. I heard them grab the wind chime and throw them to the ground. This was followed by tapping and scratching, and they even tried the door handle. I screamed to high heaven, hoping my dad would wake up. I heard the person clamber away. I got up and ran to my parents' room. I woke up my dad in a panic, declaring someone was outside. He took off with his baseball bat and no pants, like the knight in shining armour he was. I don't know how long it was, but he came back and told me he couldn't find anyone, and I should go back to bed. I refused, and slept in the lounge room that night. It got to a point where I was so unsettled, my parents had to shift all the rooms around to move me from that room. It was only years later, when I was 20, that I found out the truth behind that story, whilst we were at a family dinner, talking about things we did when we were young. I brought up that story. My dad turns to me and says, "Since we don't live there anymore, I guess I can tell you that I did find someone that night." Turns out, he found our neighbour, Bill, who was the father of one of my friends from school. He was trying to climb over the fence when my dad caught him, and the first thing he said to my dad was, "Oh, did something make her scream?" My dad refused to tell me what happened after that, but that line chills me to this day. He found his ladder on its side near my window in the morning, which of course he didn't tell me about either. The creep was trying to climb into my room.
This is a story that happened to me when I was around 24 years old. I recently moved to Boston for an internship to help prepare for my field of study since I had just graduated from school. However, it wasn't a paid internship, and the money I did make was from my disability insurance. This meant that I had to find a job in order to make income. After days of searching for jobs, I finally found one as a part-time babysitter. I was good with children and figured babysitting wouldn't be bad for a first job. However, little did I know that those expectations were far from true. Ever since I had moved, I had babysat for a while now and have dealt with many different kids, but this kid takes the prize. I won't disclose personal information about her, but we'll call her Rachel. Rachel was around 9 and was the small blonde girl who was obsessed with dolls. She basically liked any type of dolls. Antique dolls, rag dolls, Barbie dolls, you name it. One time, I had babysat for her for 2 days as her parents would be out of town. She was nice, but wasn't very talkative and just mainly played with her dolls and tended to them. I would be staying in the guest bedroom, and, of course, there were dolls. I remember this one porcelain doll sitting on a chair beside the bed I'd be sleeping in. It was a very unnerving doll, the type where it felt like you were being watched by it whenever you moved. I thought nothing of it and just got ready for bed and made sure Rachel was asleep. It was around 11 p.m. and I had got ready for bed and went to sleep with ease. I'd say I slept for a good hour or so before waking up to the sound of something in the room. I wake up and take a look at the clock and saw that it was 1 a.m. The second I turned on the light, I take a look around the room and see that the doll's head had been rotated backwards. Thinking it was probably Rachel pulling a joke, I turned the doll's head and went over to her room. However, Rachel seemed to be fast asleep and didn't seem like she had gotten out of bed. I shut her door and go back to my room, and the doll had now fallen off the chair. I didn't even dare touch it and just shut the door and slept on the couch. When morning came, I wasn't gonna bother Rachel with questions about the doll, so I ignored it and waited for the parents to arrive. I got paid and left the house and refused to babysit for Rachel again. When they did call me, I simply declined and claimed that I had gotten another job. I haven't experienced anything paranormal like that again, and I have moved past it. This story has shocked me to my core ever since, and I've even developed a fear of dolls. Whenever I see one, I always walk away. When I was about 13, I lived in an apartment complex with my mom and older brother in Chicago. It's a very expensive city to live in, and with my mom working 2 jobs to support ourselves, it was a struggle. Those who live in Chicago will probably understand the expenses to live here, especially those in the city area. Anyway, it had been my birthday, and my mom had given me $50 to spend on whatever I wanted. A few blocks away from my apartment was a Walmart supercenter that had pretty much anything us kids were interested in. This was around the time where the new GTA game came out, so my brother and I drove to the store to see if they had any left. My brother had told me that I could go off alone, but to come to the front of the store after I got what I wanted. The second we walk into the Walmart, I instantly go to the game section and thankfully get my hands on the game I wanted. As I'm leaving the gaming aisle, I see a man I had never seen before turn the corner and wave at me. He wore a white t-shirt, torn cargo shorts, and had on a hat that said Nirvana, which for those of you who don't know is the name of a very popular rock band. Growing up, I was always taught to be respectful to others, so I gave him a friendly nod as a way of saying hi. Only then did I realize that doing that was a big mistake. He then approaches me while reaching out his hand for a handshake. Almost immediately, the horrid smell of vomit hit me like a brick, but I couldn't make it seem obvious I noticed. He then says in a raspy voice if I liked video games. With a slight smile, I tell him yes and try to make it seem like I was looking for another game. As an extra precaution, I also put on my AirPods, but before I could do that, he says that he has a son who also likes video games. I tell him that was cool and wished him a nice day and leave the aisle hoping he wouldn't follow me. I make my way over to the front when I look back to see him begin to follow me, but keeping a distance. I then walk a bit faster, and it was then where I had saw my brother waiting for me by the front where I told him to just go. At that point, the man had followed me to the front. However, when he saw my brother, he casually looked away and acted as if he were looking at the office supplies on the shelves. Long story short, we leave the store and get into the car to go home where my brother asked what was wrong in a very direct tone. I hesitate for a moment, gathering up the courage to say it, when he looks out of the window and goes, "So, who's that?" I tell him that he had followed me throughout the store and was asking me weird questions. By this point, my brother knew what was going on. He put the car in reverse and drove out of the parking lot, but not before giving the man a dirty look as we passed him. While driving, he tells me to not tell Mom and that if anything happens that I should tell him. When we got home, none of us spoke to my mom about it, as we knew we'd get into trouble if she had found out I spoke to him. Unfortunately, however, the story doesn't end there. About a week later, on the last day of school, I had gone to the bus stop to wait for the bus. It was around 7 a.m., and I'm waiting for a good 20 minutes when I hear a strange noise from down the street. At the time, it was sort of foggy out, but as the noise got louder, I see up ahead a red pickup truck approach me. The truck slowly rolls up to me, and when I see the driver, I instantly got this sense of dread. In the driver's seat is the same man from Walmart wearing that all too familiar Nirvana hat. He rolls down his window, gives me a smile, and winks as he drove away. Thankfully, the bus had come soon after, and I couldn't be more happier to go to school. After that, I never saw him or his pickup truck again, and I've kept silent about it ever since. We have since moved from Chicago due to my mom getting a new job offer, but I'm just glad I never saw him again.
This happened to me when I was 13 years old. I'm a girl. Sometime around Christmas, my mom, dad, and little sister went out shopping, but I had stayed home. I knew that they would be gone for a few hours, but I didn't mind since I loved having the house all to myself. My sister's shoes were at the front door instead of the garage, so she went through there instead, and I closed the door behind her. I feel that it's important to mention that a week prior, a boy in the grade above me came up to me during the school pickup and started talking to me. I was never a very social person, but this boy had tried to talk to me many times before. I always just nodded and gave autopilot responses. He was asking for my number, but I politely said no. After a bit of pushing, he finally gave up and left. I was then picked up a few minutes later. Now it was the first day of Christmas break. Like I said before, my parents and sister went out shopping, and they wouldn't be back for a few hours. I unplugged the living room security camera so I could do a bunch of weird shit without the chance of my parents looking in on me. Right around an hour later, when it was dark, I closed all the blinds and I made myself some noodles and watched a movie while eating. After I finished my dinner, I was watching the movie. I paused it to get a cookie when I had heard some noise on the outside of my house. It sounded like footsteps. I held my breath to listen closely, making sure it was just the house making noises. But no, it definitely sounded like footsteps in the backyard. I turned off the TV, grabbing a knife from the kitchen counter, and I then ran to go lock myself in the bathroom. I heard a pounding on the window, then silence. Even the footsteps were gone. A few seconds later, I heard two voices from outside the house, one male and one female, and then once again, I heard silence for about 5 minutes straight. I went out of the bathroom and quietly inched closer to the phone to go call the cops. Then I heard the landline ring. I was about 5 feet away from the phone. The noise startled me, and I had dropped the knife with a clatter, followed by a violent pounding on the backyard door. I picked up the knife and then ducked into the small storage closet under the stairs. There was a reason that I mentioned earlier that my sister left through the front door instead of the garage, and that I closed it behind her. 2 pairs of footsteps ran around to the front, and then I heard the small beep of the alarm system letting me know that a door leading to the outside had been opened. How could I have been so stupid as to not lock the front door when she left? I controlled my breathing to be as silent as possible, and I readied the knife. I heard the doors being slammed, and an oddly familiar voice then called out,
"Where the fuck are you, you little bitch? I know you're here."
I think it might have been the boy. As expected, the closet door swung open, and there was a girl outside. Out of instinct, I took the knife and then sliced her with it. She started to shriek, and blood dripped on the floor as she slapped my face very hard. So hard that I actually fell down. The woman ran out of the house and then slammed the front door shut behind her. It took a minute of silence to register that it was now over. I got up, locked the front door, and I quickly started to clean the blood off the floor with soap and water. I didn't get to the phone in time to call the cops, but these people were long gone now, so there was really no point. Just as I finished cleaning, I realized with a chill going down my spine that I never even heard the boy leave. I then quietly checked everywhere in the house, knife in hand, turning all the lights as I checked the upstairs and downstairs, as well as every bathroom and closet and hiding spot that I could think of. I never found anyone. I cleaned up all the mess they made, and I made sure everything seemed normal. Around 45 minutes later, my parents and sister finally came home to me watching TV. I know that this is going to sound really crazy, but I still haven't told them what happened to this day. I was just really afraid that they would never let me stay home alone ever again, and I didn't want that because I really appreciate my privacy. I just want to tell everyone out there to please be safe, because I feel that if I did anything differently, other than not calling the cops, things could have really ended so much worse for me.
I was moving out of an apartment and needed to sell my washer and dryer. I ended up having separate buyers for each. The guy who bought the dryer was great. He was getting it for his daughter who was going to college. I helped him load it up in his truck, he gave me the payment, and I never heard from him again. The guy who bought the washer was a completely different story. I got a text from him, asking if it was still available. We haggled the price, all normal stuff. Then we set a time and I waited for him to get there. Now, I only had 1 week left in the apartment, so I didn't care too much about random people coming to my home like I normally would. Pretty much all my stuff was moved into my new place, but the internet wasn't turned on yet, so I was still sleeping on an air mattress in the old one for the time being. He ended up being a few hours late and showed up in a truck that was used for transporting large glass panes. He had like 5 people with him, all crammed into the front bench seat of the truck. They loaded it into the truck, with it leaning at like a 30-degree angle against the glass pane rack, or whatever you call it. Again, he tried to haggle it down to a lower price, but I didn't budge. He left and I thought it was all done. Later that night, I start getting texts from him about how the washer doesn't work and he wants his money back. I told him, as it was written in the post that I put up. It sold as is and was working at the time. I can only assume that he damaged it in the way he rigged it up on that truck. Well, after a day, he starts calling me and cussing me out, texting death threats. And I have random numbers calling me doing the same thing all day and night. 2 days after I sold it, I wake up at 3 a.m. with people banging on my door yelling. Luckily, I lived on the second floor with no easy access to the windows. I just sat there for about 15 minutes while they continued to yell through the door. The next day, I moved the rest of my stuff into my new apartment and never went back there other than to turn my keys in. I still got calls and texts from him and other random numbers for 2 months over a $150 washer. It goes without saying, I don't sell stuff on Craigslist anymore.
To start, I want to say that while this story isn't as conclusive or horrifying as some of the stories on this subreddit, it is something that still haunts me to this day, and I know that I will likely never get closure over it. My cousin will very likely never face the consequences for his actions, and I will very likely never speak to anyone about it aside from a few cases and right now. Now, to provide some context, I am an autistic, transgender man who is currently in college. and at the time of these events, I was only around 5 or 6 years old and, at the time, still identified and presented as female. My cousin is around 7 to 10 years older than me. I'm not sure. I try to know as little about him as possible. I'm trying to move on and forget. During these events, my cousin was in high school while I was in elementary school. He was honestly trailer trash and smoked pot, and he often stayed with my grandma who lived across town from me. He was tall and skinny and looked kind of like Shaggy from Scooby-Doo. His name is Austin, and his parents are actually very nice people who run a traveling carnival in California, which is where my mom's side of the family all live, including myself. Austin, unfortunately, took after my grandma and other Aunt Angel, who also smoked pot and was arrested multiple times for various reasons. Recently, she's been living with and stealing from my grandma, who has no job and is very sick. Back when the story happened, every Wednesday, my brother, my mom, and I would visit my grandma's house and spend the day there. The whole place reeked of smoke, a scent that to this day can trigger me into a meltdown, and the walls were stained yellow with nicotine. There was dog shit and urine stains everywhere, and if you stepped on a wet spot in the carpet, odds are it was a puddle of dog piss. The house was disgusting and felt almost haunted. In fact, one Thanksgiving, a few years after my grandfather died, Austin and a second cousin who I have long since forgotten the name of, and my older brother, took me out at night and convinced me the ghost of Poppy, my grandfather, was out to get us. I bought it, and we were outside for hours, them pushing me around and pranking me, and me being who I am, I fully believed every word they told me. They locked me outside for an hour, and I was crying and screaming, fully believing that Poppy was going to kill me for not crying at his funeral or something like that. Poppy was an alcoholic who made my mom's life hell when she was little. I didn't miss him, and nowadays I hardly remember him. My cousin was very physically and emotionally abusive to me. Why me specifically? I doubt I will ever know. He often shoved me around, pushed me into dirt, convinced me multiple times that I had eaten something poisonous and was going to die, shot airsoft guns at me, threw juice and fruit at me, and so on. Really, anything he could get away with. Kind of like how a child would torment a family pet. My brother was bearable most of the time, though he would occasionally bully me at the school we went to. It was only around Austin that he became abusive. Don't get me wrong, I was athletic and fast and could hold my own in a fight, but I never understood when I was supposed to be fighting back, and I never recognized when people were bullying or abusing me. Thanks, autism. So I just let it happen. Now, trigger warning. This part won't be graphic, but it will contain sexual assault. The worst thing he has ever done to me was when he took me into this big raised storehouse-type building in my grandma's yard. A well-worn place that was in extreme disrepair and partially sealed with a few nailed-down slabs of metal that Poppy had put in place years prior. It was dark and full of debris, and to get in, we had to squeeze through a tiny, rather sharp opening between two slabs of metal while using a moldy piece of wood to reach it. Austin was used to sneaking in there to smoke, I guess, so he made it in without a problem, but I was pretty scratched up from the sharp metal and from losing my balance on the wood multiple times. Austin told me about how he, my brother, and my other cousin Kayla had hidden a magical time capsule in the room, which he called a tree house, despite it definitely not being one. He told me the time capsule contained gold and other valuables, and things my little girl brain found cool at the time. He told me that we needed to retrieve it because the tree house was going to be demolished in a week, and in order to break the spell, we would have to do something little 5-year-old me apparently saw no flaw in. He wanted me to pull down my pants and touch our genitals together. I, of course, ate up every word. I was an overly friendly, gullible child, and while I didn't believe in Santa and the like, I fully believed in magic. I still do today, to a lesser extent. I believe anything is possible, and I have no proof that magic does or does not exist, but I digress. After a while of nervous hesitation, I followed his instructions, and I will not go into detail on what happened, but we were soon interrupted by my mother calling me as it was time for me to leave. My cousin appeared disappointed and annoyed, but at the time I figured he was just sad we couldn't break the spell on the time capsule. I went home that night feeling weird and disappointed that we hadn't been able to open it. I asked my brother about it, told him what Austin had told me, and he said he couldn't remember such a thing, and to stay away from Austin. I was annoyed he wouldn't help me, but nowadays I just feel betrayed. He never told an adult, and he clearly knew what was happening to me. If he wanted to, my brother could have stopped what came next, but he didn't. I guess I can't blame him. I was a very annoying child at the time, and it's possible he thought I was lying, or what I really don't like considering, maybe he hoped this would shut me up. I don't know, and I try my best not to care. The next week, the treehouse was still standing when I returned to my grandma's house. I was delighted to see Austin still visiting, and the treehouse still in one piece. I thought I had another chance to unlock the time capsule, and I was determined to not miss it. Austin took me up to the treehouse, and this time I did not hesitate to do as he instructed. It's all very mortifying in retrospect, which is part of why I refuse to go into detail. I was an idiot and didn't understand, and that's all I'll say on the matter. Needless to say, despite my success, no time capsule magically appeared in the room. He pretended to be disappointed, and I was massively crushed. I thought for sure we could break the spell. I was such an idiot. I want to go back in time and punch my past self. Austin then told me that maybe we could try something else to break the spell. He told me that Kayla had essentially sucked him off in the treehouse, something that now I honestly wouldn't be surprised if it were true, the both of them being redneck assholes who probably don't care about incest. He told me that it would tickle. I refused because that sounded gross, and surprisingly, he let me go. I guess he had no interest in full-on raping a child, something that I am forever grateful for. I went home that day feeling very sad over the failure, and as far as I know, my cousin never tried anything like that on me again. But I have no clue if he did or not, as there are many gaps in my memory, and I know what trauma can do to a person. The idea of him wanting to go further with me, his little cousin, makes me want to vomit. What if he had succeeded? What if he had convinced me to continue? I know if he had persisted, I likely would have given in, me being such a gullible fucking idiot. Obviously, I didn't understand what had happened at the time, but now that I'm older, I'm horrified and disgusted, and I know that some of my issues stem from this event. As I said before, even now I still get sent into a panic whenever I have to smell cigarette or marijuana smoke, and the thought of seeing my cousin again makes me feel sick and small. I haven't seen Austin in years. I am okay with this. The last time I saw him in person, I was in high school and had brought my girlfriend to my uncle's carnival for a date. He was manning the fun slide, and I avoided him like the plague. I pretended everything was fine, and I never spoke to him again. Austin has a baby now, a little boy named Nathan, who mostly lives with my Aunt Corinne, his grandma. We were at the laundromat recently, and Nathan video called my cousin and forced me to fake a smile to wave to his daddy, my old tormentor. I was mortified and immediately after retreated to my seat, all energy for that day zapped from me. I don't speak of this much. I am traumatized and disgusted, and I have many emotional issues. Part of me wants to tell someone about this, to scream to the heavens that Austin is not innocent, to make him pay for abusing and sexually assaulting me, but I won't. I probably never will get closure for this, and my cousin will probably never face the consequences for his actions. I think the most horrifying part of this story is how common something like this is. A child who never speaks up, and an assailant who gets off scot-free. We will never know how many people have been tormented, how many people have been or are still tormentors, and they will probably never have to face what they have done. They will walk free. Oh, and that treehouse, it was never scheduled to be demolished. It's still standing to this day. I don't go near it.
So, I visited Disney constantly when I was younger. The vibrance of the park, the fresh smell of cookies and bread, and of course, the castle that everyone loves. I loved all the attractions, the snacks, and the characters. Of course, those things were meant to distract you from the deep dark secrets below ground, the halls for the garbage, and the endless amount of sick. I can go on, but there's one vivid fact that lingers with me since I left that hell on earth. No one dies at Disney. I had applied to work in the Orlando park when I finished my bachelor's, and I got lucky out of a few dozen. Sure, it was a janitorial job, but nothing gave me more of a thrill than working at the same park that basically housed my childhood. and I was given decent pay, some benefits, and I was given a shift from noon to midnight, perfect to smell the cookies in the day and enjoy the fireworks at night. I worked with 2 people that wore suits, and they were some of the greatest people I knew at the park. Jim, who was tall, yet lanky enough to wear the Goofy costume, and Damien, who had the talent to voice Donald perfectly, thus had the job of working the suits. They were amazing to work with, and I loved their roles. Of course, they were a little older than I was, so they knew more of the park than I did. When I was just starting working there, Damien was given the task of showing me around the underground. "Oh yeah, bud, you'll love working here. Of course, you'll be down here most of the time, but you'll get used to it." Damien was the giddy one with lots of energy, so I had to keep up and pay attention simultaneously. He showed me the security room, the suit room, the medical room, and the garbage disposal machine, where we had to wear masks to dispel the smell. At the end of our tour, we passed a door that seemed a bit off. There were many locks on it, and what seemed like padding surrounding the door frame. I asked what the door's purpose was, and Damien stopped. His normal cheerfully boisterous demeanor shattered. He spoke with fear and resentment. "Don't enter that door. Don't ask, don't wonder, don't attempt. Let's keep going." I was kind of scared after that, but I followed his orders. I enjoyed the work I was given despite the area, and tolerated it for a while. The annual fireworks for 4th of July was happening later during that shift, and I helped Damien and Jim into their new suits. The suits were different than the others, since they were made with dry fur and had plastic gloves and eyes. Jim didn't like his suit very much, but had to wear it since it came with a raise, and Damien didn't care. They were just going to stand on a raised platform and wave, so it didn't really matter what suits they wore. I was a bit concerned for them, but they reassured me that it was going to be fine. I wish I convinced them to think otherwise. Later on, the fireworks were lighting up the starry night into a blaze of glory. The kids and parents alike enjoyed the view with their pals Donald and Goofy waving above. I was cleaning the underground during this time. Then something happened. Disney paramedics rushed through carrying 2 horribly burned suits that were crying and screaming in agony. I rushed behind and went into the medical room after. The new Donald and Goofy suits, which were still being worn by Damien and Jim, were present. Jim had lost both legs, half of his right arm, and had firework shards on his chest, while Damien's suit's beak was torn straight into his jaw, which was also torn off. He was missing both of his arms, and the suit's legs were charred onto his. The fireworks had lost their stand during their takeoff and shot a big bomb near them, launching them into flammable shrubbery. The sight of that made me sick and I nearly passed out. The boss came through and assured me that it would be okay, but I knew they were going to die. I ran through the underground into the bathroom, threw up and cried for my friends. Later on, their names were erased from the work schedule and their work folders were burned. The bosses and coworkers never mentioned their names again, and I heard the door that was padded was opened and shut. I tolerated this job for the rest of the year, cleaning near their workstations occasionally and letting a tear drop. Every time I cleaned around that door, I sometimes hear a knock or a whisper saying, "Buddy," something Damien used to say to me. I shuddered every time I would hear it. I went to the boss to collect my last paycheck, and I mentioned Damien's name. "Who?" "Damien, the Donald that died in the summer." Then he said something to me that took all the magic out of the park. "Don't be ridiculous. No one dies at Disney." I left with fear in my mind and a gut-wrenching feeling. Whatever was behind that door, it was not special or important enough for them to care. It haunts me to this day what people don't know about the darkness that surrounds the beauty and fun of Disney.
I was 14 at the time of this, so keep that in mind for context. I sat on my bed, in my house on my own, per usual. My parents were going to be out for the night, and we lived in a fairly peaceful area, so even the strictest parents would have to let their son watch over the house. As I was on my laptop watching videos, I hear a knock from the door. Mind you, this was 2 a.m., and I was already paranoid from my previous experiences. There's no way I was going to answer that door. But my curiosity was definitely piqued. Since my house is 2 floors, there's a window right above the door in which I could pull these blinds up to a slit to see who was actually there. The porch light was on, so light wasn't too much of a problem. I had to look to see who it was. When I looked, there was nobody at all. Huh. I was just about to pull the blind down when I saw someone under the light at the end of the cul-de-sac, and I almost jumped backwards. This person was in a conveniently suspicious looking hoodie and tracksuit with no light showing any facial features. His arms were to his sides, and he was staring directly at me. It was weird. He didn't move at all. He just stood there under the light. After what seemed like 10 minutes, he just turned around and walked back into the darkness of the main street. I just sighed and went back to watching videos. Perhaps he was just some weird guy who came from the train station near my house. I didn't know, but any justification was better than the alternative. Eventually, around 3 a.m., I fell asleep. I woke up around 4:40 to the sound of my dog silently growling behind me. I thought it was because he wanted to go out into the garden, so I turned around and froze in terror. The same person from the street was now in my doorway. Again, no light hit him from the front, so I could only make out a little bit of an outline of his face. I just stared into the void, which what I thought was his face, only for him to break the silence finally with advice, which seems very silly at first glance, but I have definitely forever took it to heart ever since.
Lock your back door.
And as he did the first time, he turned around and walked towards the stairs. I was still frozen. He then left through the back door. When I finally gained my composure, I sprinted downstairs and got to the back door itself. He was now in the garden. I could only see his outline. He stayed still for a few moments, only to sprint off into the woods moments later. I never found out who he was. I didn't really care to tell my parents what happened, and yet to this day they still ask why I insist on keeping the back door locked. Honestly, I believe he was a warning. If he had been an unstable psychopath, I definitely wouldn't be here right now. Considering some of the experiences I've had since, I say locking your doors, even in peaceful areas, is great advice. So to the 2 a.m. security checker, thank you, I guess. Even if your intention was bad, I still learned something from this, and from you.
So I've been a delivery driver for about 3 years ever since the start of the pandemic. It's a lot more stressful than people think, and I've dealt with several different customers, but this one takes the prize. It was a Thursday, and I had been doing Uber Eats orders for people who just preferred to stay home. Most of the time, I do orders until really late in order to keep the cash flowing. Since this was around the time where these delivery apps really started to take off, I took advantage of it and worked both Uber Eats and DoorDash. On this particular day, I had been using Uber Eats. Not before long, I had received one order from a house that wasn't too far away, and the order was pretty big, which basically meant an extra tip. I drive to the given restaurant, obtain the order, and drive the 10-minute drive to the given address. On this day, it happened to be raining, and one thing I've always hated was driving in the rain. But I had to make my money somehow. It's about 4 in the afternoon, and as I'm driving, I turn into the road where the house was. Now, in order to get to this house, you'd have to go down this narrow pathway that cuts straight into a wooded area. To say the least, it was pretty much a well-hidden path unless you accidentally stumbled upon it or knew where you were going. I pull onto this dirt road, driving as slowly as I can, and pull up to a small one-storied house. At the front of this house was a man sitting in his rocking chair, listening to the rain. I get out of my car and he gets up to come help me with the food. At first, he genuinely seemed like a pleasant guy. He looked like your typical redneck, but he was respectful and apologized for the confusion of his location. I had said that it wasn't a problem and to have a nice day. Before I was about to get back in my car, he then asks if I wanted to come inside to try some pastries he had made earlier. I politely decline and tell him I had to get back to doing orders. However, he didn't even seem to acknowledge my response and simply insisted that I go inside with him. Once again, I declined, telling him I was sorry and that I'm sure they were good. No matter how many times I said no, he'd always make attempts for me to agree, even going as far as raising my tip. This time, I was visibly annoyed, but still kept my composure while giving him a firm no. I then take out my phone, pretending I was on a phone call with another customer. This thankfully made him stop asking me, causing him to go inside with his food. When he did, I hop back into my car, start my engine, and sped off. As I'm driving back down this narrow road, I then see him speed walking after my car from my rearview mirror. Now, if the story had ended there, it wouldn't be scary. But this story comes with a very unsettling twist. That night when I had gotten home, my girlfriend and I had sat down on the couch watching the news. At one point, there was a chilling news report about a man in the area attempting to lure kids into his truck. As much as I hate to say it, we lived in an area that wasn't so great, so stuff like this did happen occasionally. But when this news report showed the person responsible, I almost spit out the water I was drinking. On my TV was the same man I had taken the delivery order from, causing me to go absolutely hysterical. He had the same face, same beard, and the same hair. I just knew it was him. Turns out, he was arrested shortly after I had delivered his food. After all, I knew there was something off about that man. And boy, did I end up being correct.
Sorry this is a bit long. I know this isn't a therapist office, but this has been bothering me for a long time and I wanted to get it off my chest. This happened June 2018 in Portland, Oregon. I understand that I acted like an idiot in this situation. Since then, I have become more observant, cautious, and honestly, much more paranoid. I went dancing with friends and was really drunk by midnight. Unfortunately, this was back when I had little money and I realized you could save money by eating very little before going out, and it would take far fewer drinks to get drunk. So I was so drunk, I barely remember my friend ordering me an Uber ride home. My phone was dead, of course. I vaguely recall them helping me into the car and telling me to get home safe. I don't remember greeting the driver or the first minute or so. Soon after getting in, he asked me how my night was and if I smoked. Honestly, I was just thinking about bed at this point, so I sort of just slurred out that I did sometimes. He offered me a joint, and this is the first moment I sort of get nervous and begin paying attention. I'd tell him something like, I'm really tired and just want to go home. I think he said something about it being an indica-based joint and it made great for sleep. Once again, I say something not exactly like no, but not a yes, which he takes as a yes. I'll take the joint now. Once again, I'm still drunk enough I can barely see straight or speak clearly. So when he says, okay, Well, I have to cancel the ride real quick because I can't give it to you while I'm on the clock, or something to that effect. It takes me a second to realize how dangerous that was, and by the time I start to say something, he has canceled the ride and pulls over. We were in an area just east of the Hawthorne Bridge, I think, and it was totally secluded. Some empty parking lots, a close-by auto body shop with no one in sight. It started to hit me. I'm now in a car, not with an Uber driver, but with some stranger. I can't call anyone, and he's trying to give me weed that could have anything in it. For the next minute or so, we're pretty quiet. Or I just can't remember any small talk he tried to make because I was beginning to panic. And every time he handed me the joint, I would take fake hits, just breathing into my mouth and not into my lungs. I felt tired, clumsy, and weak. That kind of drunk where you're almost at the point of nausea. And I knew I couldn't do much of anything to defend myself at that point. I remember vividly being fixated for a moment on the fact that I didn't even have a pair of keys to defend myself with, as my building uses fobs for just about everything, and I didn't take my mail key with me. As I'm freaking out, I look up to see this guy sort of noticing, and I make eye contact with him in the mirror. He was staring at me, but I couldn't read his expression. Finally, he says something along the lines of, "Well, let's get out of here." I tell him I'll just call another Uber home, thinking at this point it might be safer to walk, and he says, "No, I still have your address. I'll take you home." For a moment, I was relieved. I guess I wanted to believe him badly that I was going to get home safe. I tried to calm myself down, thinking he hadn't actually done anything threatening. Maybe he was just your typical stoner guy, and I was overreacting. At this time, I lived on the PSU campus in downtown Portland, in the southwest area of the city. He was driving me north, on the east side of the river. There are several bridges to our left, and as he keeps moving north, he has several opportunities to take the exit and hop over the river to get me back downtown. He keeps skipping all of them. We keep passing bridge after bridge that could get me home. Up in northeast Portland, there are some large industrial areas that can get very isolated at night. And Portland in general is surrounded by a lot of forests, so I knew he could take me to a secluded area really quickly. After he passes like the fourth exit for a bridge, pretty sure it was Broadway Bridge, I've been racking my brain for a way to make him actually take me home and say something to the effect of, "Hey, my boyfriend is waiting for me at home," which was true, though I said it in a very meek way. The driver says nothing, but did take the next exit bridge and basically hung a giant U-turn and started taking me home. Even as we were on the west side of town heading south, I was still shaking and my hands were on the door handle, thinking about just hopping out of the car at a red light the closer we got to my apartment. My phone is completely dead, and he honestly still had several chances to hop onto a nearby highway and speed off out of the city. We're getting pretty close to my apartment now, and I'm once again trying to convince myself that I'm being paranoid about a stoner that can't navigate the city. Although a few minutes before I was so scared I was crying. So once we get about 2 blocks from my apartment, I lie and tell him it's easiest to stop here and he can let me out. Again, he doesn't say anything, but does slow the car. I'm flooded with relief and even feel myself smile, but when I go to open the door, it's locked. I try to lift the lock mechanism manually, but it won't budge. I look up at him instinctively to see what's up, and he's got his head turned almost fully around towards me, his shoulders still facing the road, smiling at me. The worst fucking smile I've ever seen. I just started to cry and asking him to open the door. I was so freaked out and still very drunk, and thank God he did. I will never forget the sensation of vulnerability, not just being drunk in a car with no way to contact anyone, But even as I got out of the car, I kept feeling like he would somehow grab the back of my shirt and pull me back in, as silly as that sounds. When I got home, I found out that my boyfriend had actually gone out with his friends at the last minute and wasn't even home. He wouldn't have even known until much later if I had gotten back safe. The next day, I convinced myself that I was freaking out over nothing, which I realized still could be the case. But in my gut, I had truly felt in danger the night before. Technically, this guy could have been totally harmless, but I still think I should have texted my friend and reported him. The big thing that made me think of this was recently hearing about how Ed Kemper, the co-ed killer, would go for practice runs, picking up hitchhikers and seeing if he could get the passengers, potential victims, to trust him, and how far out of his comfort zone he could push them without them saying anything. Obviously, this guy wasn't Ed, but I hate wondering if that night was a practice run of some sort for my Uber driver.
This took place at McDonald's while my mom was still pregnant with me. I've only ever heard a brief version of this story, but up until now, my mom had given me more detail as to what actually happened. This happened in the 80s. At the time, my mom was pregnant with me, and I was also financially unstable. This resulted in her falling behind on bills, struggling to pay rent, buying groceries, etc. Sometimes she used to have to eat at fast food joints to save some money, as groceries were expensive at the time. One night, my mom had just visited one of her old college roommates and decided to stop for food on the way home. According to my mom, it was around 10 o'clock at night, so there weren't many places open. Eventually, my mom had settled by going to McDonald's, as it was pretty much the only option left. She pulls up to the McDonald's, and as she enters, she instantly notices a man sitting at one of the tables. He was wearing a black coat with his head down, and nothing at his table except for a soda cup that appeared to be empty. Not wanting to pry and too tired to care, my mom gets her food and sits down at a table to eat. The very second she sits down, the older man on the other side of the restaurant begins to stare intently at her. She had acknowledged this, but decided to ignore it and just eat her food. Now, there's really no way to say this without sounding weird, but my mother was very pretty in the 80s. She'd get a lot of attention from time to time, and while it was strange, she didn't mind it. However, this guy seemed to continue staring at her, even while she kept to herself. As she's eating, the man proceeded to get up and walk over to her to ask her something. He basically had asked her if she had any money on her so that he could buy a drink. Now, my mom was very generous, and even with her financial problems, she loved the idea of putting good in the world. Also, I'm sure she would do just about anything to get him to go away, so she didn't really have a choice. So she looks through her purse and hands him a $5 bill, where he then goes to get his drink. After that, then he gets his things and leaves the McDonald's, where my mom let out a sigh of relief. Long story short, she waits about 20 minutes and leaves as well back to her car. Now this is where things take an unexpected twist. As she's in the car, she starts the engine when two police officers come up and tap on her window. She rolls down the window and they instantly ask her if she had seen a man in a black jacket. At first, she didn't know what they were talking about until she remembered about the man from earlier. Their description of the man matched the same exact guy that I saw to a T. Upon telling her that she did see the man inside the restaurant, they tell her that he was actually a convict, who was apparently wanted for murdering his brother and passing it off as a suicide. My mother was horrified as they told her this. The cops took down her info and description and left. My mom still tells me about this story of how she came in contact with the killer, but wasn't sure if he was ever found. Just makes you wonder how many people like him are out there who have never been caught. I guess you really never know who you're talking to.
I'm a 27-year-old female, and I was home alone on a Thursday night, February 4th to be exact. I live with my boyfriend, who's 28, but he was at work until late that night. He's a bartender, so he doesn't get home until around 4 in the morning. It was around 10 p.m. I had already eaten dinner and was watching a movie in the spare room of our apartment when I heard a knock at the door. I have a friend who comes over unannounced fairly regularly and even has his own house key, but the door was double locked, so I got up without thinking and unlocked and opened the door. I was confused when, instead of my friend, there was a young girl standing there. She was maybe 8 or 9 years old and wearing house shoes. Hi, I said, and she mumbled something in return that I couldn't quite hear. What was that? I asked. My mom. I need to call my mom. Your mom isn't here? My dad. I need to call my dad. Can I use the phone? I was a little dazed and confused, but the strangest part was that my heart was absolutely racing. I was absolutely terrified, and I'm not sure why. I hesitated, and I almost told her no. But I also knew if she really did need help and I turned her away, she would likely go across the hall instead. And my neighbors don't seem the most kid-friendly. So I said sure. I told her she could step inside while I found my phone because it was freezing, and she was dressed for summer. When I found my phone, I handed it to her, and she dialed a number and started speaking in another language for a minute. I'm not sure which, maybe Spanish, but I didn't recognize any of the words. She spoke for maybe 30 seconds, and then hung up and was just standing there. Was that him? I asked. She just looked at me confused. Who? Your dad? Oh, right. At this point, she was seriously freaking me out, to the point where I just wanted to avoid looking her in the face. So I walked over to my cat, who was half hiding behind a chair, and just tried to distract myself and pet her. The girl dialed a different number, spoke in the same foreign language for maybe 15 seconds, and then hung up. After that, she basically shoved the phone back in my hand, shouted thanks, and literally ran out the front door. I was left just standing there, confused as all hell and uneasy in the pit of my stomach. I walked the 6-ish feet to my door to lock both deadbolts, and as I turned away from the door, there was another knock. I looked through the peephole, and it was a man, maybe in his late 40s, in one of the uniforms for the building maintenance team of my apartment. Oddly, I didn't recognize him, even though I'd lived in his complex for over 3 years, and thought I had met all of the maintenance men. I talked to them regularly because their office and storage shed is right in front of my front stairs, where I park my van. I also found it kind of strange that anyone from the team was still here so late at night, when they usually get off almost 5 hours earlier. Like an idiot, I opened the door again. Hello?
Hi, was there a little girl here a moment ago?
Yeah. She asked to use my phone, and then just ran off.
She's here.
At that, I was confused. Where is she? I asked. And he looked at me like I was crazy, and just pointed at the ground next to him.
She is standing right here,
he said sternly. He was very, very clearly the only human in the hallway. A long straight hallway, with no corners to hide around. At that point, my panic was through the roof. Yeah, right, I said. He just shook his head and said,
She should not have done that. She will not be doing that again.
I meekly said, It wasn't a big deal. And he just cut me off and raised his voice slightly and just repeated,
She should not have done that. Understand?
At this point, I'm pretty sure this dude is about to murder me over an invisible girl standing next to him. So I just say, Yes, understood, of course. And he replied,
We apologize for this.
enjoy your night," and just walked away. I called my boyfriend right away and told him the whole story. He agreed that it was weird, but was super busy so he couldn't talk long. I reassured the whole apartment was locked up and opened a beer to calm my nerves. Time passed until my boyfriend got home, and we hung out for about an hour and then went to sleep. The entire night, neither of us really slept a wink. We were both absolutely burning up and shivering and breaking out in cold sweats and having night terrors. By 8 in the morning, we were both dizzy and coughing and had fevers. And later that day, my boyfriend tested positive for COVID. His lasted 2 rough weeks. Mine, however, just cleared up about a week ago after having turned into one of the worst and longest running sicknesses that I've ever had. I'm still getting over it and getting my breath back. I haven't seen the child or that maintenance worker since that night. So, that's the last time I ever let some kid into my house in the middle of the night. When I was younger, I worked for Starbucks for a while. Our store was in the shittiest part of the town, in a retail park. The area consisted of council flats, where the local council places druggies, ex-cons, and people who are on various benefits. So, although we had some nice customers who were there for a shopping spree, and there were quite a few shady people too. And this one guy came in and acted like a regular, asking every girl about how we were doing. He was really nice and chatty, but he made my skin crawl. The other girls loved him. The guy started to come daily. He usually came around 1 p.m. and stayed until closing, around 11 p.m. And sometimes he was very pushy about staying even after closing. He always insisted on helping bringing in the outside furniture and stuff. Some managers and I were cautious, especially since we couldn't have anyone in the store after it was closed. He then started to pretty much groom these girls, asking if they were single, about their first boyfriends, and their favorite sex positions. Yeah, the youngest girl was 16. Mind you, I grew up with narcissistic parents, so I learned how to read people at a very early age. Also, I've always been interested in psychology, and I studied it for a few years. And this guy irked me from day one, but I was nice to him because I'm very passionate about not starving to death, so I needed this job. One day, he started to tell me that he had a fight with his parents, and they threw him out. He looked very sad, and told me that he now sleeps in his van, which was a white, unmarked van. However, since he knew that I was closing that day, he said he'd love to take me home, because it's not the nicest neighborhood. I almost laughed. This was such a textbook way to abduct young women. He was doing literally everything, just as my lecturer said that a serial killer or rapist would do. I just told him no, with a straight face, to let him know that I wasn't prey. He then moved on to the other girls, and I notified the manager about his creepy behavior in order to protect our young girlies. And one of them was this sweet, innocent, and a bit naive girl. The creepy guy naturally targeted her next, after my shift leader also laughed in his face. He told this young girl his sob story and expected empathy, which he got. She agreed to be taken home by him, and she even offered him a couch to sleep on. Luckily, my manager was a mama hen type, and she firmly told our young barista to be more careful about strangers and that she would be going home with her. Also, creepy guy was banned from the store, and the manager notified the security around the park. But I'm afraid I don't have a happy ending to this story. All I know that the police were later involved somehow, and he disappeared from the area. So, creepy Starbucks guy who's after young innocent girls. Let's not meet again.
This story happened about a year ago. I worked for a company where I would have to travel occasionally for work projects. During one work project in particular, I carpooled and traveled with a coworker named Jake to an area about 4 hours away. I will start out by saying that even before my trip, my overall impressions of Jake were that he was sort of weird. I wasn't all that excited about the idea of just he and I traveling together for work, but when Jake asked me to carpool with him, I just said, sure. Immediately, I hated myself for saying yes so fast, but I didn't want to insult him by saying no. Plus, he offered to do all the driving. I figured that without having to drive, I could tolerate him, and we left that morning and had a long and busy day of work. By the time we were done on location, we had some things that we needed to wrap up. Ideally, we would do this back at the office, but we were 4 hours away and it was already 7 p.m. We drove back and got within about an hour away, but we were both really tired. Jake said that he thought he was too tired to make it back to the office. However, his apartment was only 20 minutes down the road and said I could sleep over if I wanted. The truth is, I didn't want to, but I didn't really have a choice and figured it wouldn't be too bad, so I agreed. When we got to his apartment, I saw that there was already a sleeping bag next to his couch. He said I could sleep in the sleeping bag on the couch, and overall, his place was decent. I pretty much went right to bed after the long day of work, but I woke up suddenly from my deep sleep. The sleeping bag that I was in was as if it was zipped shut completely. It was over my head and I couldn't see anything. I felt around to try to lift the sleeping bag from where my head was, but I couldn't find the top of it. Then I realized what was going on. The top of the sleeping bag was being held shut. It was really hot in there and I was sweating. I also felt like I was running out of air. I tried sitting up, but it was difficult. I was still being held down, and I realized that somebody must be holding the top of the sleeping bag closed. I started hitting at the area and trying to wiggle myself off the couch. At last, I was able to escape. Whoever had been holding the sleeping bag closed was now gone. When I felt the cool, fresh air from the rest of the room hit me, it was refreshing. But as I did, I looked around the very dark living room, and I saw what appeared to be Jake disappearing into the hallway towards his bedroom, and then I heard the door quietly close and lock. Why had Jake done this to me? Was he joking or was he serious? It definitely wouldn't be a good joke to nearly suffocate someone and then run away in the middle of the night. I was wide awake now, and I looked at the clock. It was 5 a.m., and I had been sleeping for a good 6 hours or so. We would have to leave for work in only a few more hours, so I just went on my phone and stayed up for the rest of the night. I really didn't want to take a risk going back to sleep after what had just happened. When it was about 7 a.m., I got ready to leave and waited for Jake to get up. He got up several minutes later and asked if I was ready to go, then we left. I didn't want to bring up the night before of what had happened, and I was wondering if he would, but he didn't. We drove the next 30 minutes to work in almost silence, and it was pretty awkward. After we got to work, we finished up the project, and thankfully, I didn't have to work with Jake for the rest of the day or the next day. And after that, I never saw him again. Like 2 weeks later, when I hadn't seen him at all, I asked a coworker who told me that Jake had been fired. I wasn't able to find out from anybody why he was fired though, but I was glad that he was gone. I remember that I had been friends with him on Facebook, so I searched for him, but he was now gone from Facebook. I thought maybe he deleted me, but after searching, I still couldn't find him. I'm not sure what happened to him or where he went, but I'm almost certain that he tried to suffocate me that night. My name is Sophie, and this happened several years ago when I was in college. I went to a very large university in the United States. The college had quite a bit of students, and most places you would go throughout campus, you would see many different people. Throughout my first couple of years at the college, I made quite a few friends and would hang out with them all the time. However, most of my college friends were not in the same major as me and were not in my classes. My classes were also very large, and there would be over 100 people in them. During the beginning of my junior year, I was sitting next to a girl named Jordan in one of my classes. She introduced herself to me the first day after I sat down. We were both sitting in the back because we only arrived a few moments before class started and most of the seats were already taken. The next day, we both sat in the same places again. Over time, we spoke more and more and soon became good friends. We both had the same major, and Jordan told me that she had transferred from another university. As the semester went on, we started studying for our classes together in the library occasionally. Eventually, we hung out at each other's places sometimes. I lived in a house with 2 roommates, and Jordan had her own 1-bedroom apartment just off campus. One day, Jordan texted me after class and asked if I wanted to study later that night. I said yes because we did have a big test coming up. Jordan had told me that she had an off-campus job at a shoe store and asked if I could pick her up. She said her car was having problems and she had to walk to work that day. It wasn't a problem for me, and she gave me the address, which was roughly 5 minutes away from my house. Jordan said that she got off at 9 p.m., so I drove there and waited. I parked on the side of the street across from the store. It was a quieter side of town and an old shoe store that seemed like nobody went to. I had wondered why and how Jordan had gotten a job there. It was next door to a couple of other businesses, and I don't remember exactly what they were, but they weren't very popular. Across the street from them was like a wildlife park. I couldn't park directly across the street and had to parallel park a little ways down. I texted her that I was there and waited for a response. It was only 8:55, so I wasn't surprised when she didn't respond for the first couple of minutes. Then, 9 o'clock came and went, and there was still no response from Jordan. As I was sitting there waiting, suddenly I saw a man in front of my car. He must have walked out from the woods area that was next to the street. That was pretty creepy in itself. The man walked right up to my window and signaled for me to roll it down. I did roll it down, and the man leaned in. He asked if he could have a ride. This guy was already giving me the creeps. He had seemingly just emerged from the woods, and I had no clue who he was. He was wearing just a sweatshirt, jeans, and a beanie. Then he said to me he was going to need to get inside my car, or something like that. Then he started to reach inside. I followed my instincts, and I whipped the car into drive and sped out of there. The guy yelled a few things as I left, but I have no clue what they were. I drove to the next street, and my heart was racing. It wasn't until my phone started ringing that I remembered about Jordan. I hadn't even picked her up. I answered my phone, and it was Jordan. She asked me where I had gone and said that she was outside looking for me. I told her about what had happened and said that I was on my way back. I was now worried about Jordan. If there was some guy that wanted to get into my car, I feared Jordan might be in danger. I drove back around the block to the street where the shoe store was. When I got there, the street was very quiet and seemingly empty, other than a few cars parked on the side of the road. I didn't see the man, so that was good. I parked where I had been before, but was very nervous. As soon as I parked, I called Jordan to tell her that I was there. She answered and told me that she was crossing the street, and I saw her up a ways. I was really glad to see her. She walked to my car and then opened the passenger's door. She got like halfway inside and then said that she had forgotten something and quickly left the car and started going to the rear of my vehicle. She left the door wide open, and I leaned over to ask her what she was doing. But just then, the man appeared again. He came from the back side of my car and entered through the wide open door. I tried to put my car into drive again, but he grabbed my wrist. With my other hand, I opened my driver's door. We struggled for a few seconds with the man trying to grab me. I was able to make it just outside of my door, and when I did, I ran across the street. The man followed after me. All of the businesses and stores on that side of the street were now closed, and I had to run all the way down the sidewalk. I got around to the corner and could hear the man was still behind me. When I made it around the corner, I ran behind one of the buildings into an alleyway and hid there. I don't think he knew where I went, and he seemed to walk around the area for a bit and then turn back. I stayed there, hiding behind a dumpster, and I called the police, and then I called Jordan. She didn't answer, and I was really worried about her. I left my hiding spot to go back to the street. When I did, I saw that my car was now gone. I had left the keys in the ignition after all, so I wasn't too surprised. I called out for Jordan, but she wasn't answering me. I called her over and over on her phone as well, but she didn't pick up. Soon, the police arrived at the scene. I told them everything and about Jordan, who I couldn't locate. I answered a bunch of questions over the next hour or so, and then got a ride home. The next day, I was told that Jordan and the man had both been located. What surprised me was that they had been working together. It all made sense after I thought about it. I was really shocked though. I had considered her to be my best friend. Last year, I went to the KFC drive-thru one night. I was driving home after doing some shopping, and I don't remember the exact time, but it was maybe like 9 p.m. or so. I was craving a chicken sandwich from KFC,
so when I saw one close to the stores I had been at, I stopped at it. I went in the drive-thru to order faster, but when I arrived at the menu and rolled my window down, I didn't hear anything at the other end. I waited for about a minute and looked around. The lights were still on, so it looked like they might still be open. However, nobody was saying anything. I asked if anybody was there, but still didn't get a response. I noticed headlights approaching behind me and saw a larger-looking truck pulling into the drive-thru behind me. I decided to look online to see if they were actually open or not. I took out my phone, and for a minute I was looking to find the KFC when I heard the truck behind me honk. I looked and couldn't see who was in the truck due to the bright headlights, but I figured the guy wanted me to hurry up. As I was on my phone, I heard a door open and shut behind me. The next thing I knew, I saw a man approaching my driver's window. I rolled it down, and the guy was angry right away. He had longer hair and a beard, and was yelling at me to hurry up and said I was wasting his time. I told the man that they were closed, and nobody had answered the intercom. The man didn't seem to understand me though, and kept going on about how I was wasting everybody's time and how mad he was. He began yelling at me in a threatening way, and it seemed as though he was likely drunk or high or on some sort of drugs. He really wasn't making a whole lot of sense, and I decided to just tell the man that I was sorry and that I was going to leave. I didn't know what he was capable of, and the man then cursed at me and started returning to his truck. I was happy he was gone, and I began to drive away. I figured he could find out for himself that the place was closed and nobody would answer him. But when I drove off, he began following me. He was honking and revving his engine as he drove extremely close to my car. I was concerned because if the man was on drugs, he certainly shouldn't be operating a vehicle. He also was driving a big truck that was much larger than my little car. I drove out onto the road and he followed. I was hoping he would pass me, and a short time after we got past the businesses to a more rural area, he did begin to pass me. But when the man's truck got about even with my car, I saw him roll down his window and start yelling at me again. He then veered his truck towards my car and was starting to run me off the road. I slammed on my brakes and stopped, and the truck kept going and ended up crashing into the ditch. I stopped there on the side of the road and saw the man exit the vehicle and began running towards mine. I sped away after that, and I called the police and reported the whole incident. Looking back, I'm glad the man went into the ditch because he could have caused a serious accident or got somebody hurt. I'm not sure what his problem was or why he was acting that way.
I worked at a Burger King up until a few months ago. I was a manager at a location in the US, and I worked there for a total of almost a year. For my entire time working there, we were always understaffed. One night, I was working until close, which was 10 p.m. We were short that night, and I was kept really busy. We had lots of customers until about 7 or 8, then things quieted down. By the time it was 9:30, there were just 3 of us working. It was me, Spencer, and Michelle. We didn't get any customers during the last half hour. I remember that Michelle and Spencer were in the back. I was at the register, and I saw a car entering the parking lot. We closed in like 2 minutes, and I had a bad feeling. It's always frustrating when people come in right before close. If they were going to come here right before close, I was hoping they would at least do so in the drive-thru. The vehicle was an SUV. They parked it on the other side of the parking lot, kind of far away, instead of right by the door. Nobody got out of it immediately, though. Instead, the vehicle remained parked there. Soon, it became 10 p.m. I went over to lock the doors, as we were now closed. As I was approaching the doors, though, I saw several people start to get out of the vehicle. They were all men, and it looked to be 4 of them. The strange thing was that they all had backpacks on. I then realized that the men were all wearing masks as well. This was bad news. I hurried to finish locking the doors as fast as I could. Luckily, I was able to do so with about 10 seconds to spare. Then I moved away from the doors. The men all got to the doors and tried opening them, and when they couldn't get in, they started knocking on it. I started to hear one of the men speak, saying, "Excuse me, and could you please let us in?" I went to the back to let Spencer and Michelle know what was going on, so they wouldn't leave right now. There was still loud noises coming from the door of the men pounding on it. The pounding was getting louder. Then I returned to the front counter area, and I saw one of the men was at another window. Soon I started hearing knocking from all directions. There was a man banging on the front door, 2 others banging on different side windows, and one man was even banging on the drive-thru window. They kept pounding on them, and Spencer and Michelle came out to see who the guys were. I advised us not to go near any of the windows, and we decided to hide in the bathrooms for safety. We could still hear the loud banging as we were in there.
We called the police and feared that the men might try to break in. About 2 minutes later, our fears came true. We heard breaking glass. We couldn't tell what direction it was coming from though. Luckily, the bathroom that we were in had a locking door on it. Shortly after the sounds of breaking glass, we heard shouting coming from inside from men. I really don't remember what they said, and we were all really scared. I think that the men wanted to know where we were. None of us bothered to say anything back to them though. I thought about yelling to them that I had called the police to try to get them to leave. I didn't though. The men were inside, and we could hear their voices and them moving around for several minutes. All of us were huddled in the back corner of the bathroom. At one point, we heard one of the men walk close to the door. He then tried opening it. After it wouldn't open, he banged on it a couple of times, but then walked away. The men remained inside until finally we could hear sirens in the distance. That's when we heard the men shouting once again, and then things got quiet. I was assuming that meant because they left, but we were not going to take any chances and leave the bathroom early. We stayed in there until we heard voices saying police. When the three of us emerged, it looked like the restaurant had been turned upside down. Things were really messed up, and we could see the broken glass from the window. The men had left, but we were told that police were currently in pursuit of their car. They ended up catching them a short time later. The restaurant was closed until it could be repaired. Michelle said afterwards that she had seen several men walk inside of the restaurant earlier that night when we were really busy. She said that the men just sat down in the corner and never ordered anything. We didn't know for sure because those men didn't have masks on like the others did, but it seems like they could have been the same ones. I hadn't noticed because of how busy we were. I'm just glad all of us were okay.
I was 15 years old at the time. I had two friends named Chris and Nicole. On one cold February night, a Saturday, we were really bored out of our minds at Chris's house, so we wanted to do something fun. Chris had told us that he had black and red spray paint in his closet. Now, I live in a relatively busy suburban city, and his house was in the not-so-nice part of town. So there's this big hill that his house sits upon, and down the hill are train tracks. The train tracks are where the kids go to smoke, drink, and graffiti things. I had sandals on, and there was no way I was going to walk through the dirt and wet grass to get down there in open-toed shoes. So Chris gave me a pair of Converse that were 2 sizes too big, but of course I wasn't complaining. It's better than nothing, right? So we stepped out of the window trying to make as little noise as possible because Chris's mom was asleep, and the front door was also really loud. It was around 10 p.m. at this point. We hopped down from the balcony onto his backyard patio. The jump down honestly wasn't too bad. Out of all the friends I hang out with, I get really bad anxiety. I wasn't usually into this type of stuff, but I could tell Chris and Nicole really wanted to go use the spray paint on the cement wall that were next to the train tracks. So I guess I just went along with it because I didn't want to be a burden on their fun. Looking back though, I really wish I would have just stayed home. So we get off this patio and we start the walk down the muddy hill to the rocks and train tracks. In the dark, it was insanely intimidating. We had no source of light at all. Their phones were dead, and mine was just about to die. I was saving the battery for some pictures of the graffiti that we had sprayed to show our other friend Sam, who had different plans that night. It was also a new moon, so there was no light coming from the sky. We finally got down to the tracks and rocks. Even though it was only about a 5-minute max walk, it felt like forever. Walking on the rocks at night in shoes that were way too big for me was really difficult. We also had this English teacher that we all hated. His name was Mr. Kuntz. The other kids in our class always called him Mr. Kuntz, because that's how his name was actually spelled. So we had sprayed his name in red and a bunch of 6s in a row. Looking back, this part still legitimately gives me nightmares, I swear. Once we were about to turn and walk across the rocks and up the hill to Chris's house, all of a sudden, a super bright light shined in our faces. I can't even explain the fear and confusion that I actually felt in that moment. I was way too afraid to turn and look at my friends to see the looks on their faces. I was standing in between the two of them. Shit, I thought. Was it a cop? No, that's stupid. I mean, if it was a cop, he would have made his presence known. I was trying to calm myself down. Since the flashlight was so bright and the sky was so dark, we couldn't see anything behind it, let alone who was even shining it. To my horror, the flashlight that was aimed at us turned around quickly with force, then revealing the face of a grown man. He was probably around 30 years old, 6 feet tall, and he was wearing a hood over his head. My heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was going to explode right out of my chest. Here we are, 3 innocent freshmen face to face with a grown man who clearly had bad intentions with us. I hadn't glanced at my friends yet to see their reactions, but I'm quite sure they were just as afraid as I was. I had no clue where this was about to go or what was about to happen. We were all small 15-year-old kids, so obviously this man could do whatever he wanted to us. The only weapon we had on us was one of the spray paint bottles that Chris was holding at the time. I was just praying he was on the same page as me. Spray paint the man's face if he lunges at us. The man finally broke the silence, then sang in a low, raspy voice.
Hey, are you kids doing drugs down here?
I was frozen still, so I finally looked to my right and then locked eyes with Nicole. I looked back at the man and I nervously shook my head no. He chuckled a bit, then sang,
Oh, well, do you kids want some drugs?
Yeah, hell no. This man was definitely dangerous. I had no idea when it was time to make a run for Chris's house, but this man was standing right in front of us, meaning that he was blocking the way that we would need to walk back to get to the house. Not a single one of us answered the man. I haven't been so scared in my whole life. So many different questions were going through my head. Does he have a weapon? A knife? A gun? All of us were so helpless. There also weren't many houses around, so who the hell knows if our screams could even be heard if we were to do so. The man started to slowly inch his way toward us, stopping when he was about a car's length away from us. I had no fucking idea how this situation was going to end, but I was pretty damn sure I was about to die. There was absolutely nothing stopping this man from kidnapping and murdering us. He took one more step towards us, slowly moving his hand to his back pocket. I didn't give a fuck anymore, and that was enough for me to break down screaming, "Run! Let's get the fuck out of here!" Chris ran left around the man, and Nicole and I ran around on his right side. I was stumbling all over the place, running on the small rocks spread all over the ground surrounding the tracks. I thought that the sound of all of our shoes hitting the rocks would conceal the sound of the man following us, so I had no idea if we were being chased or not. We were all in pretty good shape, so we ran fast. To my horror, I shot a single glance from behind me, only to see the man charging for us as we ran, with his flashlight shining in my damn eyes, only becoming closer. I didn't care how much noise I made. The 3 of us did our best to stay running next to each other, just to make sure one of us didn't get left behind. We had to think fast. Once we got far enough down the train tracks to see the hill leading up to Chris's house, I could just sense the man gaining on us. I was fearing for the worst that at any second, he could just grab one of us and we'd be done for. We came to the bottom of the hill leading up to his house and sprinted up on it, not looking back. Normally I would be falling all over the place with how muddy it was, but my adrenaline wouldn't let me fall. We realized that we had forgot to leave the front door unlocked for us to come back inside. So we had to knock on the door until his mom opened up. She was absolutely shocked to see us so out of breath. But earlier she had insisted we weren't supposed to leave the house, so she wasn't too happy. At that point though, we just didn't give a fuck about anything. She asked what the hell we were up to, why we were outside at night, why we were so out of breath, and why the hell were we holding spray paint cans? We didn't know what to say. We couldn't play it off as going to the store to grab snacks, since there's no snack shop around his house. So yeah, we came clean. We told her how we were graffitiing because we were bored. She just told us that we were dumb and to not do it again. She also confiscated all the spray paint cans and told us to go to bed. We were exhausted. The next morning when we woke up, we all just discussed everything that happened. Every time I think of this night, I always cringe so hard. My life and their lives could have easily ended that night. This night took me weeks to get over, and it's been 2 years ever since. Now it's just an interesting story to tell my friends.
To start, I want to say that while this story isn't as conclusive or horrifying as some of the stories on this subreddit, it is something that still haunts me to this day, and I know that I will likely never get closure over it. My cousin will very likely never face the consequences for his actions, and I will very likely never speak to anyone about it aside from a few cases, and right now. Now, to provide some context, I am an autistic, transgender man who is currently in college, and at the time of these events, I was only around 5 or 6 years old, and at the time, still identified and presented as female. My cousin is around 7 to 10 years older than me. I'm not sure. I try to know as little about him as possible. I'm trying to move on and forget. During these events, my cousin was in high school while I was in elementary school. He was honestly trailer trash and smoked pot, and he often stayed with my grandma who lived across town from me. He was tall and skinny and looked kind of like Shaggy from Scooby-Doo. His name is Austin, and his parents are actually very nice people who run a traveling carnival in California, which is where my mom's side of the family all live, including myself. Austin, unfortunately, took after my grandma and other Aunt Angel, who also smoked pot and was arrested multiple times for various reasons. Recently, she's been living with and stealing from my grandma, who has no job and is very sick. Back when the story happened, every Wednesday, my brother, my mom, and I would visit my grandma's house and spend the day there. The whole place reeked of smoke, a scent that to this day can trigger me into a meltdown, and the walls were stained yellow with nicotine. There was dog shit and urine stains everywhere, and if you stepped on a wet spot in the carpet, odds are it was a puddle of dog piss. The house was disgusting and felt almost haunted. In fact, one Thanksgiving, a few years after my grandfather died, Austin and a second cousin who I have long since forgotten the name of, and my older brother, took me out at night and convinced me the ghost of Poppy, my grandfather, was out to get us. I bought it, and we were outside for hours, them pushing me around and pranking me, and me being who I am, I fully believed every word they told me. They locked me outside for an hour, and I was crying and screaming, fully believing that Poppy was going to kill me for not crying at his funeral or something like that. Poppy was an alcoholic who made my mom's life hell when she was little. I didn't miss him, and nowadays I hardly remember him. My cousin was very physically and emotionally abusive to me. Why me specifically? I doubt I will ever know. He often shoved me around, pushed me into dirt, convinced me multiple times that I had eaten something poisonous and was going to die, shot airsoft guns at me, threw juice and fruit at me, and so on. Really, anything he could get away with. Kind of like how a child would torment a family pet. My brother was bearable most of the time, though he would occasionally bully me at the school we went to. It was only around Austin that he became abusive. Don't get me wrong, I was athletic and fast and could hold my own in a fight, but I never understood when I was supposed to be fighting back, and I never recognized when people were bullying or abusing me. Thanks, autism. So I just let it happen. Now, trigger warning. This part won't be graphic, but it will contain sexual assault. The worst thing he has ever done to me was when he took me into this big raised storehouse-type building in my grandma's yard. A well-worn place that was in extreme disrepair and partially sealed with a few nailed-down slabs of metal that Poppy had put in place years prior. It was dark and full of debris, and to get in, we had to squeeze through a tiny, rather sharp opening between two slabs of metal while using a moldy piece of wood to reach it. Austin was used to sneaking in there to smoke, I guess, so he made it in without a problem, but I was pretty scratched up from the sharp metal and from losing my balance on the wood multiple times. Austin told me about how he, my brother, and my other cousin Kayla had hidden a magical time capsule in the room, which he called a tree house, despite it definitely not being one. He told me the time capsule contained gold and other valuables, and things my little girl brain found cool at the time. He told me that we needed to retrieve it because the tree house was going to be demolished in a week, and in order to break the spell, we would have to do something little 5-year-old me apparently saw no flaw in. He wanted me to pull down my pants and touch our genitals together. I, of course, ate up every word. I was an overly friendly, gullible child, and while I didn't believe in Santa and the like, I fully believed in magic. I still do today, to a lesser extent. I believe anything is possible, and I have no proof that magic does or does not exist, but I digress. After a while of nervous hesitation, I followed his instructions, and I will not go into detail on what happened, but we were soon interrupted by my mother calling me as it was time for me to leave. My cousin appeared disappointed and annoyed, but at the time I figured he was just sad we couldn't break the spell on the time capsule. I went home that night feeling weird and disappointed that we hadn't been able to open it. I asked my brother about it, told him what Austin had told me, and he said he couldn't remember such a thing, and to stay away from Austin. I was annoyed he wouldn't help me, but nowadays I just feel betrayed. He never told an adult, and he clearly knew what was happening to me. If he wanted to, my brother could have stopped what came next, but he didn't. I guess I can't blame him. I was a very annoying child at the time, and it's possible he thought I was lying, or what I really don't like considering, maybe he hoped this would shut me up. I don't know, and I try my best not to care. The next week, the treehouse was still standing when I returned to my grandma's house. I was delighted to see Austin still visiting, and the treehouse still in one piece. I thought I had another chance to unlock the time capsule, and I was determined to not miss it. Austin took me up to the treehouse, and this time I did not hesitate to do as he instructed. It's all very mortifying in retrospect, which is part of why I refuse to go into detail. I was an idiot and didn't understand, and that's all I'll say on the matter. Needless to say, despite my success, no time capsule magically appeared in the room. He pretended to be disappointed, and I was massively crushed. I thought for sure we could break the spell. I was such an idiot. I want to go back in time and punch my past self. Austin then told me that maybe we could try something else to break the spell. He told me that Kayla had essentially sucked him off in the treehouse, something that now I honestly wouldn't be surprised if it were true, the both of them being redneck assholes who probably don't care about incest. He told me that it would tickle. I refused because that sounded gross, and surprisingly, he let me go. I guess he had no interest in full-on raping a child, something that I am forever grateful for. I went home that day feeling very sad over the failure, and as far as I know, my cousin never tried anything like that on me again. But I have no clue if he did or not, as there are many gaps in my memory, and I know what trauma can do to a person. The idea of him wanting to go further with me, his little cousin, makes me want to vomit. What if he had succeeded? What if he had convinced me to continue? I know if he had persisted, I likely would have given in, me being such a gullible fucking idiot. Obviously, I didn't understand what had happened at the time, but now that I'm older, I'm horrified and disgusted, and I know that some of my issues stem from this event. As I said before, even now I still get sent into a panic whenever I have to smell cigarette or marijuana smoke, and the thought of seeing my cousin again makes me feel sick and small. I haven't seen Austin in years. I am okay with this. The last time I saw him in person, I was in high school and had brought my girlfriend to my uncle's carnival for a date. He was manning the fun slide, and I avoided him like the plague. I pretended everything was fine, and I never spoke to him again. Austin has a baby now, a little boy named Nathan, who mostly lives with my Aunt Corinne, his grandma. We were at the laundromat recently, and Nathan video called my cousin and forced me to fake a smile to wave to his daddy, my old tormentor. I was mortified and immediately after retreated to my seat, all energy for that day zapped from me. I don't speak of this much. I am traumatized and disgusted, and I have many emotional issues. Part of me wants to tell someone about this, to scream to the heavens that Austin is not innocent, to make him pay for abusing and sexually assaulting me, but I won't. I probably never will get closure for this, and my cousin will probably never face the consequences for his actions. I think the most horrifying part of this story is how common something like this is. A child who never speaks up, and an assailant who gets off scot-free. We will never know how many people have been tormented, how many people have been or are still tormentors, and they will probably never have to face what they have done. They will walk free. Oh, and that treehouse, it was never scheduled to be demolished. It's still standing to this day. I don't go near it.
I'm a 20-year-old female, but this happened when I was 13. I was staying the night at my ex-best friend's house. We were best friends at the time, but not anymore. I'll call her T for this story. I was always a big girl and had a lot of force. I always gave T piggyback rides. That'll be important in the story. It was around 3 p.m. when we got bored with painting. On that day, we were working on an art project, and we were partners. I don't really remember now what it was for though. This was on a Saturday, and we wanted to finish our project and not do it at last minute. We had a history of doing that kind of a lot. T had the idea to walk to the park that was close to her house, and she thought it was a good idea to bring her golden retriever puppy named Marley along with us. T's mom wasn't home at this time because she was always doing grocery shopping, and so T thought it was better that her mom wasn't home. We ended up getting ready, and we left at around 3:30 p.m. I will now tell you about the outline from T's house to the park. Now, T's house was on the right, a big white house, and it had 2 floors and a big driveway. From where T's house was, if you walked straight for 12 minutes, you had to cross the road, and then you would reach the park. It was a sunny day with some clouds as me and T crossed the road and we reached the park. The park was pretty huge, but most of the time it was empty because I live in a small unknown town in Washington State, and I barely see anyone there unless it's a baseball or soccer game or someone having a birthday party in the picnic areas. So anyways, me and T went pretty far into the park, and we had played on the playground with Marley for almost 2 hours. But I had noticed a car driving around a few times. It was a grayish 2012 Chevy Impala. I knew this because my dad had taught me the names of models and cars, and it had started to really bother me seeing this car. I told T what I saw, and she said, "Yeah, I'd noticed that car circling around us a lot. Do you think they want to take us or something?" She gave me a concerned look, and I replied back with, "Well, it sure seems like it. I think we should leave now. I'm starting to get freaked out." Me and T got off the playground and went to go grab Marley. While we put on his leash, I saw the same car circle around us, but this time it went slower. I felt my blood go cold as I looked at the driver, and it was an old white man. He looked like he was in his 50s, and he had a smirk on his face. He was wearing glasses too, and he was staring right at us. T had noticed the car go farther away from us, and this was our chance to run out of there. In this park, there was a big amount of trees, and me and T were hiding behind this huge tree, with T holding Marley. The car came back, but this time it was speeding. After it passed us, we then ran as fast as we could. We ran across the baseball fields and soccer fields that were in the park entrance. My lungs felt as if they were going to give out on how fast I was going. T was behind me, gripping onto Marley for dear life. I grabbed T's hand, pulling her forward. Luckily, there were no cars on the road, so we kept going. T then screamed as she saw the same car from behind us. We ran into a neighbor's yard, and we saw the old man actually stop his car and run behind us. I was screaming in my head at this point, "Don't get caught! Please don't get caught!" T was falling behind, and the old man was so close to us at this point. Now, T was super tiny. She was always very tiny like that from what I remembered. So I literally scooped her up with Marley in her hands, and I'd never ran so fast in my life. The adrenaline kicked in so hard that day. I can still feel the burning in my lungs at this very moment. I decided not to run to T's house and instead confuse the old man. So I went in front of a house and I hid behind a bush. I then put T down while we saw the old man go behind another house, and when it was finally clear and we didn't see him, we ran straight all the way to T's house, locking the door behind us. T's mom still wasn't home yet, and we never told her. Not even to this day or any authorities, because we were really scared we'd get in trouble. However, luckily we never saw that old man again. Even to this day, I still sometimes get nightmares about that scary old man grabbing us and taking us away. But thank God that didn't happen.
This is a story of something really scary that happened to me while shopping a few years ago. I went to a Dollar General store in the town I work in after I got off of work to pick up a few household items. I really like shopping at those stores. They're usually not very crowded, and it's a good place to get basic things since they have really good prices. I'd been inside for a few minutes and already got most of the things that I needed. When I went into the aisle for the last of what I needed, I noticed there was a man just standing in the middle of it, pacing back and forth, babbling some kind of gibberish. His clothes were extremely dirty, and his pants and hoodie were both full of holes. He had his hood up over his head, so I really didn't get a good look at his face, but I could see that he had an unkempt beard. I had to go around him and couldn't help but notice he smelled horrible. I'm not one to judge people, but the smell was just too bad and even made me gag a little. The man just gave off a bad vibe overall, too. There was music playing in the store, and all of a sudden, the man randomly started singing along with it. He wasn't singing along with the words, but was kind of laughing to the tune of the song while singing simultaneously. It was by far the most random thing I'd ever seen anyone do. I didn't know who in their right mind would act like that in public, but I just brushed it off like whatever and tried to finish my shopping. The man kept doing it and was now dancing to the music as he got closer to me. I decided I'd go to the next aisle over to put some distance between myself and the man. I hoped that if I just ignored him, he would either get bored of it or find someone else to bother. It was turning into a really sketchy situation, but I didn't think it was worth confronting the guy over it. I killed some time by just looking over everything in the aisle and thought maybe the man would be gone so I could go back for what I needed. Then I saw the man again, and he was following another customer who was a middle-aged man. The guy was still singing and dancing to the music. I could tell the other customer was getting annoyed and trying to ditch the man too. Then the guy practically leaned over to the other customer's shoulder and was singing as loud as he could. It startled the other customer, and he turned around and said, "What's your problem, you weirdo?" That must have set off a trigger within the man, and he then started shouting and cursing at me at the top of his lungs. The other customer just looked at the man with a stunned look on his face. It seemed like he was getting ready to fight the man when he started pounding his chest like a gorilla and screamed. The other customer screamed and took off running away from him. I watched as the man chased him all around throughout the store, in and out of aisles, and knocking things off the shelves as they went. I couldn't believe this was actually happening. I didn't know if the guy was high on something, drunk, or had a mental health problem, but the fact that he had completely lost his mind was plain to see. His mood had gone completely 180. The other customer ran in front of the aisle I was in, with the crazy man still after him. Then the crazy man tripped and fell when his foot caught on the bottom of a shelf. He noticed me when he got back up and then pointed at me. He made a noise that I don't even know how to describe, and I would have thought a human couldn't make such a sound. I screamed and ran for it. The crazy guy picked up an item in a box off the shelf and heaved it at me. Luckily, it didn't come anywhere close to hitting me and just fell to the floor, which probably broke whatever was inside. As I was running out of there, I came across the store manager who came to investigate all the commotion. He asked what in the blue F was going on in here, understandably angry about the disturbance. I said there's a crazy man who's been trying to attack another customer and myself. Just then, the crazy man saw us. He made that awful noise again and charged us. The manager said to get out of his store now. That didn't faze the man at all, and he kept going towards us at full speed. The manager picked up his foot, and as the guy reached him, he delivered a karate-style kick to the crazy man, which caught him square in the chest. It dropped the crazy man and knocked him out for a few moments. The manager asked me if I was okay, and I said that I thought I was, still in shock of what had just happened. He then told me to make a run for the exit, and he was going to evacuate the entire store, as well as call the police. I didn't waste any time in making a run for the exit. While I was on the way out, I heard the manager announce over the store intercom for everyone to please evacuate the store immediately for your own safety. When I got outside, I saw a couple of police cars come flying into the parking lot. It turned out the other customer the crazy man chased got out after the crazy man set his sights on me and called the police himself. It was a pretty big town, so their police department was able to get officers to the scene super fast. A few other customers came running out of the store along with the employees and manager. The officers got out and the manager told them the crazy man was still inside, destroying everything. We could see glimpses of him through the glass, running around in there and laying waste to the store. It looked like a tornado had ripped through the place. The officers ran inside, and a few other police cars arrived to the scene as they entered, along with an ambulance. The second wave of officers ran in to help while the paramedics checked on everyone to see if anybody needed medical attention. We all watched and waited for them to come out with the guy. In the meantime, the manager kept apologizing to everyone about the whole ordeal and made sure that nobody was hurt. I was glad that he was there to put a stop to the crazy man's rampage, long enough for everybody to get out safely. It took a while, but all the officers finally came out, dragging the crazy man with them. He was still trying to fight the officers and making his disturbing noises. They had put a lot of restraints on him and put a spit hood over his face too. After they finally got him in the back of one of their cars, the officers came over to make sure we were all okay. They said that when they found the crazy man inside, he was defecating in the middle of one of the aisles. The crazy man even tried to fight the officers, and they ended up having to use a taser on him a few times to make the arrest. They also discovered that he vandalized the restroom by stuffing a bunch of toilet paper and paper towels in the toilet and sink, making them both overflow. One officer said the crazy man was most likely on heavy drugs, and that's what made him act like he did. We all gave the officers our statements for what happened, and our contact information if they had any more questions. The manager went back inside with some of the officers to get the footage from the store's surveillance cameras and to inspect all of the damage. The other arresting officers drove the man out of the parking lot and took the crazy guy away. We all felt sorry for them because it couldn't have been a very pleasant ride with him in the car. I decided I might as well forget about my shopping, and I went home to try to collect myself. I was still shaken up from the whole thing. I followed the news for the next few days and found out the guy's name and that he was in fact under the influence of drugs when he came into the store. He was being held in the town's jail until his court date. I never heard what ended up happening to him after that, but I was just glad that he was in custody where he belonged and couldn't hurt anyone. Hopefully, he got the help that he needed while he was there too. The Dollar General had to be closed for a few days to clean up the damage, and so the employees could recover from the trauma. I never have gone back to that Dollar General since that incident, and I don't think I ever will. I'm sure that the man was banned from ever going into that store again. It just brings up bad memories for me, and I couldn't help but think that someday the crazy man would return to seek some kind of horrible retribution. The whole thing was a really traumatizing experience for me, and it's made me a lot more leery whenever I go out shopping ever since. That just goes to show you that you never know what people are capable of, and how quickly things can take a turn just going about your daily routine.
So, I've been working at Walmart for about 3 years now. It's not the best job, but it has decent pay and was enough to pay half the rent while my boyfriend paid the rest. I work and go to school full-time, so managing both my job and school was a hassle. One week, my managers, being the jerks that they were, gave me a week of closing shifts. This was really inconvenient, as I had a 7:45 a.m. class on Wednesdays, but they didn't seem to care about that when I spoke to them. It was annoying to say the least, but I sucked it up and worked my shifts as scheduled. The night shifts usually consisted of us cleaning, putting things back on shelves, etc. Well, one night during that week, it was 10 minutes before we closed, and the only ones in the store were me and my other coworker, Seth. Seth was counting up the registers while I was mopping the floors of all the aisles. At one point while mopping, I go down one of the aisles and see a man looking at the shelves of the arts and crafts section. This was odd, as Seth and I did a sweep throughout the store to make sure everyone was gone, and we didn't see this man anywhere. I wasn't sure what it was, but I started to get this weird energy off him, and not the good kind. I politely tell him that the store is closed and that he have to come back tomorrow. He looks at me and profusely apologizes, telling me that he just has to pick out one more thing. After all, we had closed just a few minutes ago, so I made an exception and told him to get whatever he needed, but to make it quick. That being said, I finished cleaning and radio said that we still had one last customer in the store. He said that it would be no problem and that he'd ring him up. With that out of the way, I decided to go put the cleaning supplies away and took that time to use the restroom before I clocked out. Now, the restroom in the front has been out of order, which meant that I had to use the one in the back of the store. I go into the bathroom, take off my vest, and do my business. About 30 seconds later, I hear the door to the bathroom open and someone step inside. For some reason, I thought it was Seth telling me that he was leaving or something, and with that, I called out his name. However, I didn't hear a response back, and that's when I texted him asking if he were by the back of the store. He instantly responded, saying no and that he was still waiting for that other customer. That's when I look up and see an eye staring at me through the crack of the stall. It's safe to say I screamed the loudest I've ever had and pulled up my pants and basically rammed the door, pushing the man to the ground. I ran over to the front and told Seth everything and to call the police. Thankfully, the police station wasn't too far from here, so they were able to have an officer over within 2 minutes. Police had told us to get out of the store while they went inside, as they didn't know if he was armed. Turns out, he actually had a 4-inch hunting knife he had on him from our outdoor section. He had it in his back pocket, and God only knows what he was gonna do with it. He was arrested, of course, and has actually done similar things before. He had been put in jail before, but was released for good behavior. This time, I'm not sure as to how long he was gonna be in jail for, but I hope it's a while, as that was probably the scariest thing to ever happen to me. If something feels off or wrong about something, I strongly suggest that you always trust your gut. It may just save your life.
I'm currently a sophomore in college, and the bar scene here is pretty big. Going out for the night to get some special deals on alcohol so you can get plastered with your friends is kind of the go-to here. Despite this, I'm not a huge drinker and don't enjoy it a lot because it tastes so bad and hurts my stomach. I do enjoy the company though, and I often just go out to be with my friends or meet new people. A lot of the times I'm called the dad of the group, because I end up just taking care of all of them all the time. That's the prelude to what happened when I decided to go out with them one Friday night. So we all get dressed up, pre-gaming a bit at my friend Q's apartment before we Ubered downtown to one of our pretty well-known college bars and clubs. After we got in, my friends immediately split off into tiny groups, combing over the bar for girls they wanted to try their shot at spending the night with. This is going to make me sound weird, but one-night stands aren't really my thing, and I don't want to end up blocking my friends. So instead of looking for girls, I usually find someone at the bar and just make friends with them. I was chatting with some dude that was wearing a cowboy hat, when eventually, a girl approached me. She was pretty cute, probably 5'6" with dirty blonde hair, and eyes that I think were light brown. But they were so light that they almost looked gold, which threw me off a bit. She asked if she could buy me some drinks in exchange for being her friend for the night. And I, of course, accepted because, hey, that's what I came here for anyway, right? Anyways, she kept to her word. We started talking to one another and she introduced herself as Alexia, but to call her Alex. I asked her some basic stuff about herself, if she came with friends and if she went to college here. To which all the answers were no. That struck me as pretty odd, because honestly it's pretty unsafe to be in the downtown area, especially alone as a girl at like 1 in the morning. She kept asking to hear about me though, and actually seemed pretty excited to listen. It felt like a really nice change of pace because usually I'm the one learning about other people, not the other way around. It also could have been the alcohol starting to take effect since I'm a pretty big lightweight, as like I said, I don't binge drink a lot. The whole time I was talking, she stared into my eyes and had this warm smile that made me feel so acknowledged, if that makes any sense. I felt like she was enjoying her time as much as I was, and that just made me even happier because I thought I made a new friend. That was when her demeanor began to change though. She started to get kind of flirty and eventually asked if I wanted to go home with her. Like I said earlier, I'm not a one-night stand kind of guy. I explained that I like to get to know people a little better before sleeping with them. I'm pretty sure I saw what I thought was anger flash across her face, but was quickly replaced with another smile, and then she suggested just going home and watching a movie instead. I agreed, and then pulled out my phone to begin ordering an Uber. She basically grabbed my wrist and started guiding me outside. I was confused, trying to ask if she was planning to drive after drinking, but she wouldn't really give me an answer. We eventually got outside the club, and she pointed to a black Honda Civic parked right at the front of the club. That was when all the warning bells rang out like a tornado had passed through them. I was pretty drunk at this point in the night, maybe 6 or 7 drinks deep, but I was still aware enough to see those red flags. She said she'd come alone, but the lane the car was parked in was only for pickups. I never saw her order an Uber. Someone would have had to have been driving that car. This was enough to make me uncomfortable, and I asked again if she was planning to drive. She said yes as we continued to walk closer and closer, and I knew that it was a bald-faced lie. As we got closer, my heart sank as I noticed the outline of 3 other guys inside that car. At that point, my adrenaline kicked in. I yanked my hand away from her and said, "There's no way in hell I'm getting in that car with you." She tried begging me one more time, saying she really wanted to have sex and would let me do whatever I wanted. But I'd already turned around and walked back into the club. She started cussing me out, practically screaming at the top of her lungs as I walked back up to the bouncers to go back inside. I texted my friends about what had happened, and we all met back up and went home. It was obvious that she was going to college bars, trying to get guys drunk before offering to sleep with them, so she could get them inside that car with those other 3 men, to rob them or do God knows what else. I called my city's anonymous tip line and left a detailed description of the car, the girl, and the place where it all happened. That night was a real wake-up call for me. I'm so thankful that despite being drunk that night, I was able to piece together what was happening before it was too late. Please, remember to always be safe when going out with your friends, especially when it's late at night or alcohol is involved. But to Alexia, or Alex, who I saw that night at the bar, let's never meet again.
I live in what we call a villa, where there is a long driveway that leads to 15 houses at the end of a long road. My house is designed in a circular way, in which the kitchen and dining area are walled off from the 3 bedrooms and toilet, but you can walk in circles around the house and end up at the same spot. We have 3 cars in our family, since 3 of the members drive, but I don't yet, and my dad parks his station wagon in this visitor's parking space. From my bedroom window, you have an excellent view of this parking area, great lighting and just an all-around good view. One night, my whole family went out and took my mum's car to a restaurant in the city. I was just at home alone watching a movie, when around 10:30 p.m, there was a knock on the screen door. "Who is it?" I called. "Oh, it's your neighbour. Your dad left his car lights on." I opened my door. Thank God my screen door was locked. There stood a man I had never seen before, and we hadn't heard anything about a new resident moving in. He looked kind of nervous, and he repeated, "Your dad or your brother left his car lights on in the parking space. You really should come out and turn them off." I replied, "Oh, okay. Thank you for that. I'll let him know when he comes back." He didn't move. He didn't flinch. He just stood there staring. You should come out now and turn them off. It's going to kill the battery." I repeated again that I would tell my dad when he came home, and he repeated that I really should, right now, at that moment, come out with him and turn the car off. I told him I was going to call my dad right now and tell him about the car lights, and he began to walk away. I closed the door, locked it, and then went around the back door and essentially barricaded it with locks and some chairs. After that, I placed a butcher's knife underneath my coffee table, and I went to the kitchen to look out at the car spaces. My dad's car lights weren't on, and the parking area was pitch black. I never saw that man again.
About 2 months ago, I got a job for the Disney store in one of their warehouses. So far it's been alright, My team mainly operates the postal deliveries, putting all the stuff you order into boxes before handing them over to the courier. My department has a particular tradition. See, there's a joke that our manager is so incompetent that instead we report to these stuffed toys that we keep in the break room, which comprise of the 3 caballeros, Donald, Jose, and Panchetto. Each of them are about 20 inches tall, and they have their own cardboard desks and everything. We talk to them like they're real people. We get them involved in the annual Christmas party. We also get comment cards and reports from them as well. Donald was the one to point out any infractions I've committed. I've got quite a few from Panchetto that were entirely in Spanish, and one from Jose asking me to play Simba music in the break room as well. I've got written up for playing Disney heavy metal, which is a real thing, by the way. Look it up on YouTube or Spotify if you don't believe me. And most of us know it's not actually the dolls, but we play along in order to mess with each other. Hell, I thought I was being hazed for being the new guy when I reported for my first day at work, but everyone just kept doing it. Anyway, there was an incident a fortnight ago where a senior manager from the parent company came over from the US to do a checkup on the warehouse. It had to do with taxes mainly, but when they got to the break room, they asked us about the 3 caballeros. I was the one to explain the running joke, even showing them all the notices I've gotten from the stuffed toys. That's all really cute and all, he remarked, but I know all the products we sell, and we've never made a Jose or a Panchetto doll. Maybe they're knockoffs, I suggested, or someone working here made them. No, it's definitely got our factory stitch work, he explained. We were both confused for a while, before my manager came in and started complaining about the dolls. It seems whoever was behind the prank had gone as far as placing orders for new supplies and signing sick days and pay slips under the toys' names. She even claimed that all the pay slips were signed before she could even do so. Wait, I remarked. You're telling me that the stuffed animals have been paying the employees? Do you know how illegal that is? I haven't been able to figure this out, and I demand to know who's doing this, she complained. And I have no idea how many times I've thrown these damn toys in the trash. With that, she kicked at the dolls' offices and sent Donald flying at the wall. She quickly made demands that the senior manager help her find out who's been stealing from them, since no one respects her. She quickly demanded to have him in her office to start working on how to start an investigation. But before he followed, the senior manager turned to me with worry. Is it just me? He asked, or did you hear Donald screaming? The manager made sure that the break room was locked down completely for an hour. No one could get in or out as the 2 managers started talking. But when the break room was unlocked, the 3 caballeros' office space was back to normal with some dented cardboard. But I wasn't the only one to think that. Whenever the manager came through, they were glaring at her. Their expressions changed. I swear it. Well, before leaving for home, I go to the dolls and say, she doesn't know you're alive. She thinks someone's driving her crazy. Kind of like the ending of Toy Story meets that movie where some girl's husband makes her think she's insane. This morning, the 3 caballeros were nowhere to be seen. The American told us what had happened at the emergency meeting when we came in. He took one look at the expense books, asked around, and found out that the manager was claiming payment for employees that simply didn't exist, and he had her arrested. Well, I say arrested, but actually, she was sanctioned, put into a mental hospital for her own well-being after a nervous breakdown. Everyone assumed that someone found out and was trying to mess with her, but why not just report her to the police? When we broke for lunch, the 3 caballeros were back at their desks. We all suggested that maybe they were messing about with her like the Exorcist and all that. Anyway, I was last to go back on the line, and when I did, on a hunch I asked, what did you do to her? It's simple, Panchetto said as he turned to me. We talked to her.
I'm a 22-year-old female, and I live with my boyfriend. The story took place back in December of 2022. Here's some background information. We didn't really live in the greatest part of town, so there was always shit going on. Our house faces an alleyway, so our backyard meets our neighbors behind us backyard, if that makes sense. Their house faces the main street, and our backyards are separated by a chain link fence with a gate. Written in the deed of the house, a gate had to be there so emergency fire personnel can access our whole house if ever needed. The alleyway is so narrow that my boyfriend's pickup truck just makes the turn. From the main street, you can just barely see our tiny little house, and you couldn't see the gate from the main street due to the neighbor's car being parked in the driveway. I was home alone on this night due to my boyfriend being on an emergency call for work. It was around 10 p.m., and I had just DoorDashed some Applebee's. I know, it was probably a little late for takeout, but I wasn't expecting my boyfriend to be out this late. We have a motion sensor light and camera facing the backyard. Well, just as I'm sitting down to eat and watching TV, I get a notification that someone's in my backyard. Now, I just assumed that it's our neighbors outside doing something, but I was wrong. I clicked the live feed, and I saw a man holding what looks to be a plastic white bag crouched down near the entrance, as well as near the tree along the other side of our yard. I immediately call my boyfriend and I frantically say that someone's in our backyard. He tells me to turn the lights off and keep the dogs quiet. I quickly grab the dogs and hide in the closet until I hear back from my boyfriend. I didn't want to turn off the lights though, just in case someone was watching the house and found out someone was home. I was also way too shaken up to call the police, so my boyfriend calls for me. I once again checked the live feed from the camera to see if the guy was gone, and he was. I watched back the footage, and he had actually walked through our neighbor's driveway through the gate and then sneakily moved so he didn't set off the camera. When he started to walk towards our bedroom window, that's when the motion light comes on, and the camera then says, "Hi, you're now being recorded." Now, our bedroom window is the biggest window on the back of the house. He easily could have stepped on something to get up to the level of the window to see if it was open. Thankfully, if that was the case, we had a solid wood tall dresser right in front of the window, so he wouldn't have been able to get in. My boyfriend calls me back, and he says the police are on their way and to keep an eye out. About 10 minutes go by, and I finally see the police in our backyard trying to find our house. I run out and introduce myself and explain the whole situation. As I'm explaining everything to the cops, my boyfriend pulls up. I give the police the information they need, and I show them the footage. They obviously couldn't do much since the guy wasn't in our backyard anymore, but we just wanted it to be reported and be on record. The officer said that the guy looked like he wanted something in our yard. The things in our yard consisted of a concrete mixer, 2 bikes, a bike track, and a plastic kiddie pool for the dogs. If the guy had attempted to take any of those things, I wouldn't have even bothered calling the cops. It seemed like he knew the layout of our yard and knew exactly where the gate and camera was located at. I was scared to be home alone for days after this happened, especially at night. The police hung around the neighborhood for a good 20 minutes, then left. Unfortunately, we never heard anything else regarding it. Thankfully though, we don't live in that house anymore, and I'm really glad.
Okay guys, yesterday was probably one of the worst days I've ever endured, and it all started with a phone call at about 7 a.m. I picked up my phone to see who was calling me so early, but since I didn't recognize the number, I just put it on silent and fell back asleep. When I woke up again 3 hours later, I saw that I had 12 missed calls and 8 new voicemails. Panic started to set in as I thought something horrible had happened to one of my family members. As I looked through all the missed numbers though, I realized that I didn't know who any of these people were. I thought that was really strange, since if something bad had happened to a family member, I should at least recognize one of these numbers. things got weirder as I heard the first voicemail.
Hi, I was just giving you a call about the house you have for sale. I saw the Craigslist ad and was hoping to figure out a time I could be given a walkthrough. Just give me a call back, thanks.
I figured that was the wrong number and played the next one.
Yeah, hi. I was calling about the house for sale on Craigslist. If you could, give me a call back. I'd really like to know some more stuff about those murders before I take a walkthrough. Thanks, and have a nice day.
After hearing the second voicemail, I was really starting to wonder what the hell is going on here. The other 6 voicemails were all pretty much the same thing, inquiring about setting up a walkthrough and wanting to know about these quote-unquote murders. After I finished listening to the last one, I needed to find out what the fuck is going on. I called the last number to leave a voicemail and a woman answered. When I asked her about the house she was calling about, she said there was an ad on Craigslist offering a house for dirt cheap, but it was only so cheap because the post said that a couple had been murdered inside the house. I asked her if she could text me the link and she assured me that she would. A few minutes later, my phone buzzed and I saw her number pop up on its screen. I had no idea what I was in store for by clicking on that link. So when the webpage opened, the coldest chill I've ever felt shot down my spine. I saw a picture of my house on Craigslist for sale. What made it worse was it was the picture that had been taken within the last week. You could see the pumpkin that I carved last weekend. And then I read the posting description. I have this sweet little home that I'm putting up for sale. It's located in this town. Just a hop, skip, and a jump away from the city. Enjoy all the seclusion and privacy that this house will bring you. My asking price is $25,000. Disclosure: there is a reason I'm asking basically nothing for my house. The previous couple who lived there, a young man and a woman, were murdered in the house about a year ago. I figured it would get out in the open now so that I'm only contacted by people who are not bothered by this. Don't let this little mishap dissuade you though. The neighborhood is very safe. I promise. You can call. Then they listed my name and number at any time, day or night. I never sleep. And we can set a time to take a walkthrough of my house. I look forward to hearing from you soon. With a winky face. I felt like I'd been socked in the gut. What the fuck is going on? How did they know my number, my name? I immediately called my girlfriend over to see. I could see the horror set in on her face as she looked through the ad. I don't think I could feel any worse until she pointed out how our car was in the picture. We were in the house when someone took these pictures. I immediately called the police to figure out what the hell to do. They informed me that I should immediately contact Craigslist to remove the posting. Other than that, there was nothing really we could do at the moment. The only crime that had technically been committed would be trespassing, but since whoever took that picture wasn't on our property anymore, they really couldn't do anything else. I'm freaking the hell out. My girlfriend was on the phone with her mom in hysterics for most of the day yesterday. Today, we've just been on constant alert. Every sound we hear makes us jump. I think the worst part is, I know there's really nothing I can do. I feel so violated and so completely helpless. This happened well over 10 years ago, so I'll try my best to describe the events accurately. One of my childhood homes had a balcony that was attached to both my mother's bedroom and mine via a big double glass door on each of our rooms. Next to the balcony are 2 trees. One I often used to climb up and down from the balcony itself. This balcony faced out to the street. One night when I was about 13, my brother and mother weren't home, so I was in bed reading with a very dim reading light. I heard what sounded like something moving in one of our trees outside. But this doesn't worry me because possums and bats are common in our area. Now I had thin curtains on the glass doors that separated my room and the balcony. As mentioned previously, the doors faced out towards the street, where the street lamp light was always visible through those curtains. Shortly after hearing the tree rustling noises, I see a shadow slowly move past the doors, at which point I immediately turn off my reading light and freeze like a deer in headlights. Shadow is tall, so it wasn't one of the neighbor kids that I'm friends with, and it definitely wasn't all of my 5-foot mother. The person moved slowly, creeping as though they were trying to not be noticed. They wouldn't likely be able to see into my room, but I could see them thanks to the streetlights behind them, creating a dark silhouette. They moved past my doors, out of sight. I sat there unable to move or even think about what to do other than be absolutely still. That is until I heard another sound. The sound of someone trying to open the glass door on my mom's side. I didn't know if she had locked them, but I wasn't taking any chances. I moved as quickly and as silently as I could to my bedroom door and locked it. I listened for what the person was doing now. They were still jiggling the glass door handle, but it sounded like the doors weren't opening. I felt relief. This person couldn't get in, surely, and all I had to do was wait for them to realize that, and then they would leave, right? Well, I heard light footsteps move back along the balcony to my set of doors, until I saw that shadow stop directly in front of them. Again, I froze. He couldn't see me. He couldn't know that I could see him. I saw a shadow of a hand reach up to my door handle, and my heart stopped. Had I actually locked those doors myself today? I was out there earlier. What if I forgot? The seconds leading up to him grabbing the handle felt like an eternity. But thankfully, when this person tried to open the door, it did not open. It was locked. I sighed, such a sigh of relief that I was worried he had heard it. After this, he began pacing the length of the balcony. I didn't have a mobile phone as my mom thought it was too young for it and couldn't have one yet, and the landline was at the other end of the house. But I was far too scared to take my eyes off this person or even to call for help. I was silently crying, tears falling down my cheeks as I internally prayed that they would just leave. And I heard him stop moving, and he said,
"I could just break the glass, you know."
Before I could even process this, I saw car headlights turn the corner of my street and then stop at our property gate. My mom was home. The person on the balcony moved out of sight, and I heard a loud thump as they jumped off of it. When my mom came inside, I was hysterical and was barely coherent in telling her what had happened. Eventually, I got the message across, and she called the police. They never found or caught anyone, but a neighbor reported a truck in the street that matched the description of a truck that had been reported recently for attempted child abductions near my school, only a block away. Since I walked that short distance daily, the police suspected that he had followed me or seen where I live and then waited for me to be home alone. So to that creepy dude who scared the hell out of a 13-year-old girl, yeah, let's not meet again.
When I was 17, I worked at a pizza chain as a part-time job in Iowa City, Iowa. Being a teen with not much in my life, I had mostly worked the night shifts alongside my other coworker. It would stay busy well into the day and would start to die down come evenings. This was around the time where people were simply too tired to come and get food and preferred to just order it. I won't disclose any of my colleagues' information, so I'll just call my coworker Jared. Jared was a bit older than me, who was mainly placed in charge of making the pizzas while I was the one delivering them. On this night, it had just been me and him. It was already past 10 and we were getting ready to close when the phone rang. I answered it, and right away I hear someone on the other end. An older lady requesting a large pepperoni. I was annoyed as we were about to close and I really did not feel like driving. She had given me the address, which thankfully wasn't too far, and because it was a single pie, I'd be in and out. Thankfully, Jared had made a pepperoni pizza and couldn't deliver it due to a cancellation, so he just told me to take that one instead. I hop into my car and drive a few miles down near the interstate. Now, this interstate wasn't very popular, and it was also somewhat unsettling. This was mainly due to the fact that it had been surrounded by forest on the opposite sides of it. Driving through these roads at night with nobody around is enough to creep anyone out. After all, I did live in the rural part of my city, which only added to the creepiness. Anyway, I'm driving down the road when I see something up ahead on the side of the grass. As I drive closer, I realize it's a man waving his arms up in the air, attempting to flag me down. Now, I would have just drove by him, but earlier that week, I had heard the phrase, "Character is what you do when no one is looking." And for whatever reason, that was the night I decided that I was a man of character. Huge mistake. I pull over slowly and roll down my window just a tad before asking him if he needed help. Right away, he starts rambling on about how he was taking his dog for a walk when it ran off into the woods. He then offers me $300 if I could help him find his dog, as it was near and dear to him. Almost immediately, alarms start going off in my head as he's telling me his story. 1. Who walks their dog in the middle of an interstate? 2. If he did have a dog, why is he walking it at this time of night? And 3. The forest area is barricaded by wired fences, so there's no way the dog would have just jumped over it. I might have been naive, but I wasn't born yesterday. I apologized, telling him I'd be unable to, as I had to deliver this pizza and that it couldn't be late. However, he disregarded what I had said and basically tried pressuring me into helping him. I tell him no once again. Just as he was about to say something, I hear, clear as day, a blood-curdling scream from the woods calling for help. From my point of view, it sounded like a woman's cry for help. It was then when I had looked at this person who now had this menacing glare. He looks around for a brief second, leans in toward my car, and tells me to leave in a more upset tone. Not giving it a second thought, I speed down the road, not looking back. The rest of my delivery went smoothly, but I still couldn't shake the feeling off of what had happened. I reported my encounter to the police, and I was later told that they had searched the area, but had found no sign of anyone. The next day, I had gone back to my job and quit right then and there. No more late-night deliveries for me. Till this day, I'm still not sure what I encountered that night. I'm not sure if it was someone that really did lose their dog or something much worse.
Okay, so this happened about a year ago. I'm in a long-distance relationship, and I often fly to visit. I didn't have a ride arranged to come pick me up, so I usually use Lyft or Uber to get to and from the airport. This particular ride started off fine. The guy was from Haiti, I believe, he said, so he had a very thick accent that was often hard to understand. The beginning of the ride was him just making small talk like most drivers do. Where are you flying from? Are you in college? Do you have family here? And so on. We get on the freeway, and there's lots of traffic. I had a layover flight, and of course the outlets were all in use, and I couldn't charge my phone. I'm hoping traffic lightens up because I really need to keep in contact with the people I was going to stay with. Of course, my luck, the app crashes and says, "You have arrived," while we were literally in the middle of the freeway, near no houses at all. I kind of get annoyed, and the driver says he'll pull over at Walmart nearby to figure out what's going on. Apparently he had a very old phone, and it wasn't giving proper directions, so I said he could use mine, but I needed to charge it. He asked me to sit up front so it would be easier, and I thought nothing of it, so I hopped up front. He tells me he will take me the rest of the way for free without using the Lyft app. I put the address in and we're back on our way. As we're pulling out of the Walmart parking lot, he asked me how old I am. I just turned 18, and that's when things got kind of weird. He seemed to lighten up at how young I was, which was a bit odd, but whatever. He then asked me a series of questions like, "Why don't you live here in the States? You should move here. You can go to college here, so why don't you? I'm a doctor, and Lyft is just a side job, so I have money." This man was at least in his mid-40s. I told him I had no money to just randomly move states and start college, seeing as I just became a legal adult. He then told me, "I can take care of you. I can buy you a little apartment and a nice car and take you out and pay for your college." I thought he was joking, so I kind of just awkwardly laughed. and said that's okay. He didn't need to do that, but he kept insisting, and I was getting kind of creeped out. I really didn't want to jump to any conclusions. I thought maybe he's just not sure how to have a proper conversation since he's foreign or something. About 20 minutes later, we have about 5 minutes from my destination. My phone keeps doing that annoying charging, not charging, as phones do when the charger wire is loose. I had this phone for a while, so it did this from time to time, and apparently hadn't really been charging it much at all, and I died. Since we were so close to my destination though, I told him I knew the rest of the way, but I tell him to turn right, and he says okay, and purposely turns left, or keeps going straight. Anything but what I told him to do. Now we're lost because he's ignoring everything I'm saying and playing it off as an accident, and I'm not super familiar with this entire area. I only knew a small portion of the streets. He tells me he lives nearby, and I start getting really scared because I think he's going to kidnap me or something. I let out a single tear, and then I tell myself to keep it together, because in the movies, whenever they see someone's fear, they get mad or something, so I'm trying to make it seem like I'm not losing my shit. Finally, he goes back around, and when we're almost there again, he purposely goes the wrong way again. At this point, I got my cell phone to about 5%. He reaches over while at a red light and grabs my phone and rates himself a 5 stars on Lyft and friends me on Facebook. He also puts his number in my phone and tells me to call him if I ever need anything, and we should go out sometime. I give him a little fake smile so he doesn't know I'm about to shit myself from fear. Eventually I get so fed up, I just jump out at another red light and tell him, "Thanks, but you're really scaring me. Bye." I call my boyfriend on the 5% battery life and tell him where I am because I'm really scared and I need him to pick me up. The Lyft driver is shouting out the window for me to get back in the car, but there was no way in hell I was going back in there to be someone's sugar baby. That was a total stranger at that. I go somewhere where there's a lot of people and wait for my boyfriend. This whole ordeal made the ride last about 2.5 hours, and it should have only taken around 45 minutes, even with the traffic. Later I called Lyft and told him everything. He supposedly got fired, so that's good. Anyway, random Lyft driver, looking for a young sugar baby to kidnap. Let's not meet again.
This took place about 10 years ago, when I was a freshman in college. I attended college in a rural mountain area in the northeast, a small school tucked away in the rolling hills of the mountains. The type of place where the beauty and casual grace of nature is juxtaposed by the ugliness of humanity. The newspaper was ultra-conservative, and you couldn't venture too far into the woods beyond a few trees without seeing some trace of meth activity. You know the type of place I mean. Anyway, one of my new friends from college somehow discovered an abandoned train trestle deep in the woods about 5 miles from campus, basically in no man's land. I don't remember exactly how he found this place, because it was very much off the beaten path. The trestle crossed over a river which placidly flowed about 40 feet below. It was actually quite beautiful, and we began going there 3 times a week, just chilling on the trestle, watching the water below and the open sky above. We'd drink 40s there, smoke a bowl there, bring girls there. At some point we began jumping off the trestle into the water below, and then climbing back up. It was just a very collegey thing to do. Basically, it was our chill spot. So, one day, just needing to get away from the dorms and away from it all, I decided to go by myself to the trestle for a swim. It was around 7 PM, so I still had a good hour or so of dim sunlight, and I brought a flashlight with me for the walk home when it was sure to be dark. I made the trek through the pathways of the woods, as I'd done 100 times before, and I left my towel and flashlight on the trestle, and jumped into the water. I'd say that the water was around 10 to 15 feet deep. It flowed almost imperceptibly. You might as well be swimming in a stagnant pool. However, about 50 yards away from the trestle, the river narrows and the current picks up significantly. Then, about 20 yards after that, there is a maybe 20-foot high waterfall that bubbles and splashes with extreme violence. We used to watch large objects go over and never come up again. So, there I am, dimly bobbing my head in and out of the water, doing underwater flips, etc. But then, when I pop my head out of the water, I happen to glance to the side of the river, and I see a man walking towards the water. The water itself is kind of impeding my view, so I don't see him fluidly walking towards the water. I more see him in different stages of being closer to the water, like flipping through a flip book. He's about 15 feet away, then 10 feet, then 5 feet. I can barely give you a description. Maybe around 6 feet tall, pale, skinny, black hair pulled back in a ponytail. What I do remember most about his appearance was the extremely empty look on his face and in his eyes. Like he was doing something mundane, like taking out the trash or raking leaves. So I'm there, treading the water, not really knowing what to think. But I see he's no longer beside the river. Instead, he's jumped into it, and is swimming pin straight directly at me, really, really fast. I tried to swim the opposite way, but within a minute, I feel him grab my ankle and tug. I tried to scream, but water filled my mouth. While I'm underwater, he lets go and goes up for air, then grabs back onto me and pulls me again. It seems like he's done this before, and I never once see him after he's jumped in the water. He's gradually pulling me to where the current picks up before the waterfall. I start to realize this, and just fucking flip out, kicking, screaming, cursing, but to no effect. Finally, I feel the current start to take me, and as I twist away towards the waterfall, I look back and see this fucking guy just casually swimming back to where he jumped in the water, not even looking at me. This is by far the scariest moment of my life as I approach the waterfall. Long story short, I go over, and I'm underwater for a long, long time. Over a minute for sure. The water above me is unrelentingly pushing me under. The only reason I survived this was that there was a large log that had gone over the edge, and I was able to grab it and leverage it against the bottom to push me away from the crushing water. I survive, obviously, but then I had to trek the miles back to my dorm, in the dark without my flashlight, every step of the way thinking he would come back to finish the job. The next year, a football player drowned going over that fall. The news said it was because of an extreme current due to the recent rainfall, but I've always wondered about that.
I'm an 18-year-old female, and this happened back in 2009 when I was a freshman in college. I lived in a small city in the US, which was an overall safe area in my state. I even told my friends that even some of the criminals in my city were polite. Long story short, it was a neat little city that really deserved more attention. The people were nice, and sirens would almost never be heard. One night, a few of my college friends and I had just finished a concert from our school performed by a local band. They never made it big, but they were still well known around the area, especially if you were into music. Anyway, we leave the school trying to find somewhere to eat as we were practically starving. It was around 11 at night, meaning most places were closed, making it harder for us to find food. Eventually, we decided to go by a nearby McDonald's as we were dirt poor college students with little to no money. We enter the McDonald's and order our food and find a nearby table to eat at. For some context, there were 4 people. Me, my friend Emily, my friend James, and his girlfriend Samantha. As we're eating a total of 40 plus McNuggets, I notice a man walk in hyperventilating as if he had just ran a marathon. He wore black sweatpants, a white shirt, and had on a backpack. Not that there was anything wrong with him, but something about him just made me feel uneasy. On top of that, he seemed disheveled with long messy hair and looked as if he hadn't been to the gym in years. Now, I'm not one to judge people, but there was something about this man that was just off. Not wanting to pry and too tired to care, I think nothing of it and just continued eating while talking to my friends. I nudge Emily and whisper in her ear if she thinks that man seemed off. She just so happens to agree with me and tells me that we should just not pay attention to him. We focus on eating our food while chatting with our friends when James turns around and made eye contact with the man. However, not even a minute after, he walks up to our table with a flashlight, smiling his smile. Hey there, weird favor. The toilet in the bathroom is overflowing. Can one of you help me with it? We all just kind of look at each other confused and say that we were eating and to ask an employee. He disregards our suggestion and insists we help him out. We politely decline and tell him no, to which he then asks once again. But before I was about to say something, James says in an annoyed tone to leave us the hell alone and to go away. His face went pale and he grabs a drink before leaving the restaurant. Samantha kept telling us as to how uncomfortable the man made her feel and that she's sworn she's seen him before. We begin to ask her if she was sure, and if she did, where she saw him. She said that she couldn't remember but thought it was sometime last week. We eat for another 20 minutes before leaving to go back home when Emily says something I didn't realize. You know, he never went into the restroom in the first place. How would he know the toilet was overflowing? I look at her with this unsettling face, and that's when I immediately thought of the backpack. Upon realizing this, several questions came up in my mind about why he had a backpack. What were the contents of it? What were his intentions? And what would he have done had one of us gone in there? These questions bothered me for a good week when James saw a chilling news report. Apparently, the same tactic had happened at another restaurant, only this time it actually worked. The same man had tried the approach and managed to lure a woman standing by the men's restroom. He was able to pull her in and do things I won't mention until a few people helped break up the situation. The news showing the man's face on TV made James almost spit out his water as he saw this. James ends up calling the police to put in our tip and what had happened. Police in my city don't mess around, so whenever something bad happened, they were ready to stop it. Eventually, Samantha had remembered seeing the man at a pub she was at. He didn't do anything, but described him as being drunk and annoyed at the bartender. Needless to say, this news went around like wildfire around my city and even my school. What had once been this nice area with barely any crime, only to have something disturbing happen. For those of you wondering, yes, he was thrown in prison. I ended up staying away from that McDonald's for a good while until the paranoia faded. It wasn't until a year later where I learned a truth I didn't know. James and Samantha had moved away, and it was actually Emily who had told me this. During dinner one night with her, I had asked her if she had remembered about the man from McDonald's many years ago. Her eyes went wide, and she said she was going to tell me something she never told me. Turns out, the man had ended his life in prison not too long ago. He couldn't live with the pain anymore and just decided to end it. I was shocked when I learned this and really couldn't believe it. However, it was nice to know that he couldn't hurt any more people while knowing our city was much safer. Anyway, that's my story, and I hope you can all learn from this and help prevent it. If you see or feel something is off, you need to tell someone. There are truly some messed up people in this world. When I was around 7 years old, my family and I moved into an old house. It was a really big house with 4 bedrooms, 6 bathrooms, 2 living rooms, and even had a dumbwaiter. It was at least 80 years old and was in pretty good condition for a house that old. My parents both worked 12-hour shifts at a hospital and would oftentimes have to get a sitter for me. My current babysitter, who I looked up to dearly, had moved away over 2,000 miles to another state to start her career in law. Needless to say, I wasn't doing well because of it. She had been with us for over 6 years and even considered her as family. Anyway, with her now gone, my parents had to look for a new babysitter. We had lived in a town where there weren't many sitters, meaning there was a better chance for them to have low reviews. Thankfully, we had found one who lived in walking distance that had 4-star reviews, which wasn't bad but still convenient. Her name was Sandra, and she seemed really nice. She was 24, attended college, and was apparently really good with kids. We'd play games together, she'd help me with my homework, watch TV, etc. My parents got along well with her, and as the weeks went by with her as my new babysitter, I started to see her a lot like my previous one. While all of this was great for both my parents and I, something happened during a visit that would change my whole perspective of her. It was a Friday night, and my parents were on a weekend trip to the Bahamas for their anniversary, and I was with Sandra. She had bought me some pizza and sat down with me to watch SpongeBob to keep me company. We watched for about an hour or so before she tells me to get ready for bed. Now, I was never the rebellious type of kid, so I complied and went up to bed to go to sleep. I fall asleep almost instantly and probably slept for a good 2 hours or so when I woke up to a steady banging noise. It was pretty loud, especially from my room, and kind of sounded like someone hitting a hammer against a wooden door. I turn on my light and quietly tiptoe down the stairs to the living room where the noise was coming from. I descend into the living room where the light was on, and what I saw next will forever stay with me. Sandra had been facing the back door while forcefully hitting her head on it. On the floor was a small puddle of blood that was coming from her nose, as well as blood dripping down the door. Being only 7, I tried to process as to what I was seeing, but I was just simply petrified. I let out a loud scream across the house and got on the house phone to dial 911. I spoke with the operator, trying my best to describe what it was that I was seeing. All the while, I'm screaming at Sandra to please stop, but she didn't seem to care or acknowledge me. I'm still on the phone with the police, giving them my address and to please come as soon as possible. The police heard the banging in the background and arrived in minutes with 3 officers restraining Sandra. She tried to resist no matter what, leaving one of the officers with no choice but to tase her. They called for an ambulance, and one of the officers called my parents, letting me know the situation. That night, my aunt came to stay with me at her house until my parents got back. As for Sandra, she had been rushed to the hospital where she regained consciousness and suffered from severe injuries. According to my parents, Sandra doesn't remember any of it or what had happened. All she remembered was her on the couch with her phone when she felt dizzy and got up until everything went black. Till this day, it's still unclear as to what had happened that day or what it was. Either way, it's one of the most horrifying encounters I've ever witnessed.
When I was in my late teens, I worked at a little coffee shop in my city. This was around the time that smartphones hit the scene. I had just gotten my first phone and laptop. Anyway, we had this one regular customer who was very eccentric. He made me really uncomfortable, if I'm being honest. He had strange vibes. It was in the middle of a scorching summer, and he always wore many layers and a large parka with faux fur trim and sunglasses. I never once saw his eyes. He would get out of his car and run for the door in his big coat, shielding himself from the sun. He always ordered almost every item on the menu, but always said it wasn't for him, and that he didn't like the food there personally. One day, he came in and ordered the whole menu as per usual. I was checking him out at the cash register, and he leaned in and softly said to me, "You seem like a nice young woman. I need to warn you about something. I'm not supposed to tell anyone, but it honestly bothers my conscience keeping this information to myself." "What is it?" I asked. "Do you have a computer or smartphone?" he asked me. "Yes, I just got one," I answered. "Get rid of it, immediately," he said sternly. Why's that?" I asked. "I have a friend who has certain government ties. Nothing is private. The government will be monitoring everything, and it's all permanent. He told me they're planning to put up concentration-type camps in some major US cities. They'll use the info on your cell phones to decide who will go and where they will go. I've gotten rid of everything that can be traced, and I'm planning on running away soon. Please be safe," he urged. He left, and I kinda just shrugged him off as a crazy person, but it still weighed heavy on my mind a while. I went on to leave that job, and got a job as a hostess at a restaurant. About a year passed, and I'd pretty much forgot about the whole encounter, until one day, we crossed paths again. I was at the front host stand, where I greet and seat guests arriving at the restaurant, when a limousine pulls up, and a man gets out, accompanied by 2 large bodyguards at his side. It was the guy from the coffee shop. This time, he was wearing a sleek tuxedo and the same sunglasses. He entered the building and says, "You remember me?" I said I did. He said, "Do you remember what I said?" Again, I told him yes. He proceeds to pass the host stand and examines every inch of the restaurant as if he was looking for something. He then signals his bodyguards to follow him to the door. Before exiting the building, he says, looking back at me, "Don't forget." He got back in the limousine, and I never saw him again after that. It was the strangest thing ever, because it's like he knew he'd find me there. How? How did he find me at my new job? Perhaps he asked someone at my old job, but still, why go out of your way to make some flashy appearance like this? I just randomly thought about this, and was wondering whatever became of that man, and who the hell he was.
Many years ago, when I was about 12 years old, I had a sleepover at my best friend Kevin's house. Kevin was my best friend from the time I was about 5 years old until probably college. We are still friends to this day. We had countless sleepovers at either my house or his house, which were only a few miles apart from each other. Typically, it would be on a weekend, like a Friday night to Saturday, and I remember that one Friday, I went over to his house after school. Kevin's house was a split level. His bedroom was on the upstairs, and in the basement was where we hung out a lot. I really liked his basement because they had a bunch of snacks, a big fridge, and of course, a TV and video games. We went down there first and hung out for a while. I remember that Kevin's mom had to go take his sister somewhere, and his dad was at one of his friends' houses. We played video games into the night, and when it was dark out at probably like 8 p.m., all of a sudden we heard a noise coming from the door leading outside from the basement. We both paused the game and looked up at the same time. I think we both asked each other, "Did you hear that?" it was pretty unlikely that Kevin's parents or sister would be trying to enter through the back sliding door in the basement. Neither of us could see to the door from where we were, but it was just around the corner. Kevin slowly got up and peeked around the corner and motioned for me to wait where I was. When he did, he came sort of running back. He said that there was a guy there. I couldn't resist, and I got up and peeked around the corner as well. Kevin was right. There was a man standing at the back door, but it was really dark, and I couldn't tell any details about him. I ran back, and I don't think the man saw us, but to be honest, I really have no clue. We tried to figure out what to do. Neither Kevin or I had a cell phone, but luckily, there was a home phone in the basement. Kevin got it and called his dad and told him what was going on. He said his dad was coming home and should be back in like 10 minutes. In the meantime, we had to figure out what to do. I looked again to see if the guy was still there, and he was. We heard him try opening the door again. Thank goodness it was locked. Kevin and I didn't want to stay downstairs any longer, and we both ran upstairs. We went into Kevin's bedroom and shut the door. From there, we couldn't hear the man trying to open the door anymore, but we figured that we would be able to hear him if he got inside the house. Not too long after, we heard the front door opening, and then heard the voice of Kevin's dad. We went downstairs and showed him where we had seen the man, but the man was now gone. Kevin's dad went outside and looked all around the yard, which was about an acre. He came back a while later, saying whoever was there was now gone and he probably wouldn't come back. After that, Kevin and I played a little more video games until it got late. Then we went up to go to bed. Kevin actually had a bunk bed. I'm not sure why, because he had the whole room to himself, but I slept on the bottom bunk and Kevin slept above. It took me a while to fall asleep. Kevin seemed to fall asleep pretty quick, but I just wasn't quite as tired. I laid in bed relaxing and trying to get tired, but then I heard another noise. It broke the complete silence in Kevin's house. It was the sound of something hitting Kevin's bedroom window. Then I heard it again. I looked to the window, but saw nothing. My heart started racing, and I was telling myself that it was nothing, but I wanted to be certain, so I got up and went over to the window and looked outside. But when I did, I saw a guy standing down below looking right up at me. I jumped back and ran and woke up Kevin. He was super confused at first, but then got up and looked out the window. The man was still there. Kevin ran to his parents' room and woke them up. I stayed at the window and looked outside. The man was walking closer to the house, and before long, Kevin's parents entered the room and his dad walked over to the window. At that point, the man turned and ran away. The police were called, but when they arrived, the guy was long gone. The man didn't return for the rest of the night, and I went home the next morning. I was glad that I didn't live at Kevin's house, because I would have been really afraid that the guy would return. However, I never heard Kevin mention anything about him again. My name is Emily. Many years ago, when I was a little kid, I had a best friend named Jenna. We met during kindergarten, I remember, and we liked a lot of the same things. We went to school together and hung out all the time for like 2 years. However, after second grade, Jenna and her family moved away, and I didn't get to see her anymore. Obviously, we were little kids, and this was a long time ago, so we weren't able to stay in touch. I ended up making a bunch of new friends over the years, and I sort of forgot about Jenna. I would occasionally remember her in the fun times that we had, and I would wonder how she was doing. Unfortunately, I never would know, and the older and busier I got, the less I would remember her. Well, about a year ago, out of nowhere, I received a friend request on Facebook from Jenna. I'll leave out her last name. At first, I didn't know who she was, but I soon remembered. I couldn't believe that she had found me. I didn't really recognize her in her picture because we were both adults now, and I hadn't seen her since we were like 7. I sent her a message, and soon after, we were messaging each other daily. Basically, we were just catching up and telling about ourselves now. It was kind of weird because we hadn't been friends in such a long time that it felt like I was meeting her for the first time, but also we had been such good friends in the past. She said that she lived in St. Louis now. I lived in Atlanta, and I told her that, and she replied that she traveled there for work all the time. She said that she would be here in 2 weeks. I thought this was too good to be true and offered her to stay at my house. At first, she declined and she said that she would get a hotel, but I insisted. I thought that it would be a great idea. I lived by myself in a smaller house and was interested in spending time with my old best friend. 2 weeks later, she came into town and I welcomed her into my home. We got along great. We would both leave for work at the same time, and when we got off, I would show her cool places around the city and things like that. However, one night, I woke up to a noise inside my house. I was in my bedroom, and Jenna was staying in the one spare bedroom that I had. I quickly realized that she must be up for some reason. It was 3 a.m., and I rolled back over to go back to sleep. But the noises just seemed strange. The noises weren't of somebody just walking, but more the sounds of somebody moving something around. It sounded like it was coming from the living room. I got up quietly and made my way to the doorway and looked out. From there, I could see the hallway and part of the living room. In the hallway, there was 2 bedrooms, a bathroom, and a closet. I looked out and saw the bathroom door was open and the light was off. The guest bedroom door was closed and that light was off as well. I started to wonder if Jenna was still sleeping and maybe somebody had broken in or something. I kept looking out and into the living room. I could now tell that that was where the noises were coming from. The noises continued on and off for another minute or so. Then someone came into my view. It didn't take me long to see that it was Jenna. I didn't know what she was doing though. For some reason, I didn't want to call out to her either. It looked as though she was looking for something. I decided to just go back to bed. The next morning, I asked Jenna if she had slept good. She said yes, and then I told her I thought I heard a noise in the house. I was basically trying to find out what she was doing without directly asking her. She said that was strange because she had slept right through the night. I told her it must have been nothing, but I was a little suspicious now. She was only staying with me for 2 more days at that point. The next night, I slept good and didn't wake up at all. But the one after that, which was Jenna's last night of staying there, was different. I woke up in the middle of the night once again. When I did, I heard some noises inside my bedroom this time. They were quiet, but loud enough to wake me up apparently. I looked over and saw Jenna crouched down, going through my desk drawers. I was going to say something, but I couldn't. For some reason, I decided to pretend that I was sleeping again. I could hear her trying to be quiet and going through my things. As I was laying there, I was able to get up the courage, and I sat up and spoke. I said, "Jenna, what are you doing?" Jenna stopped and turned around. She looked shocked to see me. She then got up and walked quickly out of the room. She shut my door behind her. I then heard her go into my spare bedroom where she had been staying. Then, less than a minute later, she exited that room and walked out of the house. Then she drove off. I tried calling her, but she didn't answer. I had no idea what to do, so I went back to bed. The next morning, when I got up, I looked to see that she had blocked my number and blocked me on Facebook. I also later found that she had stolen several items from my house. Looking back at this, I should have never let her stay with me. For someone I hadn't seen in so long, it wasn't a smart idea. I also wonder how she found me again and why she did that to me. I work at KFC. I've been working with the company for about a year now, and this has got to be the scariest thing that's ever happened while working there, let alone my entire lifetime. I was working the late shift on a Thursday night. It was about 9 p.m. I'd been helping my manager on drive-thru with packing orders as we were getting a little bit of a rush in the drive-thru. There hadn't been anybody in the lobby for a while, and no one had come inside for the last hour. As I had finished making a famous bowl and passed it along to my manager to give to the drive-thru cashier, I heard the door to the restaurant open, and it made the noise that it always did when someone was coming in. I walked over to the front counter to greet whoever was there, but I saw no one at first. I turned around and went for a couple of seconds when suddenly I heard a voice call out to me. There was a girl now standing there who hadn't been there a few seconds before, and I had only turned my back for a very short time. I actually thought the girl was very pretty. She was my type and everything. I asked how I could help her, and she ordered a 2-piece with mac and cheese and a drink. She told me that she found me pretty cute, which I was actually kind of taken aback by it. She even told me that I looked good in the red uniform shirt. I laughed while blushing, but I couldn't directly say that I thought she was beautiful, as I had to remain professional. I went to go pack her order, and when I was done packing, I brought it to the front counter and called out to her to tell her her order was ready. I waited for a minute and got no response. I called out to her again, but still nothing. I thought maybe she went to go sit at a booth that was a little far back from the kitchen, but when I went there, however, she was nowhere to be seen. I was very confused, but I thought maybe she had just gone to the bathroom or something, so I went back to doing my work. Eventually, about an hour passed. It was time to lock the door to the lobby. I did, and then realized the girl who had walked in there. I looked back at the table, and the food was just sitting in the same place I had left it. I couldn't believe it.
I went to knock on the girl's bathroom, as maybe something bad had happened to her, and I was quite worried. Eventually, after a few knocks and calling out a few times, I had gotten no response. I decided to open the door, and when I did, it clearly looked like nobody had been in there the entire time. I then attempted the men's restroom, which she could have gone in as well, but I got the same results. There was absolutely no one in there. I was in complete shock. How was this possible? The pack line wasn't too far from the front counter, and I could hear the entire time someone had come in there. From the time that the girl had come in there to now, I hadn't heard the door open or close once, and no customers had come in after that. I was very creeped out. I didn't know how she could have left, but I had about 2 hours of my shift left. I didn't tell my manager or anyone else what had happened in fear of getting accused of lying. I cleaned the entire lobby, cleaned the front counter area, and whatever other small tasks I had to do before leaving. I usually walk to and from the KFC, as I don't live very far, and it's about a 20-minute walk. I said goodbye to my coworkers for the night and began walking home. About 10 minutes into my walk, I had gotten this overwhelming feeling that I was being watched. I turned back, and my jaw dropped. Standing about 500 feet down the road was the same girl that had been in the KFC. I backed up and turned my head for a second, but when I looked back, she was gone, like she vanished into thin air. I was so scared that I ran the rest of the way home. Once I got to my door, I unlocked it as quick as I could and rushed inside. This was by far the scariest thing that ever happened to me working at KFC and in my life in general. This was only about 3 weeks ago, so it's still very fresh in my mind. I told one of my managers what had happened, and when I described what the girl looks like, tears rolled down her face and she was in complete shock. She said it sounded like I was describing Kaylee, an employee that I had heard of before. She had passed away a few months before I started working there. I couldn't believe what I was hearing at the same time, and it made me pretty emotional.
This happened about a year ago. I went to a Burger King with my friend Emily. It was probably about 8 p.m. and we sat down in a booth to eat. Emily and I were just chatting and joking around, having a good time like always. We had been there for maybe 20 minutes when a man who was a Burger King employee walked over to us. He was sort of average height, had a little bit large build, and had dark hair. Immediately, I was wondering what he wanted. Burger King is not the type of restaurant where you have a waiter. It's not even the kind of restaurant where people usually come over and ask how the food is or anything like that. It's just a fast food place. He said hi, looking at both me and Emily. We said hi to him, and then there was an awkward silence. He started having like a casual conversation with us. I remember he said something like, "How are you guys doing?" or "What are you guys doing?" We were both confused and just told him that we were eating and talking to each other. He kept hanging around though. He was standing right next to the table. That's when Emily asked what the guy wanted. He acted all insulted and was like, "What did I do?" I thought he might be joking, and that's when the guy helped himself to a seat. He scooted in and sat right next to me on the bench of the booth. We sort of laughed it off, but I know I was secretly wanting him to leave, and I thought it was really uncomfortable. I'm sure Emily felt the same way too. Then, he asked us if we could go order him some food. That's when he started getting rude. We asked him to leave, and he just kept sitting there, and we argued with him for a while. It wasn't like a big scene or anything, and we weren't shouting, but we were going back and forth. Finally, he angrily got up and left us at the table. We watched him walk away and out the door. He'd been talking to us for a total of almost 10 minutes. Emily and I were really annoyed by this. We decided to go up and complain to let them know that one of the employees had been harassing us. When we walked up there was a woman behind the counter. I said to her that there was an employee that had been really rude to us. The woman at the register looked annoyed. She said, "Yeah, and he was fired earlier." She went on to say that he had been fired just earlier that night when she had thought that he left. The area we were sitting in was not visible to the front counter. She apologized and gave us a gift card for the trouble. We were also offered free ice cream. We accepted the offer and went back to sit down in the booth. We were there for maybe 10 more minutes, and then we left. After we got outside, we started walking to my car. I had drove from my house, which was really close by. When we were walking to my car, we saw the same employee step out of one of the cars that was parked in the parking lot. He started approaching us. Without giving it a second thought, Emily and I both sprinted for my car. As we did, he started running towards us. We got to my car as quickly as possible and got inside and locked the doors. It was probably the fastest amount of time that we possibly could have done it in. He reached the car just moments later. He tried opening Emily's door on the side. It was locked though. I backed away and left the parking lot. I was afraid that the guy would follow us home, but thankfully he didn't. This was definitely my scariest experience at a Burger King. I'm not sure why the guy was fired from Burger King, but he clearly had some problems. What his intentions were, I don't know, but hopefully Emily and I don't see him again.
My mother was stationed at Kadena Air Force Base around the late 2010s, and being a military child at the age of 12, my life had reset once again. I didn't have friends again, and I had to learn an entire new neighborhood. I didn't really have anything that made me ecstatic. That is, except for the Pokemon League held on base. It was ran by a few people who had earned their judge cards from Nintendo, and they held tournaments and just open game nights. It was really fun picking up the card game, playing in the video game. They even had a small gym and Elite Four system. I made a lot of friends, and one of them who was the judges, who I am thankful to still to this day, because if it wasn't for him, I might not be here right now. The judge in question will refer to as Professor Getsu for the sake of anonymity, and he was a really nice guy. He was the youngest of the three, and he wore a white professor's getup. He looked maybe on the edge of his teens, early 20s with dark hair and glasses, and he had a skinny frame. He was extremely helpful to newcomers, sort of like the big brother we could all look up to, and also strive to beat in our children's cars and video games, even though his game name of Getsu was a bit nerdy, even for me. He was always one of the last people to leave, helping to clean up, and he supposedly lived nearby. The last thing is important for what's about to happen. It was a bit of a colder night when the event ended. I was sitting outside in the parking lot scrolling through memes that my friend had texted me, all while I was waiting for my parents to arrive to pick me up. I was just kinda zoning out as the time had clicked by, when I heard someone nearby. "Hey girlie, you play Pokemon?" I looked up at some really big dude, kinda chubby looking. I saw him every now and then in the events, and he didn't really stand out that much. I gave a small nod, then saying, "Yeah, I do," as he then gives this wide smile, like creepy wide. He starts walking forward, and I'm then hit with this nasty stench, like really bad body odor. I blinked as I bid, as I then see he's walking from a black sedan, and its back door is wide open. "I got this really cool card collection. Come here, let me show you." Now, my parents have always taught me about stranger danger, but my kid brain thought, hey, he went to the events and I saw him there, so this should be fine. At least so I thought. That is until he grabbed me by my wrist and started to actually drag me to the sedan. To say that I immediately started screaming is an understatement. Stinky didn't care though. He was still dragging me, saying, "Shut up, you're gonna have fun," and throwing out things about trading cards, like someone listening would think that he was dealing with a whiny kid. I honestly thought that I was going to be taken, and that I would never see my mom and dad ever again, that I would end up on the back of a milk carton and never be seen again. Silly, I know, but I was rather sheltered about dying in death at that time. Thankfully for me, however, Professor Getsu had walked out at that very moment, presumably on his way to walk home. All I know is I then heard the sound of fabric hitting the dude's face, as Professor had swung his professor coat right into the dude's face. I feel his hand go to where the dude's grabbing my arm, and I then see his hand grab Stinky's pinky finger, and then yank back, and hard. Stinky let go, and yowled like an animal, as the professor pushed me back behind him, as he then yanked the coat off the guy. He then kicked at the back of the dude's knees, as he caused him to buckle, as the professor grabbed his wrist and pulled back on them. Stinky groaned in even more pain than before, as the professor looked at him, with just a cold look in his eyes. The big brother figure was gone, and something else was in its place, and I think I was a bit scared of it. The professor's tone of voice when he spoke didn't help either. It was like icy daggers lingered with his words against Stinky. If I see you back here or doing this shit to my charges, this will pale in comparison to what the Japanese prisons will do to you. Stinky would scramble away and then get into his car, peeling away out of the parking lot. The professor still glaring at him until he was out of sight. He would then guide me inside the venue, buy me some fish and chips, and sit down with me until my parents arrived. The cold persona he had when he kicked that dude was gone. He was right back to being the big brother that I knew. To be frank, that really frightened me. I didn't quite understand why the teenager was so aggro. I only later learned that Professor Getsu was also a black belt who had apparently taught kids how to defend themselves with his mother at the local activity center. I suspected that he had something of a protective persona or something in his own life that had led him to act in such a way. He explained the situation to my folks when they arrived. I wasn't allowed to go to the events and league as much as I was used to, but I still did from time to time. Professor Getsu was still his normal self at the events and always helping people, but he would stop coming to the events a year afterwards, his license having expired and his father moving out of the country soon. Reaching about the same age as he was, and with a little sibling on my own, I really sympathized with how for a brief moment, he became something terrifying just to make sure I was safe. Oh, and as for Stinky, he never showed up to the events again. He was either banned, or he was just really scared of Professor Getsu. I really wish the professor a good life, and I hope he's doing well to this day. As for Stinky, I really hope we never see each other again. I'm from London, and the story took place back in August of last year. I'm 14 now, but I was 13 years old at the time, and during the summer holidays, I would always have a sleepover with my best friend because her birthday was during that month. I had been sleeping at her house for a couple of days now. The day was her birthday, and I was going to be going back home the next day, and so we decided to go out at 10 p.m. just when the sun had started to set. We went to go get some dinner at a fish and chip shop. As we were walking there, on our way we were listening to some music on my phone. As I was waiting for her, I had looked around our surroundings. We were on a road opposite a park, only a few minutes away from the shop. I could see it from afar, but when I had then turned around to face the park, I had spotted a man who looked like he was in his mid-40s. He was sitting in a white van parked beside a children's park and just staring at me and my friend. When he realized I was staring at him, he waved at me and he gave me this sickening grin. So I pointed him out to my friend, and at first, we didn't really think too much of it. We just thought it was weird. Only a second later, he repeated the action, so we ignored him and we just decided to carry on and get to the shop. Once we had gotten our food, we were joking about the man, calling him a weirdo and laughing about the whole situation. Then as we're about to walk past the park, on our way back again, we started joking to each other, saying, "What if he's still there waiting for us?" Once we got into the park, our laugh soon died down, as we then realized we were correct. That same man was just sitting still, parked right there in the children's park. Once he had noticed us, he kinda just glared at us with the same creepy sinister grin as before. We ignored him and we just started walking back to her house. I turned around just to check if he was still staring at us, but he had already turned the engine of his van on, and it slowly started driving behind me and my friend. I alerted her of the situation almost immediately, and she started shaking because she already kind of feared something like this would happen. I looked at my phone to see if I could call anyone, but it was only at 2%. So we then tried to act as if we didn't even notice him following us, and just carried on walking back. But then right then, he sped up, so that now he was driving right beside us. He had started trying to speak to us, saying things like,
"Oh, what are you guys carrying? Where are y'all going?"
and saying things like that. My friend then whispered in my ear that she was going to run to the end of the road as his car wouldn't be able to go around the corner, and she said that I should go with her. I told her that I wasn't going to run with her and that I was going to carry on walking. I honestly had no idea what was going on in my head at that moment. I guess if it was fight or flight, she chose flight and I chose fight. I was trying to remain calm and think more rationally instead of panicking. So she ran and waited for me at the end of the road. Now that she had ran, the man had turned his full attention towards me, and he said that he wasn't going to hurt me, and if I could just stop for a minute so he could get out of his car and speak to me. But obviously I wasn't falling for that. He then kept asking me questions like where did I live, how old I am, where I'm headed to, etc. I just ignored him and kept walking, not daring to look at him, and I just pretended he wasn't there. He had started to get annoyed as I wasn't answering him, so he sped up his van and he tried to block the road so I couldn't move past him. I was petrified. He then took off his seatbelt and went to exit his van. So as quickly as I could, I sped as fast as I could right around his vehicle and over to my friend. We then both ran and hid behind the corner. Now, for whatever reason, he had parked his van in the middle of the road, I guess waiting to see where we were. He went to get out of his van, but he must have figured we were gone by that time, and he drove off after that. Once we watched him drive off, we bolted back to her house and told her mom everything that happened. She saw the panic in our eyes, so she knew we weren't lying. She asked us if we had gotten a picture of the license plate, but we hadn't. So the mom said she would go back there with us so that we could take a picture to give to the police. As we were walking back, I couldn't believe my eyes. This man in his creepy-ass van actually returned to the children's park, and he was just watching all the kids. It was so sickening. Once we had gotten a picture of the license plate, he got out of his car and started to follow us again, but now on foot. But when my friend's mom saw this, she then rushed over to us and ushered us away. When he saw we were with an adult, he slowly got back in his car and acted like nothing ever happened. We called the police, but by the time they arrived, he was long gone at that point. I honestly wish I could say that it ended there, but it didn't. Well, a few days ago I was scrolling through the news just to see if I could find out anything involving this man. And I did. A little boy was followed home by the exact same man. He was driving the same exact car, same description, everything. And it all happened in the same exact place, right near that children's park. It makes me feel absolutely disgusting knowing that he's out there trying to still kidnap kids. It's been about 6 months since all this happened, and he hasn't been caught. We really do live in a messed up world. I hate it.
Okay, so this feels really weird to say, but a quick disclaimer, when this happened, I was sober, not asleep, and totally in my right mind. I was 18 at the time. It was late August, at around 11 p.m., but I live in Ireland, so it was still pretty much freezing outside. My parents had went to see my uncle over in Scotland because he was sick, and my older sister was staying at a friend's, so I was alone. I wasn't scared though, because although I believed in ghosts, I never thought anything this creepy could happen to me. I had been watching Mean Girls with Lupin, my husky, sitting on my lap, and when the TV just turned off. No lights were on at the time, so I just thought it was the television being annoying. I wasn't scared, but then Lupin started to freak out. He jumped up and started to bite and pull at my sleeve, trying to tug me out of the room. I tried to calm him down, but he wasn't having it, so I just went with it, and he led me to the kitchen at the back of the house. That was when there was a knock on the door. This was really weird. I live in the countryside, and my closest neighbors are about a half a mile down the road, but I guess I wasn't really thinking. I went to leave the kitchen, and Lupin jumped in front of me and started to growl. This was scary. Lupin is the chillest dog ever. He barely even barks, let alone growls, and never at me. I tried speaking loudly to him and pushed by him, but he just started pulling on my sleeve, trying to pull me back into the kitchen. I pushed on, thinking he was just freaked out by the television going out. When I got to the door, I could hear him start whimpering, and as I turned to look at him, I heard a voice coming from outside the door. "Please, miss, we need your help." I really didn't think about it at the time. I just heard a kid's voice, and felt that I had to help. But my door is solid wood. They wouldn't have known I was a girl. I opened the door, and there were two kids that I didn't know, standing shoulder to shoulder. Both were girls, one about 14 or 15, and the other was a lot younger, maybe 7 or 8. But I couldn't see very well because it was dark, and I didn't have the lights on. From what I could see, they were wearing normal clothes, but as I looked down, I saw that they didn't have any shoes on. And it was freezing. I was about to tell them to come in, but then Lupin jumped past me and started growling and barking. He looked possessed, and I was really freaked out. I started to pull him back by the collar and put him in the living room, locking the door behind me. I apologized, but then I stopped. The girls didn't look startled at all. They just stood there not moving. The older of the two said, "Please, let us in, miss. We need to call our mother." This was weird, because I couldn't tell where she was from. She didn't have my accent, but it was kind of neutral, and no one I know calls their mom mother. It just seemed odd. I asked her why they didn't have shoes on, and they both just looked at each other and said, "Please, let us in. We need to call our mother." I felt so uneasy. My chest was tight, and I was almost shaking with fear, and I didn't know why. It was then that I finally did something smart. There was a light switch near the door. I hit it, and the light behind me came on, and the world seemed to stop. They had no whites to their eyes, and no iris. Their eyes were just black. I couldn't move. Then, the younger one said, "Let us in, miss." I just slammed the door and locked it, hyperventilating. Lupin was banging against the living room door, trying to be let out, so I ran to it and opened it, and he just threw himself on me, whimpering. The kids were still at the door. The younger one was shouting, "Let us in! We need you to let us in!" I screamed and told them to leave, and they just kept banging. I ran upstairs. I looked out the top window, and the kids had moved to the bottom of the driveway, and were looking right at me. I tried to scream, but no noise came out. I ducked down and looked up, maybe 10 seconds later, but they were gone. This scared me even more, not knowing where they were. I called my sister and made her come home. I never saw them again, and haven't slept properly since. It's been 2 years. I only found out recently that black-eyed kids are a thing, and I'm not sure if it gives me closure, or makes it even more terrifying.